Leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you so much for being with us another week together. Here we go. Full crew is here, and we look forward to having Rick, Bubba, Adler join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. We got a busy weekend to recap, plus your phone calls, lots of stories, lots of updates, and so let's get this thing started. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
What's happening, boys? What's happening?
What's up, boys?
I got to ask y'all a question. Did y'all know that a large portion of like the Midwest and all that, they had like snow and it was freezing cold and all that? Did y'all even know that?
No, I saw it on the
saw
news.
some on the gram.
Yeah,
Colorado?
Pictures.
and that's the only way I know. I because I guess we just live in our little bubble. We just hopping around. All of a sudden, we turn on, the TV and we see some sports highlights and stuff, and everybody's blowing smoke from it being cold or the steam, and it's like everybody's shivering. They got hoodies on, and Denver and the Chiefs, they had to get snow off the field, and I'm like, what the heck?
It just
I
it's
didn't
been
even
so
know.
warm here, it didn't feel like it. But I think it's going to cool off here.
It is.
We're not getting snow.
Daddy-like. But you'll really be cold then. You'll be freezing. You'll come in shivering.
No, because they'll have the heat on then. It's this darn air conditioning gets me.
Yeah.
Bye, Ned.
Yeah.
Bye, Ned.
Good to have you back, Coach.
Thank you. We got back late Saturday night. So
that's good.
Well, it wasn't too bad, but it was a good trip. It was one of those weekends where you finally feel like things are starting to come together.
Oh.
You had some team unity and those type things that I hadn't seen at this point. It's hard to get these girls. It's an individual sport, and we're selfish anyway as a society. So it's tough, but I got to see them go through some things and do some things that I wasn't expecting in a good way. And then on top of that, a lot of wins for us, and we needed that. So we had 3 girls really show out this weekend and do some damage on the court.
Showing out.
It was fun to watch. It's sometimes you sit back and go, good Lord, what have I gotten myself into? And then you have weekends like this that remind you of, okay, this is what it's all about right here. So good weekend. Good weekend for sure.
Good to have you back and ready to go.
Back again.
There's a couple of stories just right out of the gate. Were y'all shocked about the Matthew Perry news?
Yeah.
Well,
I know he's had
shocked,
issues.
No, but you're right.
Yeah.
They don't know if any of that's
They
tied to
don't.
this yet.
Well, when you put, I think all the substance abuse issues he's had will affect your heart.
Yeah.
So probably ultimately that's what this boils down to indirectly, but because they didn't find any drugs at the scene. I don't think the toxicology report has come back yet.
No, I don't think.
Don't know if I even said that word right.
Well, we know what you meant.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the sad news.
Yeah. I think
Funny guy.
I like Chandler.
What we don't know yet is did a heart attack cause him to drown in the jacuzzi, or did he drown? That's what I think what they're trying to determine, because they're saying that he drowned in his own jacuzzi at his house, but was it a heart attack that caused that? I guess is what they're trying to figure out, or whatever. But he had over a dozen life-saving surgeries, 15 trips to rehab, and 6,000 visits to AA.
6,000.
Spent about $9 million to battle his drinking and drug addiction. And at one point, the doctors told him he only had about a 2% chance of surviving. But
Did you say 6,000 AA visits?
Yeah.
I don't think I've done anything 6,000 times.
Yeah.
Is that right? I wonder. I know you're reading it, but I'm saying, wow, guys. I mean, that's got to be some kind of record. But I'm just saying, I don't mean to.
I thought it was a high number.
I think it may be 100. I'd go, well, maybe I'm not buying into this. I don't know if it took me 6,000.
Yeah, addiction. It says estimating that he made.
Here he is again. I'm just saying.
I know
6,000.
It says here that estimating he has made some 6,000 visits to Alcohol Anonymous. And those of you that battle the addiction or know someone that has gone through it, you know how serious it is, and you know how those AA meetings help them. And so he turned to that, and it's just sad. It's sad coming out, because then you start seeing a lot of stories about how he was really trying to battle the addictions and stuff. And he turned to one source that I didn't know he loved, and that's pickleball.
Yep.
Yeah,
apparently
I just heard
he played pickleball. He had a pickleball coach.
Yeah, he played pickleball.
He did.
And came home and got in the jacuzzi. Is that why I read that right?
He loved pickleball.
Talented guy.
I wish you would
funny. He's funny.
Wish you would have told me the other thing.
Yeah, I didn't know this, but he was obsessed with Batman.
Yeah.
To the point he called himself Matman.
Okay. That's the part I wish I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think his final Instagram post mentioned Matman.
Really?
I guess he did that a lot. I didn't follow him on social media, but that's what they're showing that he posted. So anyway, sad news. Matthew Perry dead at 54. We were the same age.
You know, anytime Friends is on, I watch it.
Funny show. Yep. Funny people.
And I didn't really. There was not a whole lot that he did after that I paid attention to. I know he's in a lot of things.
That one movie with what's her name, Salma Hayek.
Oh yeah,
Rush In. That's a pretty good movie.
It's a good movie. But I don't really think of anything when I see him, I see Friends.
I didn't know that the guy that we mock on the 48 Hours or
the voice guy.
Yeah. Keith. That's
his stepdad.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've seen. In fact, his real dad. I've seen him in movies and stuff. But Keith Morrison.
Yeah.
Come on, Greg, wake up.
You know, there was footage of them showing him arriving at the scene. And I didn't know that until I thought, oh, okay. I didn't realize that's his stepdad.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you know, he referred to Batman as a rich loner, which was a description he related to after, going through some of the some of the I guess issues with trying to date and have a significant other. He was
like
pretty
Bruce
lonely.
Wayne.
Yeah, and called himself Matman. A tortured character, but he battled and he fought hard to try to overcome the addiction. And we'll see how the toxicology report comes out. But the first responder said there was no evidence of any of that when they got there. You just wonder if the life that was lived ended up getting him, as doctors told him that the damage you've done to your body, buddy, it's going to be a struggle. But sad news, Matthew Perry dead at 54, just 54. Man, that was a good show with Friends, and anything he was in was funny.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back 15 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at CarShield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I know everybody had very busy weekends. You look up and it's Monday again, but we sure are glad to be here with you. We have got a number of things to get to today. One is just looking back at the weekend. I know a lot of you were out going pretty hard. We had a very fun weekend. I call this kind of like just a fun family weekend. Sometimes, you know, you're busy, but you're busy and you're doing your own thing, and maybe your kids aren't around or whatever, and you look up and it's Monday. But this one, we were able to spend a lot of time with the family, and I'm talking about everybody, as we went up to Huntsville, Alabama, and we had a blast staying with my parents. They haven't. It's like they were in Airbnb. Every room was full, even the couches. It was jam-packed and had a blast.
Everybody was there.
J.C. Wilburn turned 22 on Saturday. And we, Terry made him a cake, and
saw that cake.
And
by the way.
we do, you know, old chocolate layered cake, just our favorite, just our favorite that a lot of us grew up on, and we had a good old time, man. We had the first advancement up north. Terry and I, we had River, and we're hey, here we go, we're going north. And then Reese came after work, and then Tyler Mabry came after work, and JC was already up there, of course. And then here we come. Before we knew it, Friday evening, everybody's there. It's just jam-packed. But we knew what Saturday was, and Saturday was busy. We had a golf tournament. That was the main reason why all of us were up there, and it just so happened to be on JC's birthday weekend, so we were able to kind of have a cake, sing happy birthday, and all that kind of good stuff. And so we did that Friday night, knowing that Saturday, UAH Baseball had their big fundraising golf tournament where – they try to get all these foursomes, a scramble tournament, and get to a local golf course there in the Huntsville area. So we teed off at 8 a.m. On Saturday morning, and then from there was going to go back, and we had a wedding to attend in Ohatchee, Alabama.
Yeah, I forgot about you.
And trying to get from Huntsville to Ohatchee is not the easiest thing in the world.
It's not just a straight.
No, you're going to go through a lot of rural Alabama, which is great. You know me, I love barns.
Good little view.
I love farmland. I love small towns, and I love barns.
Well,
y'all know that.
Plenty of them.
And so it was a beautiful drive, but there's a lot of moving parts. So you having to get there and everything. We pulled up 25 minutes before the wedding.
Oh, you had
and we're able to just take
we're here.
Take a deep breath. But just had a great weekend, and just seeing my parents with everybody there, and River hopping around in the front yard. My parents, still in their garage, had a Rubbermaid tub with like old wiffle ball bats, baseballs, squishy footballs. Just had all kinds of, and half the bats were bent and broke that our boys, when they were young, would play with, and then so River goes straight to that bucket, and I bet you those toys they hadn't been touched since the boys played with them.
Yeah,
and so we're dusting them off, getting them out, getting them in the front yard, and I started videoing and sending to some of the family that couldn't be there, like my sister and brother-in-law and everybody, and Johnette and Reg, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, this looks just like."
They felt a little left out.
This looks just like the boys when they were young, and it just keeps on churning. Had a good old time. The leaves are falling, the trees are turning. The Huntsville area is beautiful this time of year with all the mountains and all that kind of stuff. But just a good weekend. And then yesterday.
Good weather, a little warm.
Yeah, it was. It climbed up there.
It was a pretty day, but it
climbed up. The early morning from about 8 a.m. to 9:30, it was perfect.
Nice.
And then somebody turned the heat on, and it got into the 80s. But we still had a good time.
Yeah.
And so you look up and Friday night, I forgot when we were at the wedding, we still had an hour and a half to drive home. Thought about you, Greg.
Yeah, drive home.
I did. I thought about you because I know that y'all don't think I know any of the area around there.
You don't.
And I did.
Were you reliving like me and him talking about the way to get there.
Yeah, on you know how you go 70. I'm just going to get real local here. The Talladega, I call it the Talladega exit, which is Highway 77.
Talladega Lincoln.
Buddy, you ain't got to. I know that.
Lincoln.
But the Talladega Super Speedway, that's the exit I get off of. That's why I call it that. But you take a left and you're on 77, and then there you go. And is it 44 that's the cut through that?
Well, you
off
can
of
hit
that?
73 and then run into 144.
There you go. That's
or
what
you
it
can
is.
just go all the way down to downtown.
Is it 40? Is it 144 that takes you to 431?
Yes.
Okay. We're on 144, there's a wedding venue on the right.
On the right.
That's where we were.
Okay, I was wondering.
That's where we were.
And exactly. You weren't
sorry to
far
be
from
real
me.
local for all of you out there, but I wanted them to know where I was. And if I'd have known where I was going from Huntsville, I wouldn't have even had. I was like, oh, when I got close, I saw when they started creating that little whole venue. For years they were getting it ready, and man, it's top notch. The wedding was inside, and then they just opened the doors, and the reception is outside. And man, we had a blast. It was so much fun. No, but forgot we had a little drive home though. Oh, so we're not in Helena.
Oh,
okay, forgot about that. Forgot about that.
That was a long day.
It was. Got home a little late, but had my co-pilot, and we were ready to go.
Well, there you go.
And it's fun being a grandparent.
It is.
It's the best. Because as we were leaving, I just looked at Tyler and Mabry and said, "See y'all later." And then little River's just running around, just red-faced. He's been dancing, just having a blast.
Y'all wind him down.
I don't know where his shoes are, and for some reason his shirt's half off. But see y'all later, man. Take it easy.
The fun ends, and Let them handle the rest.
And you know how sometimes your kids can talk to you just by looking at you?
Yeah.
And Tyler's like, really?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yep. See you later, buddy.
See ya.
Hey, Nan and I, we're out. We're vaporing. Gone. But yeah, it was funny because I got about 2 turns from where the wedding venue was, and I said, Terry, I know where we're going. Yeah. I figured it out now.
Yeah, because you back during that time they were building it.
Yes.
And,
yes.
Yeah, it's nice. I pass it every day.
Yeah.
Twice.
I do
Twice.
So yeah.
But
you weren't far from me at all.
No, not at all.
Remind me to ask you off air about a house that's over in that.
Oh,
direction.
here we go with houses again.
No, both of you.
And no, you're looking at him.
But I was asking both of you.
You couldn't even remember where the venue was.
Well, I didn't put it together because I just punched in the address off of off of the invitation, and I didn't realize where we were going. I just knew it was in Ohatchee, and close to the Gadsden area. For those of you who just don't know, so I just didn't put it all together until we got kind of. I was on 77 and turned on to 144 at that Jack's, and I'm like, I know where we're going. Mm-hmm. It didn't even hit me. Kind of felt stupid.
Thought about you, Speedy, when we got back Saturday night, because you know how I'll take the back way that you don't like that goes by the deer farm or whatever.
I'm not pleased with that.
Yeah, I didn't do it Saturday night because it was late and I didn't want to hit a deer in the van.
Okay,
That's smart. I was like, Speedy would be so proud of me right now that I'm taking the actual highway.
Yeah. And you felt like it was faster.
And I told our graduate assistant, I said, but I told her what was going on. She's like, why are you going this way? I said, well, I feel like I'm gonna hit a deer the other way. And I said, now that I've said that, I'll hit a deer this way.
Yeah, of course you will.
They cross there, too.
I know.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had CarShield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Looking back on a very busy weekend, and I know all of you had those as well. Looking at sports, you know, one thing I didn't see, and you probably know this after hearing my Saturday, I saw no college football at all.
I saw very little.
I did see there was an upset, though. I saw where Kansas beat Oklahoma.
It did.
But Oklahoma didn't fall far. I think they only
9 or 10 probably is what everybody was predicted.
They went from 6 to 10 is what they went to. Georgia State at 1. The new AP poll is out. Michigan 2. Ohio State 3. Well, that's going to come to a head.
So this week's the bowl
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Yep.
Florida State is at 4. Michigan 5, and then there's Oklahoma at 6. Texas 7, Alabama 8, Penn State 9, and then Oklahoma 10, as we said. This coming weekend, Alabama at 8. They host number 13 LSU. I believe that's a CBS game coming on around 6:30 or so, maybe 7. I might have that wrong. And there's a couple of other biggies this coming weekend. But, I saw some final scores. That one shocked me. And I see there was a couple other scares, too. Did I see USC almost got beat as well?
That would have been 3 in a row for them to lose. But, Cal went for 2 for the win and didn't make it. Yeah.
So Cal had them beat. And they went for 2 for the win.
Yeah.
Do y'all agree with that?
They could have tied it up, went to overtime. Yeah, I think so. But I'm just saying, everybody, all the money. I mean, Lincoln Riley, he got quite a contract,
right?
And they just don't play defense. They're not very good defensively.
I see North Carolina got beat too.
They did.
Yeah.
Penn State got a scare.
Did they really?
Yeah, Indiana scared them to death.
Yeah,
and Oregon.
Everybody's fired up about North Carolina, and now they've dropped 2 in a row.
Oregon stomped Utah.
Oregon's really good.
Stomped them.
That score surprised me. Didn't see any of it. I just thought it'd be closer.
I did too. Utah, I thought, man.
Yeah. So this is the last AP poll that we care about. Is that what y'all are saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
After this, we don't really even say it anymore. It's just all about college football playoff poll. And then that's kind of where we go from here. Do y'all think it will stay close to this?
Yeah.
I mean, do you think the top 5 are going to stay the same?
They may shuffle around a little bit. They'll all be there, but in the order they are may shuffle a little bit.
You got to wonder if one of them gets beat. You got Texas and Oklahoma. By the way, did Arch Manning play at all?
No,
he didn't.
The other guys actually playing pretty good.
Okay, yeah, he's good. A lot of people thought he should be starting over Ewers anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I don't know. I just heard that they may play him this weekend because Ewers was out. So
I mean, I don't know if he may have got in late.
Yeah.
I know he didn't start, and the other guy had a pretty good game.
Yeah.
The top 5 are all undefeated: Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Florida State, Washington. The only other 2 undefeated teams in the top 25 is Air Force at 17. They're 8-0, and James Madison at number 23. They're coming in at 23, I should say. They're 8-0. And speaking of Air Force, they had Colorado State this past weekend, and back to I didn't know that there was a bunch of snow and cold weather going on. But they were at Colorado State, beat them 30-13. But Colorado State was penalized in the game, and the old white hat talks about how Florida State has been penalized, and it's because their fans were throwing snowballs at Air Force on the sideline and hitting them with Colorado State. I'm sorry. The Colorado State fans were throwing snowballs at the Air Force sideline. But I penalized Colorado State for throwing snowballs at Arizona's sideline.
Yeah, how do you find that in? I mean, what's that fall under in the rule book?
I don't know. That's fun. Just hearing that was funny to me.
All right, we got a snowball problem. First down.
Yeah.
So Ohio State and Michigan eventually have to play.
Yeah, here
so
they
that'll
come.
hash itself out. Texas and Oklahoma will probably have to play again.
Yeah. That was
and
Washington and
Washington beat Oregon the first time.
They could play again.
So they could play again. So it's going to get.
And I'm gonna tell you somebody that's just sitting around, and we've talked about how when it comes to them, they've struggled a little bit, and that's Alabama, not being the Alabama of old, but here they are. It's at 8, and if they take care of business against LSU Saturday, I mean, here they are.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I think they control their own destiny. Yeah. They keep winning. They'll have to beat Georgia in the SEC championship. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, and it's just they're just getting time to figure it out. They're getting better every week.
Yeah.
The offense is for sure. The defense is just so good.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah. Missouri will be at Georgia coming up. You know, Missouri's 7-1. They're at number 14. They'll be at Georgia.
We're finna find out what they got.
Yes, exactly. Remember when Kentucky went to Georgia? We was like, let's see what happens there. Tennessee beat Kentucky. Speaking of that, 33-27. That was a good game, I hear. I just watched some of the highlights.
I was going to ask about that. Was that one of those games that, because the score, it was like a 6-point ball game. Was that one of those deals where it really wasn't close?
I don't know.
And it didn't feel close, or was it? Did it feel close the entire time?
I just saw them show the highlights, so it's hard to tell. But
I know you don't want to hear this, Speedy, but only loss that Ole Miss has is Alabama, and so you wonder if LSU could knock off Alabama.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And they sneak their self up there as well.
You're right.
So.
Yeah, they have. I think they are going to be. No, they're hosting Texas A&M. Ole Miss is this coming weekend, and Texas A&M is one of those teams that'll scare you, man. You don't know which one you got. I mean, their front is good. I don't know. They might have had a bye.
No, I
did they play?
Interviewing Jimbo Fisher before a game.
I don't know. Like I said, I was so out of the loop. I just didn't see any games at all.
Well, completely changing gears, and I know it's football season, but what happened Friday night in the World Series was fantastic.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody saw that.
It was on in the house, and we were coming in and out, and I kept seeing
what dreams are made of.
All right, so
I
George W. Bush threw out the first pitch.
I did see that. Wish the pitch
did y'all
had been a little
see?
better.
I know. Did y'all see the comparisons of when he threw out the first pitch?
And with the Yankees in the September 11th deal?
About like how where the ball, like the home runs were hit and wow, it's kind of weird, the similarities. But Texas Rangers won that one on a walk-off.
So Seager, it's essentially 5-4, bottom of the ninth. Seager hits and they're in Texas, which made it even better. He hits a no-doubter, and his reaction to it was awesome. So he ties it, and then I think there's one or two batters maybe, but this Arcia kid that just keeps, breaking records, Mr. October, goodness gracious, hits a walk-off, and opposite field just yickety, and awesome. Now the second game, it was 9-1 Saturday, and it wasn't really good. But the Friday night was special. Real special.
On my way home from the ball game, and it was that late, and they were still playing.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, they play again tonight, 7:03 p.m. Central Time on Fox. Series is tied 1-1.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that Friday night was
Seager's
special.
home run to tie it was something else. And then this, I'm telling you, this Arcia, good. Is that his name, Arcia?
I believe
Arcia.
so.
He's the one that had a little bit of he'll pimp a home run. He's the one that got thrown at in the ALC or
he's another one from Cuba, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
I believe he is.
I know he hits bombs.
Yeah, yes, he does. Big boy.
Yeah. No, he's breaking records. What he's doing is crazy.
It was on in the house, and we were running around having a good old time, singing Happy Birthday and all this kind of stuff, and going out in the yard with River and stuff. It was on. And there was a couple of times we would just stop and watch it. At the time, it was like 2-2, 3-2, and they were going back and forth. And then we kind of lost track of it, and then saw that he walked it off.
I will say this. Friday night, we got finished with our playing pretty early Friday, and we went to dinner, and we were back in the hotel room when it started, I guess the first inning, second inning, and I gave it a valiant effort. I was like, look, this is the World Series.
Right.
And I went through this 20 minutes of struggle bus of it's the Rangers in the World Series against the Diamondbacks. Like, do people even know? Like, I even got to asking my players who have no idea because they're all international. They have no idea about, but they know who the Yankees are. They know who the Red Sox are. They know who the Phillies are. They know how the Braves, because it's right down the road from Jacksonville. And so when I said Diamond, they said, now where's that Diamondbacks? And they didn't know where they were from. And so, the same with the Rangers.
Yeah.
But I was honestly, for a little bit, I was bored with it myself.
Yeah.
And then I went to bed. I didn't stay up for it. And then that morning, I'm like, I need to check out what happened. And I was like, I could not believe it.
It went on and on.
It's good stuff. So Game 3 tonight on Fox. We'll take a break. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Don't go anywhere. We got about 15 minutes till top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you know how much you're really paying for life insurance through work? I can almost guarantee you're overpaying for limited coverage. I'm Joel Clark, a Select Quote agent for over 20 years. My clients are shocked to learn how expensive life insurance at work really is because of a rate that's driven up by unhealthy people. Why pay more when you don't have to? For over 35 years, Select Quote has helped people save 50% or more by shopping highly rated insurance carriers. I found a 40-year-old man with high blood pressure, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. Don't procrastinate. Workplace open enrollment will be here soon. Let SelectQuote save you money and get you the coverage you need to protect your family.
For your free quote in just minutes, call 1-800-242-3311. That's 1-800-242-3311. 1-800-242-3311. Or go to SelectQuote.com.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Hey, nacho fries are back at Taco Bell, and there's even more fries to love. But they're not going to hang around forever, so don't wait. Or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. And participate in U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact a local store for hours and participation which vary.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Wake and
All right, it's 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by CBDistillery.com. Look, 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress, anxiety. That's a big number. Maybe you're looking to sleep better. 90% of CBD users say they now enjoy improved sleep. That's an even bigger number. It will help you with fatigue, muscle pain after exercising, physical activity. CBDistillery.com even offers full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions. They're packed with whole-body healing plant compounds and vital nutrients, and you need to check them out at CBDistillery.com. Enter the promo code Bubba. That's going to save you 20%. CBDistillery.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, last night it happened. and I'm not happy with the two of you because you know when a police officer comes up to a wreck, you know they go, what's the probable cause? How did it start? Okay, like how did the wreck start? Was there? I mean,
did you have a wreck?
No, but when it comes to Virgin River, the two of you started it. Okay, the whole conversation, the whole talk.
That's an old show.
So
Yeah,
I
that was
mean,
years
I could
ago.
blame it on Rick because he's talked about it here recently, but it really goes back to y'all. How did it start?
That's old stuff.
And it's the two of you. And last night during dinner, we sat down, and a lot of times we'll go, "Hey, what do you want to watch while we eat and hang out?" And sometimes we don't have anything on. Sometimes we do, just how we feeling. And last night it was just the two of us, and so I was like, "What do you want? What do you want to watch?" She's like, "What's this Virgin River about?"
Did you go back to the season 1 start?
Well, yeah. What am I going to do? Start on season 4?
Well, you might.
Not know what's going on?
I would.
Huh? Well, she had car trouble, and the doctor came and picked her up. They didn't even realize
He was mad that she was there.
No, didn't like it. Didn't like it.
His wife set it up.
Yeah. And so,
got a
so
ball.
I guess I'm in. I don't know. I did.
Do you know
announce-
what I blame it on?
You yourself? That would be a mature thing to do.
No, it's the pandemic's what I blame it on.
Yeah.
Because that's when I started.
Yeah.
We were all binging
Yeah,
stuff,
I
and
know.
it started
You're
in
right.
that area.
Ran out of
Well,
stuff
when
to
you put it
binge.
like that, it is
And
an
that-
old show.
yeah.
I get it, but it's new to me,
Dang it.
and it's real to me. You know
You need to
what?
catch up in time for the Christmas special.
Oh yeah.
If it
He's
makes you feel
hey,
better,
he has brought the
he
Christmas
is.
special up about 5 times.
Well, they showed a little preview of it. It looked like it was pretty good.
Gracious.
I still I'm not caught up on it either. I started out hot and heavy on it.
Well, it's got
and I had-
100 seasons. I mean,
well,
I'm caught
good
up.
gracious.
I'm ready. I'm waiting.
I don't know how a man has enough time to watch 4 seasons.
Well, I mean, I didn't watch them all in one setting. I watched them each year. They'd let a new one out. I'd watch it. I didn't let them pile up.
I'm
and then
not
try to
happy
watch
with
it.
you. Not happy with
Look,
either
just
one of
because you
you.
let them pile up, that's on you.
I watched a movie yesterday. I
look at
think
me,
Greg's
man.
seen it.
Got eyes.
I want to say it was on Netflix. Could be wrong. Justin Timberlake's new one, Reptile.
Yeah, I saw
It
that.
is on
It's
Netflix,
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like a good murder mystery.
It was good.
Greg didn't like
No,
it.
he,
Well,
no,
it was
he, he's
okay,
not, he
yeah.
doesn't like it.
I'll tell
He
you
didn't
this.
have that big a part in
Well,
it.
he really didn't, but they had a lot of good actors in it, though.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys you'd recognize.
Yeah. It looks like I watched the trailer. It looked good.
Yeah,
I
it's
liked
good.
it. I like a good murder
Ain't
mystery.
great, but it's good.
Well, I'm sorry, buddy. Just I'm sorry he didn't like it.
I watched that and some Yogi Berra documentary.
What was it on?
I want to say it was on HBO Max, but I could be wrong. It might have been on Netflix too. But it was good. I like a good Yogi Berra. What we don't give credit to Yogi. Essentially, the documentary was created. His great-granddaughter, not great-granddaughter, it's just his granddaughter. I want to say it was 2012, and Yogi's passed away like in 2015 or something. But in 2012, during the All-Star game, they had a vote to bring back the top all-time greats that were still alive, and they voted on it just like they do the All-Star game. And his granddaughter looked at him and said, "Granddad, are you dead?" And he's like, "Not unless anybody tells me otherwise, but no, I'm not." And why are you not out there then? And so she started down this path of going, why is my granddad not considered one of the greatest baseball players of all time? Because his numbers stack up against everybody. And when you see them, caught me off guard.
Yeah,
like I'm like,
never
wow,
heard of
okay.
him that much
His
as a
numbers,
player.
the four that were there, Johnny Bench, Hank Aaron, I don't remember who the other two were, but his numbers were so much better overall than all the guys put together.
No respect.
And so to what the conclusion of it basically is, everybody knows Yogi as the guy that just said a lot of good, funny wisdom, and he was that guy, and they all kind of forgot about how good he was at baseball.
Yeah, that's true.
And
He's a character.
He was.
But more for his off-field stuff.
Yes. And so, but when you look at his, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Like when she was saying that, I thought, here
didn't
goes a biased opinion because you're his granddaughter. I actually thought that. But then when I started looking at the numbers and even Google some stuff, I was like, goodness gracious, Yogi could play.
Oh, yo.
So anyway, so that's what I watched.
That's what you watched?
That and Reptile. It was a nice little television. There was a lot of different stuff going on there. Murder mystery and sports documentary.
Going back to Friday when we left each other, he had his game day shirt on, so you knew the Thompson Warriors were playing. And it was a big one for Central Alabama and the Birmingham market. They played rival Hoover, the Hoover Bucks. And it was everybody's been talking about it. Everybody knows every year, when do they play? That's the question. And so how did it go Friday night? Did you go by yourself, or did you get
went with me and my
little
daughter,
Lee came
my
over?
daughter-in-law was there. And,
Okay, good.
Kelsey. And they a lot of penalties.
A lot of penalties.
Oh, you didn't like it. You wanted to clean it up.
It was 21-3, and then Hoover scored with like 40 seconds to go. It made it 21-10. But yeah, they played good.
And those of you around the country, they actually play where the SEC baseball tournament is at the Hoover Met.
Yeah, that's a weird deal.
I know. They turned their baseball complex into a football stadium.
Yeah, I'll tell you where I won't sit is on the side with the aluminum bleachers. You can't see.
You don't like it.
So I get on the other side and
No,
go
even
all
though
the way down the first base line to the end and just right in the top row, perfect seat.
Okay, even though that's Hoover's side, that's fine.
Technically, not
really.
Are you okay with that setup?
No, I'm not big on it.
Okay.
So
I mean, I am now. I feel better now, but when I used to sit, because I was always the visiting team. When Taylor was at Grayson, they came and played Hoover there.
Right.
And I always sat over there in the aluminum bleachers. You can't see.
All right, so I want to ask you.
So when I found the new seat I like, and the bathroom's closed.
Never seen a football game there at all. I've seen hundreds of baseball games, but I've never seen a football game there. My question is, why do they do it? You have a stadium less than a mile. The high school has a stadium less than a mile from that park. Why do they do it there?
I don't know.
Is it just the seating capacity?
I guess so.
Probably that, and the parking and everything else. I'm not really sure, Helmsy. I've asked that question before, but the only time I've been to a game is going with Greg over the past years. And I think when Vestavia went there and Blake was playing, I went to one too.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but see, the year you came when we watched Grayson, we sat in the aluminum seats.
I do remember that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the year on two-a-days when Rush was there and they were doing when they played against Tim Tebow and them from Nice, they played that at Hoover's.
They did.
Stadium on campus. I think.
They sure did. I remember that.
I don't know why I remember that.
But then they would play some at the. I
don't understand why they do it.
I think you're probably all over that. Just
seating
capacity, the parking. It's easier to get out of.
Once you get on the good side, it's. I mean, I can see really good. It's fun to watch. I'm sure the players like it. It's
you didn't like them penalties, though. I can tell.
Ooh, a lot
didn't
of
like them. Didn't like them at all.
Come on now, you gotta
clean it up. Yep.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere. So is look at there. Adler's ready to go. Fired up.
Rick and Bubba.
Through now a fourth administration, and nobody's come up with a solution. But there's a reason that you see what you think are kids in cages, and you need to understand that. And Obama had the same situation. Now, Obama decided that he didn't want the press to see the kids in cages, or the detention pens or whatever, so he tried to tell the press they couldn't see it. Now, it is interesting that the all-loving press that claims that this president is stifling their job just gives Obama a pass when he wouldn't let them go into certain areas because he didn't want them to see what was happening. I don't know if you know that. That's also withholding the press's ability to report the story accurately. But if he does it, it's cool. But if the current president, who you don't like, does it, then he's evil. We got to get to the point where these things are either good or bad, no matter who the president is or which party's in charge.
And like the guy,
and I say that to Republicans and Democrats. I watch Republicans give Trump a pass on things they wouldn't give a Democrat a pass on too.
And too, like the guy testifying before Congress the other day, that if you are an American citizen and you're pulled over for a traffic stop and you have illegal drugs in your car and they arrest you, your kids are taken away from you and put in a cage, for lack of a better term. That's what happens to everybody.
Well, you're right. And the truth of the matter is your children are being detained because we have to do something with them if you try to come in here.
Until you can figure out what to do with them.
And remember what the ICE agent said. If you are claiming asylum, you go through the asylum portal. You don't get caught in the woods and then start screaming asylum.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Hey, there Trevor Morgan, Love That Way. I want to love that way. So, Bubba, how are you today?
Richard, I am doing very well. Glad to be here. Hope everybody else is doing good today. Just glad to be living here in the greatest country.
Yep.
In a very great time. It's not as great as the 80s, but it's close.
Sure.
And because that was the greatest decade mankind has ever seen. But other than that, I am doing excellent.
Well, we have some markers will be
I'm
going
glad
on.
that Helms likes me.
Yeah. It's,
Hey, getting a lot of that on email. It's not Bubba, our Bubba.
Our Bubba's not the only Bubba in the world.
There's a lot of us
My
Bubbas
gosh,
out there.
hey, be glad y'all weren't working here in the years that Bubba and I did an event with T. Bubba Bechtold.
Yeah. Got confused.
You talk about confusion.
Wow.
Look, Helmsy said that Bubba Watson's a bip to him and not Bubba Bussy.
You're the first person to actually say it correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I understood it.
Yeah.
Look, there's people. I can't vouch for Bubba Watson. I don't know anything about Bubba
I don't
Watson.
either. I don't either.
Just because somebody reads a Bible verse every now and then doesn't mean they're solid. So, but what I'm saying, if you don't believe that, just watch the President last night. But what I'm saying
Rick,
is,
whoever accused him of being solid.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, you would.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Which is
right. Which is the reason why I've tried in learning in my own life. I've tried to caution some of the pastors out there.
That whole narrative amazes me.
You got to be real careful when you start wrapping your arms around politicians, because eventually they're going to burn you. If Billy Graham couldn't do it and he regretted it, you probably can't either.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I don't know him at all. But even let's say he's solid, okay, and which I'm certainly not the judge of that because I don't know him.
And I've heard he is. We'll just say he is. Let's just say he is.
So he is. But even if you go to the Bible, the Church of Acts, the advancement of the gospel, all that. Everybody didn't get along all the time or like each other all the time as far as personalities were concerned.
Hey, Mark and Paul, too.
Yeah, but, and Mark earned his way back according to the last letter to Timothy because he tells him to go get him. So undoubtedly that all worked out. But, Barnabas was mentor for Paul, going to tell everybody, hey, I know everybody's mad at him because he's been killing our friends, but he's one of us now. Barnabas does his job. Well, then he and Barnabas get in a disagreement, like Bubba said, over Mark, so much so they say, I tell you what, not working with you anymore.
Yeah.
But God used that to cover more ground.
Yeah.
So, we don't personalities.
They clash.
They don't always jive. There's people that I like, but I don't necessarily want to spend a tremendous amount of time with them.
Yeah.
There's people that I love, and I say, but personality wise, you're saying, I want to spend some time with you, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time with you. but I mean, that's not.
And I think
that doesn't mean it may. Sometimes it's just personality quirks.
And relationships too. I mean, they kind of wax and wane. I mean, you flow in, flow out, and all that kind of stuff.
But you and Helmsy are
and then you get down sometimes to interest. Like I know there's things that
I'm good with everybody here. I reckon
there's things I'm interested in. That that some people
this is something I don't know
wouldn't be interested in. There's some people that say. Go, all right, if I go spend time with this person, they're going to want to discuss and spend time on things that I'm just not interested in.
Yeah.
So, that wouldn't be all that much fun or enjoyable. But
and I fully
and you and Bubba Watson, I don't know what he did to you, but
I fully admit that I'm that person for other people.
Oh, no question. So am I.
So that's just part of life.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
There's plenty,
and that's why we don't hang out.
100%,
whoever you are.
100%.
Yeah.
And there's people we're going to spend eternity with, and we'll learn to like them. Then it'll be a supernatural experience.
Yeah.
But really, we won't have this quirky. We won't have this. But we won't have this quirky flesh anymore.
Right.
Right.
But in all fairness, you've never hung out with him. You don't know him personally. It's just you're just kind of basing that off what you see on TV.
I said that too. It's one of those things where just following him the golf world.
He's mad about the General Lee.
Yeah. Somebody did email me that.
What?
I
said,
love what people get.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And we are thankful for our time together today. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week, and it starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. Let's unpack another one, people. We're excited about our time together today. Your phone calls, stories from the weekend, from within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. We also got a big announcement that if you were listening to 104.7 WZZK out of Birmingham, you heard us accidentally give you last week. But we'll have it today. We got to discuss that today, too. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsley, they've given you the kickoff hour. 80 Van Adler now joins Team Rick and Bubba, ready for the YouTube experience live and archived today. You can watch us live on YouTube, or you can watch us archived on YouTube on your own time. You can also catch an hour of that on Blaze TV if you're a subscriber. As far as listening only, you got live options, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Our TuneIn app is a live option for you. And then you have the archived option of going back to our podcast channel and catching the audio archives. That is all up to you. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on, strap it on. It's time to play ball.
Let's
Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Buckle up.
She's gone, don't want to see me all alone.
Bubba. How about another week?
Rick. Another week. How about it?
Well, we've got a lot to cover. I was laughing because this old show has always pulled back the curtain and kind of showed you how the old industry how it operates, and there's so many funny things that happen. So we have promoter extraordinaire Shane Quick on the show. He's been on the show before. It's a huge event involving country music that is called Rock the South. They do it in Alabama. People come from all over for it, and we're going to talk to you about that because the tickets going to sell this week. And today on our show is supposed to be the big announcement of the lineup. Now,
that's big, Rick.
Unfortunately, if you were listening to CZK, I believe it was Thursday. Was it Thursday of last week? If you're
they may not know that.
If you're a ZZK listener, well, it's still, but it's it's great for the show. The story is. So if you're listening, we're listening to ZZK. As all country music listeners should, and if that's affiliate, if that you can get that frequency 104.7. We were in the studio cutting the spots that will now announce the lineup after we announce it today. That's what it's supposed to.
Yeah, they're going to run today.
That's the way it's supposed to go. That's the way it's supposed to go.
Right.
Well, for some technological reason that we still haven't quite figured out, when we said goodbye on Thursday at the end of the live show. All the affiliates went into their music or their news talk, whatever they do, okay, because there's all kinds of formats that carry the show. They went into their normal programming that doesn't involve us, except for 104.7 WZZK, and then us cutting commercials was still live on the station, which means here we were announcing the lineup and trying to figure out how to say everybody's names, and everybody that was listening heard it.
Yeah.
So for some of you, you already know the lineup.
Yeah, and that's a little extra. It's something we offer here in the flagship market. Not everybody gets.
A little added value.
And,
right. And I'm so thankful that Greg's mic is off. We've learned that because this does happen from time to time.
Wait a minute. You got to consider it hot.
Right. And
all good broadcasters know that.
And also, most of you probably figured out that I thought the play calling from Tennessee on fourth and short plays was really bad.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so
got that covered.
Yeah, we covered that too. I said it's hard hard to make a first down with both hands around your throat.
Yeah, it is.
But anyway,
Little breakdown there.
Yeah, and I think I even said, "Quit being so complicated. Just run the play." Yeah. But anyway, so all that was part of it. ZZK heard that too. But I still stand by that. I don't mind people hearing that. I probably said that on the Big Show.
Yeah.
Well,
it's true.
Then I did the frantic run down the hall into the studio where Dana is in there. She does middays for the flagship, and she's in there doing some work. It's not her responsibility to switch things over. And so she's doing something on a totally different other channel, programming-wise, just recording stuff in, like kind of we were.
Right.
And I was like, hey, we're on air. She said, what?
Right.
And I was like, yeah. So then she went and manually kicked things off because obviously the trigger didn't work. It didn't take. I don't know why.
She made it very clear when I saw her the next day. She said, I want you to know that wasn't on me.
No, it wasn't.
And I said, look, it's funny. It just gives us something to talk about. We got 4 hours to fill. That'll give us a segment. So for those of you that happen to be hanging around ZZK at that time, you already know who's playing Rock the South. The rest of you, which I think is probably a bigger number.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a lot of folks. You'll hear it on the show across the nation today.
That's right.
So anyway, Shane Quick coming up. Does Shane know that we've already announced it?
No, I don't think so. It was but I
we
started,
dandies, eh?
How about I started getting text when y'all were on, and I didn't know it from some friends of mine. Hey, man, you're broadcasting, and I'm like, what's he talking about?
Right. Yeah.
Then here comes another one. Hey, man, y'all are on.
Yeah.
What? And so then that's when we realized, hey, guys, I think we're still on. And that's happened a few times in the past, but not many.
It happened to me, too. I think my phone, lost battery. I mean, I had that many people screaming because they knew. Oh my gosh, what are they going to say?
Quickly, tell them.
Yeah, and we didn't have Greg's mic on. We were fine.
Yeah.
No. In fact, sometimes that doesn't even help. Though,
no, you can hear him off in the distance. Let me tell you something.
That's not true.
If Greg's having trouble with those that provide commercials, he'll voice it.
Yeah. Well, he talks it out.
It does get frustrating, though, doesn't it, little baby brother?
You got to work through it, right?
Doesn't it get you upset, little baby brother?
Well, it'll give my blood pressure up a little bit.
Well, he's got a little temper.
Yeah.
So,
well, he likes to talk it out. It helps him.
Yeah, that's all it is. Talk it out. Talk it out loud.
So
everybody can hear it.
So later in the show, we will do the official announcement.
That's right.
For
the official one
for the entire country.
For those who weren't listening during that.
So we'll come back. We'll start unpacking the stories of the day. We got all kinds of stuff to discuss, and your phone calls will certainly be part of that too. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. Stay with the website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Check show notes for things you may have missed. And we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because it had nothing to do with why I was frustrated with it. But he said that Bubba Watson had bought a General Lee and removed the Confederate flag from it because of political correctness, and that's why he didn't like him.
Look, Bubba and I were just in his office talking about we got family members that would be upset about that.
The things we decided to be upset about.
I know.
I kid you not. Growing up, I had family members, extended family members. Okay, the ones you don't see every week, who would not buy an engine or buy a lawnmower that had a Tecumseh engine on it.
Wow,
Greg,
that's holding roots from way back.
Greg, now they were straight up about it.
Yeah. Wow. I thought, y'all are joking, right? No, they wasn't joking. Just one of those things they draw a line on. You know?
But I will say this. I mean, in that, I don't care that he took it off if that's true. But if you're going to purchase the General Lee, you shouldn't have a problem because it's no longer the General Lee when you start taking
it ceases to be the General Lee.
If you were offended by that, you shouldn't have bought it.
If you take that flag off.
I think I just stay away.
You know what that was?
I think
it was about
just,
a TV show.
Yeah. How about this? I would, but if you
deeper than that.
But the purchase of the General Lee, it's like you're trying to. I hate to bring up the old what is those things we talked about? We have a whole book of them. These little sayings you say.
Idioms.
I mean, that is the attempt to say it. I want to still have cake on my plate, but still eat it. Yeah. I mean, you can't have both.
No.
I mean, how about this? If you want to stay out of that controversy, you probably just stay away from the General Lee.
Yeah.
The name of it, you gonna change the name?
Yeah. That's my point.
Yeah.
It was about a television show, nothing more. That's all it was.
And so
I liked in the show that I used to watch.
So in the show too, what were they doing? They were taking Southern people and stereotyping them.
Yeah.
And so part of the stereotype would be that these boys would have a car named after General Lee that had the Confederate flag.
And back then you could do that, and nobody had a problem with that.
You know the Duke's boys, they weren't real. They were actors.
They're not real.
They were actors.
The General Lee's really fictional too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump update. Another famous Trump rally last night. Carolina, is that where he was?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Somewhere in the Carolinas.
One of those Carolinas. He's in North Carolina last night. It had all the normal excitement of a Trump rally. And I mean, I'm looking at some of the headlines from this, including him making a side comment that Omar is married to her brother.
Suggested that.
Don't forget that one.
I've heard that. Isn't that how she got in the country or something?
Yeah. So he throws that out. He drops a little language in this as well. We won't be able to play some of that. But then there was actually a protester.
Yeah.
You know, there's always a protester.
Sure.
And what's weird about this protester is his reaction when he gets caught. That's just what y'all are describing to me is really strange.
Yeah, it's weird. He's talking, and apparently it happens kind of behind his left shoulder, somewhere up in the stands. And so he's making a comment or two, and then there's a break, and you can tell everybody that's behind him, their attention moves away, like they're watching something in the audience.
First time in decades and decades, Minnesota, great state.
Thanks. All right, so you can see everybody now. The phones break out. Everybody's like, "Oh, I got to get this. What's going on up here?" So now he turns around and he watches security try to leap over the rail to get somebody.
And if you're going to protest, don't go to a place where people who love this person are rallying.
Yeah. So now they got him, apparently. And it's below the sign there that you're seeing. Something's going on the floor there. They got him down.
Look at people. Look at the people that have a front row seat to
right.
Huh. And everybody, as you hear, is chanting USA as they haul the protester out.
Now he tries to go again, and it interrupts again.
By the way, I keep hearing how much enthusiasm is in the radical left. I don't think they have enthusiasm. They're just fighting with each other. We have all of the enthusiasm.
Now he turns around to the protester. They still ain't got him out.
And there he goes. Look, there's a
Dave Warriors.
He goes home now to mommy, and he gets reprimanded, and that's the end. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, Mom. Didn't mean to embarrass you, Mom.
Now he goes home to mommy.
He goes to mommy.
Sorry, Mommy. Sorry, Mom.
Yeah.
He's unbelievable. So, and then we get to, he takes on.
You know what you forget, too? These got people to interrupt this. It is a sitting president, and the Secret Service is involved.
Yeah.
And
all right, so you hate to jump into bad news right out of the gate, but and Bubba, I know you can't speak of it because it's a celebrity death, but unfortunately, Matthew Perry died over the weekend.
Yeah, I heard that. I hate that. He
54.
was a funny guy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, best known for his role in Friends, but he had several movies he was really good in after that, too.
Right,
and,
right.
You know, just a guy who always struggled. He just really always had problems with alcohol and drugs. And the story today was talking about his life. This is in dailymail.com. Said he had over a dozen life-saving surgeries, 15 trips to rehab, 6,000 visits to AA, and spent over $9 million battling drink and drugs.
Yeah, I don't know that any of you in the audience, I know a lot of you have, but if you have never dealt with someone who is an addict, it's a story as old as time, and there's always exceptions. And of course, we believe in the transformational power of Christ and the Holy Spirit. But as far as the world is concerned, if the person you love is going to rehab, it won't be the first time, and it won't be the last time. Yeah. It just seems they go over and over and over and over and over and over. It really, really takes a hold on them. Now, one of the things that is not clear in this because I'll tell you the thing that kind of shocked my wife, Sherry. She said, 54, my goodness, I didn't realize we were the same age. Of course, she's 53. She said, but we're right there at the same age. She goes, when I was watching that show, for some reason, I thought they were all older than me.
Same.
And she said, but I realize now he was doing Friends at 24 years old.
Yeah.
And she goes, I was sitting there watching that
Same age.
in college, and I didn't realize that they're like our age doing the show.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know. And this says they still don't seem to know. They call him the death deferred.
Yeah.
But what killed him was he drowned in the jacuzzi. But why did he drown?
Correct.
In the jacuzzi is
Yeah.
what they don't know.
They don't know if it was a heart attack or whatever, and apparently heart was in bad shape just due to all the other abuse.
Right. Well, that's the whole living that life put him at risk of other health problems, as it always will. But you know, from what I heard is they didn't find any drugs or alcohol
at the location.
So
yeah,
it you know, we can't jump to conclusions saying he's fallen off the wagon again, and that's what caused him to pass out. But we may find out later that is true.
I still think that's probably some of the cause of it. You know, if not immediate long term. They also I was reading this. I didn't know some of these. They said in 2019 he narrowly escaped death after his colon burst due to opioid overuse.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Well, these drugs, and I know it doesn't seem like that in the beginning when you're just trying to go for a high, but when these things come into your body, they are destructive beyond the I hope I don't do something stupid while I'm high.
Right.
I mean, it's destroying your body,
right? Destroying
your important organs. The organs take a beating on this kind of stuff. The stuff you need to survive.
Mm-hmm.
So sad thing. Yeah.
He turned to playing pickleball as
well. There you go.
As a remedy to help his addiction. Matter of fact, his pickleball coach talked about where he was and how he seemed to be in a pretty good place. You know, staying active, trying to keep his mind off the addiction, and said it was helping.
You know, and that's good, and it just shows you how so many things can be so different when it comes to individuals. Pickleball was helping Matthew Perry not do drugs. Hearing about pickleball makes me want to do drugs.
Yeah, you never know.
See how different it can be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you, Rick? Have you read some of these things where he had these near-death experiences all along? They said he suffered another brush with death at a rehab facility in Switzerland. Doctors gave him a sedative which interacted with the opioids in his system and caused his heart to stop beating. They managed to resuscitate him, but broke 8 ribs in the process.
Good night.
It forced him to pull out of an upcoming movie role alongside Meryl Streep in the film Don't Look Up.
Well, again, if you go to that, it has to give you some sort of indication, and I'm certainly not making excuses. We're all going to be held accountable for our choices, but it does give you some indication for you to try to understand how powerful addiction is, which is why you shouldn't play games with it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're thinking, why? You think Matthew Perry didn't know these things were destroying his life?
Yeah, of course, he wanted to quit.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
I mean, think about the things Bubba just read. You don't think all of those are wake-up calls?
Absolutely.
But it's still it just comes back and gets
tough.
You know how a broke rib hurts. Anyway, and how painful. Right. Imagine 8. Just them doing that, trying to resuscitate you.
Right.
And, you know, at the end of Friends, the last few years, he was making $1 million an episode.
Hello.
Yeah, they all stuck together and were like, okay.
They were all making $1 million.
Yeah, they were like, let's all, nobody jump out of line.
Yeah.
So we'll hold our own. You know?
Yeah.
And they did. They all got it.
He loved Batman, called himself Matman.
Good.
See, that's
Speedy, you keep bringing that up. I was trying to
wished you
move
wouldn't
past
have.
that.
Yeah. Just letting you know.
Right.
Like that was his last Instagram post.
Well, and I know we were talking about it a little bit in the break, and this isn't a story as old as time, but the great thing about stories, even when they're tragic, is there's an opportunity for all of us to hear this story and say to ourselves, okay, so apparently when someone's asking me to do drugs, maybe that is a very dangerous thing and a road to go down because of stories like this. We also are learning, so if I'm even making $1 million an episode on one of the most popular sitcoms of all time, apparently I still can't find peace because I'm looking for alcohol and drugs to give me an escapism from what? Being incredibly liked and incredibly wealthy. So apparently that doesn't do it. Apparently that doesn't do it.
Right.
And that's the reason why we talk about this supernatural peace See, when you see people that go, well, it seems to be that things are going poorly for them, but they don't run to alcohol, they don't run to drugs, and they're not destroyed by it.
Yeah.
So what do they have? See, maybe we should look to those people and say that's what I want, because they have a supernatural peace that this other bunch can never seem to find. And it's not a new story, sadly. I mean, we've heard it over and over and over again.
And Rick, you're not just talking celebrity. I mean, Matthew Perry, that whole staff of Friends, the cast of Friends, he couldn't go anywhere in the world. He wasn't recognized, and do anything.
Apparently,
so if you when you lay there in your bed sometimes at night, you're thinking, struggling paying the bills, tough decisions to make. If I just had more money, or if I just was more successful at my job, or however you're playing that out in your mind, you had a guy that had it all,
Yeah.
And wasn't happy. He still wasn't happy.
Right.
So wasn't satisfied.
All right, Rick. So Keith Morrison, the Dateline guy that you do, he's been his stepdad since he was little.
I did not know that.
I didn't either till I saw that picture
Mm-hmm.
of him going under the police tape. And usually he would be doing that, investigating a story, but I had no idea he was his stepdad.
Yeah.
Matthew Perry, one of the most successful actors in TV history. Who's his stepdad?
I mean, that's him.
You might be surprised.
That's crazy.
I did not know
that.
His
real dad, he's one of these guys, when you see his picture, you go, yeah, I've seen him in movies. He was never a superstar, but he was an actor. And he was in that one movie with him, when he marries the Mexican girl.
Oh.
Fools Rush In.
Yeah.
His real dad played his dad in that.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I saw what's his
Pretty
name,
funny
Keith
movie.
Morrison.
So Danny
is that
Vincent is his daddy.
You see him in all kinds of movies, you just don't shoot it.
When I saw the picture, it was on Daily Mail, of Keith Morrison holding up the caution tape and going under it, I thought Dateline's there investigating.
Of course.
That's what I thought it was.
Sad stuff. Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They do things a little different than the local sheriff. That guy, you probably won't see him for a day or two.
So then he goes after, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I honestly cannot pronounce the first name of Omar. Does anybody know Omar's first name? How you say it?
I think he's just sticking with Omar, Rick.
Okay. But Trump goes after Omar and Ocasio-Cortez and calls them members of the squad. And then he doubles down on the, they need to go back where they came from or something.
It's actually the crowd starts chanting, "Send her back."
It's very similar to the "lock her up" chant. Rick.
Yeah, it really is.
The meter
It's
the same.
But that seems to be the better chant this week.
And importantly, Omar has a history of launching vicious anti-Semitic screeds.
Face.
And she talked about the evil Israel, and it's all about the Benjamins. Not a good thing to say. So that's Omar.
Yo.
That's Omar.
Yo.
And by the way, many other things. All you have to do is press the right button on your beautiful screen, and you'll see thing after. You didn't hear this over the last 2 days, though. Did you hear anybody talk about that?
So and then he makes.
Is this where he's going to refer to her marrying her brother?
Yeah, when does he make the little side comment? She's married to your brother. I don't know. Somebody said.
Somebody said. You know how he does.
Throw something out.
Somebody said.
I don't know if it's true or not. About being married to her brother. Of course, you know what that spawned, don't you? Articles after that, showing pictures of her husband and her, and it just. I mean, guys, this look. It is a time in history that will be talked about. Of this is the deal when you have a large portion of the country that get to the point to where they realize, and I certainly understand that this country was headed in the direction of just becoming another mediocre
socialistic. Let's leave capitalism. Let's demonize it. Let's give up freedoms under the guise of fear. The government is growing and out of control and is the answer to problems. We shouldn't be proud to be Americans. We should be ashamed of being Americans. And there's momentum out there of American citizens that said, you know what, I'm ready for somebody who will come in here and communicate and talk the way we talk on the job site and at the workplace that believes what we believe about the country. Now, that's the key. Now, there's certainly, some people are trying to, I think, make Donald Trump to be the voice of certain things that I don't think he is the voice, and that is, but what he's doing is allowing the spiritual freedoms, especially from Christians, that have been slowly but surely taken away, and the freedom of religion and expression and some of the things that have happened. He's a person that says this shouldn't go on and is trying to give those freedoms back, and you kind of need to leave it right there when you start trying to act like that he's somehow, this big voice of Christianity. I don't think you want to give him that kind of responsibility. Last night, another case reason why. But as far as allowing the environment where those of us who are people of faith feel like we have the freedoms that are given to us by the Constitution, sure. But I think there's just people that are saying, look, enough's enough. And even when people with R's by their name would get authority, there's people who says, well, you're getting there and you're just letting them run all over you. The left, you're afraid of them. You're afraid to be called mean. You're afraid to be there. You're more afraid of being called mean than to do the right thing. And we're ready for somebody to come in here and do whatever it takes and speak frankly about these issues and fight back against a political force in this country that a lot of Americans think is detrimental to the country.
You're talking about spineless leadership.
And so Donald Trump, with all his flaws, they look at and say, at least this guy is speaking frankly, and he really is.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show to try to get you a better night's sleep. You know, one way you can get a better night's sleep? Have a mattress that's customized for you, the way you sleep. You tell them whether you sleep on your back, on your stomach, on your side. They take note of that. Whether you like a firm mattress, you like a medium mattress, you like a soft mattress, they take a note of that. And they ask you, they have models that are for big and tall. Is this for a kid? And they put together a mattress customized for you, just like Greg and Lisa Burgess. They got theirs. They've been sleeping on theirs for years now. They ship it right to your door, and then you have 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure that you love it. And Greg, y'all still loving yours?
Oh yeah, I didn't take 100 nights. I knew it immediately.
How quick?
You know why? Because I told them how I like it, and they made me one just for me.
Takes about 2 minutes to get that information to them, and when it comes to your door, there's no charge for the shipping. And if you love it, which we know you will, you'll keep it. If you don't, they'll take it back. You can save 20% right now by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You also can find a link at rickandbubba.com if you look under the sponsors button. Mm-hmm. All right, a couple of things from I want to say. Now, I got some emails over the weekend from very angry NFL fans, some of them saying something that is not a truth. I can't believe you didn't warn NFL fans about Beth Mowens. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
We most certainly did.
That's why you cannot miss a show. I mean, you have to be on top of this show at all times. Yep. We can't be held accountable for a warning that you missed.
That's right.
Now, if we didn't do the warning, sure. But I'm telling you, they were people going, look, I just got blindsided by the Titans-Falcons game. I just got blindsided. I said, well, you shouldn't have been blindsided because we gave the warning.
Right.
We cleared college fans, and then we warned NFL fans. And I'm sorry that happened, but it's not on us.
It's not.
Yeah. So just make a note of that. You were warned. You just missed it.
Yeah.
And then, we have Speedy that has taught us about secondhand embarrassment, and he really struggles with it.
He's the king.
Yep.
And then we have a friend also, Andy Blanks, who from Team Man Church, that says he may be another level of on secondhand embarrassment that may exceed Speedy's, because I've seen it.
Really?
It's incredible.
Worse than Speedy's?
It's pretty bad.
Speedy will run.
Yeah, well,
Huh?
I saw Blanks get up and leave church one day because a guy couldn't figure out how to come in on the song. He got up and walked out. He said he couldn't sit there and watch it. So, and he said that those that are in the camp of secondhand embarrassment, that national anthems are a level 5 out of 5. He said that secondhand embarrassment people, anytime someone gets ready to sing the national anthem, they struggle, and they struggle immensely. So I'm looking at a text on the way back home from the deal we'll update you on last night, and I started getting a text apparently from Andy. I didn't know what had happened.
Sorry, Andy.
And he's claiming that Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
No.
Cut 11, Rick, if you want to.
Wait a minute. They asked Flavor Flav to sing the national anthem.
And
what were they
thinking?
thinking?
He doesn't even sing, does he?
I didn't think he did.
The quote from Andy, he says, "I'm sweating. There's sweat on my forehead as I type this text." He said, "I don't even like talking about it." So I
don't know. Okay. There he is.
So this is before the Bucks game. Is that right, Adler? And who picks Flavor Flav?
Milwaukee's
I thought he was like the hype man. He's not even the main rapper.
Right.
Doesn't he just go, oh yeah, and all that?
Dare we do this to America? Hasn't America been through enough? So
it's not good, guys.
Let it rip.
Do I have to stay in here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yes.
can't wait to see it.
Yeah. You know how they do that therapy where they'll put spiders by you if you're afraid of them? You got to get past it. All right. So,
The singing of the Star-Spangled Banner performed tonight by 6-time Grammy Award-nominated rapper and artist Flavor Flav.
Oh, no.
He's nervous.
You okay, sweetie?
No.
Oh, say, can you see?
Oh, boy.
By the dawn's early
I'm sorry, America.
light.
Why so slow?
That Boy Scout's like, what's happening?
So proudly we hail
So slow.
at the twilight's last
Who approved this?
Fire whoever booked this.
Whose broad
Look at faces.
I can't look. I can't look at people's reactions.
and bright stars.
Guys, this is up there with some of the worst.
He's almost Carl Lewis.
Almost.
It ain't over.
Do y'all want me to continue this?
No! I want to hear every word of it.
Well, I'm going to hold the flat note.
So y'all are even bothered by it.
We're so gallant.
Look at the players.
They're
Look at
laughing.
the players.
The players are
I
laughing.
can't look. I haven't looked one
Bubba,
time.
the players can't even hold it together.
And the
Oh, no.
rocket's red flame.
This isn't real. This isn't real. This is a Saturday Night Live skit. It's not a real game.
He's snapping, too. Have you noticed?
Does he think he's
Look at
owning
him
it?
snapping his fingers.
Does he think he's owning it?
Why?
He has no friends, by the way.
Does he know what time it is?
Or he does.
Oh, y'all missed that.
They could have played half the first quarter by now.
Why?
I feel bad for the Boy Scouts.
Give out.
The kid in the glasses can't believe it's happening.
Star Spangled Banner yet wave.
Does he think he's owning it?
Yes. Out of breath.
Are they cheering because it's
They're
over
64.
almost?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
applauding because it's near the end.
Land of the free
Nailed it.
Oh.
and the whole
No, no.
He thinks he owned it.
He does.
Why?
First of all, maybe the longest version. Rick, I'd like you to add that to our.
Why?
You
Is
know,
it Tuesday yet?
Goosebumps.
I'm so sorry, America.
Rick, to quote from the movie Goon, which is about a hockey player, and somebody did the Canadian national anthem, the announcer, when they finished, said that was damn near treasonous. And I feel the same.
Why?
I'm going to say this, and this is a big dilemma, guys. This is a would you rather, that or gobble gobble song?
Oh, gobble gobble all day.
I actually go with
Oh,
this.
I want to hear this. I
go
want
with
to hear
this.
this again.
What?
'Cause I can at least be entertained by this.
That's it. I'm with
yeah.
you. Now it's a little long.
Yeah.
I thought
3
Leanne
minutes.
Rhymes, hers was long. This
Both
is
are
really
painful.
long.
I want y'all to know I didn't
listen.
look one time at the TV.
Let me
Not
tell you.
once.
But I want to know how many people had to sign off on this.
Right.
First of all, just friends go, hey, buddy, you're a rapper.
It's
It's
worse-
not really your thing. We can't rap the national anthem, so let's let someone else do it. But the people with the Milwaukee or whoever the crap it is, what were they thinking?
It is Milwaukee.
Yeah, this is just not his genre. you
Greg,
know?
Greg, that was not
Well, and
Milwaukee's
that's why I
best.
think
No,
this
it
is
wasn't.
worse. This is worse than Carl Lewis because he should know better. He's an entertainer.
See,
That's true. He
Rick,
should
I don't
know what his
think-
role is.
I don't think we would enjoy Mick Jagger doing the national anthem either because it's not his genre.
I would
you
agree.
know,
I'd
it's
like to
just
see him
not-
give it a run.
I
though.
sure would. I sure would.
And I'm not
would
up
like
on
to
all
see
the
that.
hip
He
hop.
couldn't sit still and sing it. He'd have to prance.
But with Public Enemy, Chuck D was the main guy. He was the guy behind it going, oh yeah,
Right.
and all that.
Yeah. What
you know?
was he, Greg?
Oh
The-
yeah,
the
oh,
guy
yeah.
who did the okay.
What? You know, stuff like that.
Hey, all right,
Come on.
Here's what I don't understand. Now I know that now I'm getting into conspiracy theories. Okay, that was so bad and so obviously bad, and everyone would expect it to be bad. Back to everything everybody said. Approved.
Right.
Okay.
Somehow.
Is it possible that it was meant to mock America? That somebody said, "Let's
No.
put this idiot out there."
No.
This is
You know what I think? I think
because
somebody.
there's no respect for the anthem to put that out there.
But did
I think
anyone
there's-
not listen to him sing?
I think
and go,
there's pressure to get a big name to do the
so many
national
games.
anthem.
So many games.
And there's what? I mean, there's just hundreds
So
of games
many
they got to
games.
do, right? So,
Yeah, but Flavor Flav, I mean, ever since that show he had went off where he dated everybody, Rock
yeah.
of Love
Love.
spun out of
to
it.
The flavor of love.
they want to be able to put out a big name in the press release to, make a big splash. And I guess it's just limited how many people they can get.
Do you think,
Well, why does
to your
Flavor
point,
Flav think he
Bubba, do
sounds
you
good?
think somebody said, all right, I'm looking at our list for the season. You got to be kidding me with Flavor Flav. And somebody says, look, do him in October. Get him over with. That nobody cares about basketball yet. Nobody's really watching yet. Well, I'll tell you an example in the break of what they did.
I thought it
I'm
was
not going to do it on the air
inspirational.
because it'll be revealing. too
Yeah, I
much.
did too. I was so patriotic,
thought it
I
was
got
just-
to crying.
I'm signing up for the Marines.
Well, it would be the few. All right, we'll come back.
And not the proud in this case.
Your phone calls are next.
Good night, wow.
On any topic, questions, comments, 866 We Be Big is our number. And we will take your comments when we return, right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Thing that I talk about a
He's
lot.
transparent, Rick. You have to say that.
Yeah, well, whether you agree or disagree with some of his tactics and behavior, that's over here. Of course, the left's told us we should never worry about that if the person just get the job done.
Right.
But suddenly, all of a sudden, they care about behavior, which is bizarre. But anyway, I don't think they have any credibility there. But I will just say this. I'll give him this. I don't like meetings that should have been an email. I don't like people who talk about problems and then don't act. This person, he acts, and he's communicating the message, especially when it comes to more of a patriotic. This country has been great, and there's a reason it's great, and he's a free market capitalism guy, and I think for the most part is a maximum freedom guy. There's some areas that he still thinks the government should do things that the government shouldn't do, but he's still a little too much big government for me. But I'm back to the founding fathers. The Constitution says the government does this and they shouldn't be doing anything else. But he came along at the right season, and he certainly is. What he's doing is he's
the bulldozer, Rick.
He is not licking his finger and holding it up in the air to see which way the wind blows.
No.
He's playing to his supporters solely.
Yeah.
And he's not trying to win over people that he thinks he'll never say anything they're ever going to agree with.
True.
And frankly, I mean, if you're just looking at it from strictly a political standpoint, it's kind of foolish. You better figure out who you are and say this is what we want to do, and this is how we do it, and this is how we win. And the Democrats have been doing that for a long time. They know how to talk to their base, and they finally have run into.
Rick, you mean dog whistle? You know what you do with the dog whistle? You call a dog.
That's it. Yeah. And he's also playing the role of, if you're in a fight, try to frustrate the opponent to where they'll lose their minds and not think clearly and do stupid things. And he's certainly doing that too. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our very own Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba, YouTube producer, content provider, as he's out and just general good fellow.
He looks like a trucker in this shot.
Yep. Now has made his way to Greg's mom and my mom's bad list of his behavior.
She didn't like his song.
But we're going to try to see if we can. He's on the road.
Yeah.
Somewhere. There we go.
Look. Hey, Adler.
Rick and Bubba, what's up, guys?
Got his cap on.
Look at him.
He looks like a trucker.
He's so happy he's in that thing.
Did you pull off on the side of the road, Adler?
I did. I seem to be getting service in one of the few places in Wyoming I can get service. I'm going to unplug. Can y'all still hear me?
Oh, yeah. Sure can.
Oh, he's getting out.
He's going to show us the ride.
Yes. We actually.
I feel like we're watching Neil Armstrong on the moon.
Yeah, things look great here. Let's see that thing.
Check it out, dude. So this is the 4x4 van.
Uh-oh, it was better in the vehicle.
Rocking.
Okay.
We can't.
All right, you were better.
Tires on this bad boy.
Yeah, you were better in the van.
Y'all see that?
Oh,
Yeah,
look at
Adler, Adler, maybe you can shoot a clip of video and send to us.
Yeah, well, he did. He sent a video of him driving.
He's looking good now. He's moving around.
Yeah. Don't move too much. There you go.
Now we got you good.
All
there it
right,
is.
look at
That's
it.
Adler.
Look at that thing.
Well, Adler, how do you like it? Is it everything you thought it would be?
Oh, it's amazing. It drives really, really well. I can fit in a parking spot. Y'all, this thing is so awesome. Some of the electronic components I'm having a hard time with, but I'll figure it out. You know, it's all part of it.
Now, is it? I mean, does it have a problem, or you just don't know how to operate it?
I think it's operator error.
Can you take us in the van and show us around? Yeah. Okay, great. Because I want to go back to the bedroom.
Speedy. What?
Strange place to start.
No. I mean, I just
long trip, sailor.
Yeah, well, I just want to see.
So
where's the toilet?
I can hear that. Bell. When you ring that bell, I can hear that bell.
I love it.
We're talking to Eddie Van Adler. He's live in
Got all
Wyoming.
kinds of storage up in here. You know, I'm going to go make a food run for groceries before we hit Yellowstone.
Right.
And I can't get that cabinet open.
Yeah.
But anyways, here's all the...
control panels. Yeah.
It's got solar. It tells me my battery and tank levels here. It's got a hot water heater in the furnace. It's got an inverter. It's rocking. AC...
Minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. If you are familiar with the gigantic country music festival called Rock the South, they do it out of Sweet Home, Alabama, and they've been doing it for years. Shane Quick will be with us today. He's the promoter, and he'll give you 2024's lineup, and tickets go on sale Friday. So that's coming up later, and wow, what a lineup. I mean, people come from all over the country, so... it's the type of lineup that will make that a destination location, no doubt. All right, to the phones we go, 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Paul in Alabama. Paul, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. That national anthem y'all just played, it wasn't bad. There's a cop in Chattanooga that's viral. It was bad. This is a Speedy crawl under the desk bad.
Now, you're not going to say that Flavor Flav was not bad because it was. You may say it's not as bad as that one, but you can't say that's not bad.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is very true.
Thanks, Paul. By the way, good phone, too, by the way. Let's go to Bob. Bob, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, so Flavor Flav's national anthem was bad, but to me, nothing tops when Fergie sang a blues version of the national anthem, and then her husband demanded that everyone apologize after they made fun of her.
That was a rough one. Matter of fact, one of the people that were commenting on Flavor Flav before I ever heard it today used the Fergie example. They said worse than Fergie. So they thought worse than Fergie, but you say maybe as bad as Fergie. The Fergie thing was really uncomfortable, but this was just bad. You know, it's one thing for it to be a bad arrangement, for it to be a bad.
Right. Yeah.
This was just bad.
I think she just made a bad decision on how to arrange it.
I have not heard everybody on this show sing. I've heard most everybody sing. And I think I can say this with zero reservation. I believe everybody on this show, everybody, can sing the national anthem better than Flavor Flav.
Rick, I did have one time sung the national anthem. You may remember when I was in first grade.
Yes, I keep waiting on you to do it
I think
again.
it was better than that.
Yeah, I think you could sing it better than that right now at the Bucks game. I do. Let's go to Steve in OXFORD. Hey, Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, that was so bad. I saw Mexicans going back across the border. Hey, they don't have that for Rock the South. It ain't Rock the South.
Oh, that's good, Steve. That's a good one, bro. That's what to be on top of your game early on in the week.
That's right. I mean, that's a Thursday line right there.
Yeah. I agree. Kenny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd just like to say that took me, listening to Flavor Flav took me back to a painful time when I was a child. My mother had to give me an enema.
Gracious. You won't forget that one. Nor will Mama, by the way.
No.
Renee in Tennessee. Renee, go ahead.
Not good for anybody, is it?
Good morning.
Hey, Renee.
Hard to follow that one up.
Yeah, it is.
I was just wondering if I had missed y'all's discussion about the burial movie.
Well, we did discuss it, but are you saying like when I gave people the warning and now I can openly talk about the entire movie? We haven't done that yet. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen it yet, Renee?
Yes.
Okay. So you're clear, too, for me to just talk about it as much as I want?
I'm good. Yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, did you enjoy it, Renee? Did you like it?
Well, I did until I saw all the language.
Well, yeah.
Without all of that.
Trying to find a movie with no language is not easy. I'll tell you what.
You'll be up late, won't you?
Sherry and I went to see The Blind finally this weekend, the Phil Robertson story. That was fantastic. As a matter of fact, I'll talk about that later. Their whole presentation they put together for the theater experience on that is really, I give them props.
Okay.
Let's go to Dwayne. Dwayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Listen, that national anthem was terrible, but the worst one I've ever heard was Roseanne Barr.
Yeah, but you know, the Roseanne Barr was different, and I'll tell you why. Because she wasn't trying to sing it well. It was disrespectful, and she tried to do a comedy bit, and you just normally shouldn't do comedy with the national anthem.
No. Yeah, that's not the place for that.
Yeah,
one.
but that I don't put that in any of my categories because you can only be uncomfortable. You can get mad at what Roseanne did because she's coming out not taking this serious. But the thing that makes you uncomfortable is when someone thinks they can sing and they try to sing it like what we just experienced. So the Roseanne was a different thing. That was just a bad decision. But she was not trying to sing it well. She was trying to be funny, but it wasn't funny because when you disrespect the national anthem, it makes people very angry. Yeah, it's not really the place to do a comedy bit.
No.
Let's go to Reagan in Georgia. Reagan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I just wanted to talk about the national anthem.
Okay, Reagan, go ahead.
I thought that Flavor Flav was sour.
That's good. That's great. The audience is out of the gate quick this week.
And good phones too.
I'm so proud of you, Reagan. I just love it. Well done. The audience.
I mean, this has got a Wednesday, Thursday feel.
Can I warn the audience though? Let's not peak too early. Careful. This has got a burnout feel to it.
Look.
Pace yourself down.
Floor it. Let's just go. Go while it's hot.
To Scott in Alabama. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about an experience I had. I'm the type of Christian that I sort of jump beside the fence every once in a while. I do believe in God, and I have been baptized. But when I jump the fence, I'm going to end up hitting the barn probably.
Yep.
But one thing I want to tell you, I was offshore working. I was on a stacked rig. That means it's not working. And there was only 4 of us out there. We had to keep the lights on and keep one engine running. One night I sat there and prayed in the room. I was worried about something. I said, God, if you're real, prove it to me. And I kept praying until I started crying. And there's a flash of light that come by, and I tingled from my toes to my head. And I said, God, if that was real, do it again. And the same thing happened again.
Wow.
And then the question I have is, my great aunt told me I was blessed with the blood of Jesus, and I'd like to know what that means.
Blessed what now?
With the blood of Jesus.
With the blood of Jesus.
I don't know your aunt, and I don't really know what she meant by that. But no one is born redeemed, so it can't mean that because we all must repent. Once we get to the point that we know our right hand from our left and we can understand good from bad, there's no one that says, well, I don't need to be redeemed, except maybe one time Donald Trump said he may not need to be, but that he didn't need to be forgiven of anything. But and hopefully he just made a bad statement on that. But none of us are redeemed just because we were born. So I'm not sure what your aunt mean like that. Now, if she means that you were anointed and that God has plans for you and when he brings you to redemption, you will do great things for God.
That's right, Bobby.
Yeah, and if she meant that, then and that's probably what she meant. But I say if God has spoke to you and has called you and revealed Himself to you, don't waste it. Get in the Word of God and understand what He's called us all to. And then in your life, get real specific to what He's called you to. But we're all called to be disciples and make disciples. So I would start there. And I would first of all make sure I had it right, that I was justified, and then I would start the sanctification process, which would include your obedience to what He told us all to do. So Scott, I hope that was a big moment for you and God, and you're never the same. Thanks for the call. Top of the hour, we'll be back. We got more stories coming up from the weekend. We'll get some more of your phone calls before the day is done. More stories from around the world. When the Rick and Bubba show continues, it's top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's your A right here.
So many of you that listen to the show, watch the show, you also are subscribers to Blaze Media. Now, if you're a subscriber to Blaze Media, then you already get Blaze News as part of that subscription. But if you're someone that has just been going to blazemedia.com and catching all the articles that the team there writes, and Glenn Beck and all those that host shows there, we're part of the Blaze team, excited about that. There was a time when that was free to you, but you had to deal with all kinds of advertising and pop-up ads. And Glenn Beck, and we played it on the show, says Blaze Media is declaring their independence from big tech ahead of the 2024 election to ensure that they can keep bringing you and me the truth no matter what. He said, look, we're done playing this game because the big tech people go out and they use their algorithms to try to make it difficult to get to the content that Blaze Media is providing. Therefore, advertisers also see these small audience that are an illusion, and they're realizing that this is not sustainable. So what they're going to do now is they don't want to be held captive by any advertiser, by any big tech company. So now it's going to subscription, and it's not a lot of money. If you would still like to have access with no one between you and Blaze, then go to blazemedia.com. Here's how you go. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. And big tech censorship, that problem will be gone, and you will be paying a few dollars a month, and you have access to the content that you want. Again, subscribe.blazemedia.com. You can do that now. Subscribe.blazemedia.com. Stay informed as we roll to the 2024 election.
Uh-oh. Never mind.
It's all right.
Uh-oh. We've lost contact. I think that's complete lost contact there.
Yeah. Well, hey, step back to where you had it.
Top.
Okay. Yeah. Don't move the phone around too much. It's freezing when you do.
screaming at him.
Okay, well, I'll just stay here. But yeah, there's the kitchen back there.
Okay.
And then there's
Can't
the
see.
bed
Oh,
back
okay.
there. There's
Oh,
the bed
there
back
There you
there.
go. There it is.
I can hear the bell. I can hear the bell.
Why is there a part of me when he first stepped out wish he'd left it neutral?
Oh, yeah, I know. There you go, Adler. That looks good.
We got you. Hey, Adler. So.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raising it on
you're
up.
Raising it up. Look at there. We up.
Wow.
We're in the air now.
Look at that. We float. We're on a magic carpet.
Now, why do you? Let me ask you this: why do you need to raise it up that high?
Extra storage?
So it's for storage. Like you can fit a canoe back here, guys.
Oh,
wow.
Canoe.
We need that.
Oh man, how excited are you?
Greg, I heard you sarcastically say canoe. I heard you sarcastically say that.
Adler, have you heard about Greg visiting with our mom yesterday?
Rick,
Say that again?
Rick wants to know if you heard about Greg visiting with their mom yesterday.
No, I didn't hear that. I actually was able to catch a lot of the kickoff hour on YouTube, but it's been real spotty, so I did not hear that.
Look at this.
Are you standing in front of a dinosaur?
That is funny.
I dare you to get on the dinosaur. Get on it.
That's funny.
Oh my God.
He is going to get on it.
Oh, wow.
Look, he's on it.
He is. That's good.
I hope somebody calls him while he's on it.
I wish says, "Hey, get off that."
Get out that dinosaur!
That's good.
Listen,
Yo,
kid.
Wyoming is very pretty. I mean, we got some really sunlit hills. There's a train going by. Who doesn't love a train? Come on.
Is that an old Sinclair station that has the dinosaur on it?
Yeah. That is Sinclair.
Rick, speak
You're
up
right.
to here because that's why.
Yeah, we used to have them here.
What are you
They
talking
give away the little
This
dinosaurs.
mic is what's picking
Hey,
up.
Adler, what's the temperature? Is it cool there?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's gonna get probably 879, I think, today.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's
That's good.
fantastic.
That's good
That's
stuff.
it.
I almost went with you just for the temperature.
By the way, I'm very dry. Like, my lips are dry, my hands are dry. Well, I forget how humid it is down in Alabama and how much that contributes to me not having to put on chapstick every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I did when I went to Colorado back in February, I think, and my nose started bleeding in the middle of the interview from how dry it was. Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, it's dry, but it's beautiful, and it is all. I got my dinosaur friend with me, so everything's great.
All right. Well, look, it looks beautiful, and I hope you have a great trip. And I mean, I'm sure it's all going to come together. There's not any moving parts at all.
No.
Should be good. Should be fine.
And the rest of the family's already there, and they're waiting on you.
They are. They hit a little bit of a snag. Erin's my wife's older sister. She's flying in from New York City, and her flight got delayed, so that's messing us up a little bit. But only about 4 hours of park time missed, so we'll be good.
Okay, good.
All right, buddy. Well, I hope it goes great for you. I hope it's a great camping experience in beautiful Yellowstone.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you so much. And Helmsy, I don't know what your problem is with Bubba Watson, man. That's not
Here
cool.
we go.
Oh,
Love you, Ed.
hey, what I was going to tell
Love
you,
you, buddy.
Hey, our mom's mad at you because the song yesterday about Greg.
Yeah.
It was a sweet song. It was very fitting for who Greg is.
Well, I got news for you. Nana didn't think so.
No, she's mad about it.
I'm sorry, Nana. I'm so sorry, Nana. I'm so sorry.
All right, have a good trip, buddy. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to talk about as the old show rolls on. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, I am glad to be here, and I'm so glad that all of you are here.
All right, so we know the kickoff hour. They got into sports a little bit, but that's been a while ago. And you and I, Bubba, everybody wants to hear us weigh in on sports because of our expertise. So, looking at some of the things
can I say this?
Yeah.
Some of the people who are on TV on national broadcast picking the games, we beat them.
That is correct.
Have you seen some of them's record?
Oh yeah, it's not real good. But I guess that one of the biggest games over the weekend, Oregon. This is college, Oregon and Utah. So not even a game. Oregon runs away with it, and I didn't see any of that. But that's not a bad team that Oregon beat really bad. Yeah, 35.
Oregon's really good.
Yeah. So
Big Bo's having a good year.
Big Bo's having a good year. Good for him. And it's still in the running for the Heisman. That'd be big.
Oh yeah.
Oklahoma. We saw them struggle the week before, and then Kansas took that struggle and beat them. And Oklahoma, as you said, Greg, in the kickoff hour, seems to have the same problem they've always had. They just don't play defense. Are they ever going to fix that? Well, I mean, I know you can't make defensive players come to Oklahoma, but are they ever going to fix that?
Rick, it's so strange for that because we grew up in the day of the Selman brothers and all of that when they did play defense.
They're playing better than they have. See, Lincoln Riley took the bad defense with him to USC.
Right.
Because
I
they're
guess
terrible.
so. Yeah, I guess so.
You know what I'm saying? They're doing a little better, but because, again, when he was there, and he's doing the same thing at USC. Wherever he's at, his defenses are horrible.
Rick, do you remember the name of the Selman brothers that all played
Leroy?
defense? There was Leroy. Wasn't there one named Dewey?
I don't know.
And I don't remember the third one.
Yeah,
Before they were handled there for a few years.
Yeah.
I did see Kansas take the
remember how good they
goalpost
were?
down and walk some of it to the water.
How about Kansas?
They were all fired up.
They're not bad. Let's not forget
pretty
that.
good.
They've gotten
And
a
I
lot
don't even
better.
think they had their starting quarterback.
I even thought about that when that game was going because the way they played last year and the way they're playing this year, I thought Oklahoma right now is kind of – I wasn't bold enough to call it.
Yeah.
But I thought, man, they're kind of staggering around a little bit. Kansas, it wouldn't surprise me if they beat them.
Yeah.
Please took them people riding that goalpost down. Look,
the goalpost thing. I've often wondered, does everybody ever get hit in the head with that when it comes down?
It seems like the mob could find something else to attack
Right.
other than that.
Yeah.
You know.
So also over the weekend, I didn't think they had a chance. I really didn't because they're just not playing very well. But the fact that the best football player in the country in college football was not playing for Georgia, I thought maybe that might
could be an upset.
That makes their offense.
That'd be a nay.
Well, they got a lot of other offense players.
It's not a one man
Be the
show.
most complete game they've played so far.
Yeah, you're right.
Because they had to use everybody.
Yes.
And defense played well. So that was
Not good news for Missouri.
No.
They're 7-1 and all happy about it. But
Right.
guess what?
Yeah. And of course, remember last year they played them down to the final second, but Georgia remembers that, so they won't take them lightly now. And then Ohio State continues winning, beat Wisconsin. That's also a good team. Beat them by 14. Any other things?
Well, this is a special week because we have the AP poll out, and it's the last week the AP poll will matter.
Right.
Because we go to the official playoff poll this week.
Yeah.
And so if this was the official playoff poll, you have Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Florida State, top four. And then what, next year? So when we start the 12?
Mm-hmm.
Is that next year?
Mm-hmm.
Florida State's real.
Yeah.
They sure
they've
are.
been good.
They sure are.
Clemson, wow.
Yeah.
Not real good.
No.
Not real good. Quarterback struggling.
Right.
Not real good.
A lot of the top four here, really 5 or 6, are going to kind of play itself out.
Yeah.
With
You have-
the conference championships and stuff.
We have the ones looking in, and they'll be in play. Washington at 5, Oregon at 6, Texas at 7, Alabama at 8, Penn State at 9, Oklahoma at 10.
Don't overlook Ole Miss right there at 11.
And Ole Miss at 11.
Yeah.
Coming in
They still
at 7-1.
I feel like 11 and in somewhat control their own destiny.
Yeah, I agree.
Who did Ole Miss lose to?
Alabama.
Yeah.
But see, Alabama has LSU, so they're the one that really doesn't control their own destiny.
You're going to find out.
But they still could get in.
In this LSU game, I'm telling you, the Alabama staff, they're coaching their butts off. Because
They sure are.
By their own standards, I've said this already, this is not one of the premier Alabama teams, and them having them at 7-1. Yeah. And if they beat LSU this week, keep an eye on the Tide. They're putting it together as the season rolls on.
LSU at number 13 is the highest ranked team with 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
So the voters still think they're a pretty good team. If they were to lose and go 6-3, they would be. There's nobody else in the top 25 with 3 losses. So this is really a make or break game for LSU.
I know that. I mean, I don't follow it as close as I should to make a prediction on this. So it's just from what I know in general. So I acknowledge that. But who do y'all think is the second best team in college football? Because we know who the best team
Oregon.
is. You think Oregon?
Yep.
You don't believe in Michigan?
Nope.
I can't. Not. They always burn me.
I think Florida State. Yeah, I have to agree with that right now. Let me ask you this too, because I know they play a different schedule, but Air Force is sitting there at 8-0.
Yeah.
Do they run the wishbone? What do they run?
They do, but they're not
kind of come
aerial
out
attack.
Yeah,
they really do.
Do they throw out of it?
I saw them throw a bomb
the longest in the history of the school.
Yeah, in the Navy game, and I was like, wow, that looks weird.
Yeah,
but they're not afraid to throw out of it.
I mean, they're not kind of winning. Everybody they're playing, they're beating. 3-4 touchdowns.
Speaking of throwing, Rick, cut 15 is Colorado State getting a penalty because their fans are throwing snowballs at Air Force on the sideline, and they actually get penalized.
Yeah, here it is. I saw that, and I'd also like to ask Colorado State what uniform that is you have.
Yeah,
on.
I know.
But
I know.
What rule is that?
I love
snowballs from the stands.
I love it. Was an unsportsmanlike.
Yeah.
I love an unsportsmanlike call about snowballs being thrown at the other team. So here we go.
For the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on the Colorado State bench. Will the audience please refrain from throwing snowballs? It will continue to cost Colorado State.
Now, important to note, there was a warning in the first half.
Okay.
We were handed a note.
He didn't know who to put it on.
No.
He said the sideline or the fans.
So Colorado State usually has the
What
ram
was that on
helmet,
there?
right?
Well, first of all, they're green and white.
Yeah.
What was that about?
It looks
Not
like
even
the
their colors.
ram.
Yeah, they're green and gold.
They're green and gold. It's not even their colors.
But let me
That
ask you
was
this:
blue.
What was that circle?
It's just
It's a C with
It's on the
something. Was it a
Colorado
C?
flag, I think.
Okay.
I think inside the circle.
kind of like Maryland does, all that crazy.
Got it.
Yeah, but that uniform doesn't remotely reflect even the team colors.
They're gold and they're gold and green.
I don't know what that is.
I got to figure this out.
Yeah.
I say conditions like that are fun, aren't they?
I just love throwing snowballs.
I'm not
Air
sure
Force.
who to put it on, but yeah.
I think what the
what are Air Force? What do they call what they run?
Falcons.
Is it the flex bone?
flex bone.
Yeah.
Look like the flex bone.
They all went to that.
I was. But you can tell you could tell him thinking in his
People really
mind.
love the bone.
What he was thinking in his mind was, okay, if the fans need to be called out, that would be unsportsmanlike on Colorado State's bench. That's right.
So he can't control his own fans, so that's on him.
Yeah. That's like when they get the penalty for the band.
Yeah. He didn't know how to word it. You could see it was coming out. Okay.
And he didn't want to say snowballs because he knew he was going to get on a reel like this.
Right.
Penalize if somebody throws snowballs.
And he's also really cold.
And
his mouth's not working.
Had no
right
idea
now.
it was this cold in certain areas of the country.
Right.
Had no idea. I was oblivious.
He's so cold.
This time of year in other parts of the country, it's normally. It can
I know, but I guess I got caught up in my world, and it's not here.
Well, tomorrow your world's going to change.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a little windy and
You
breezy.
couldn't tell it yesterday, boy. It was beautiful yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, College Game Day is in Tuscaloosa this weekend for the LSU game.
Oh, yeah, you got to be. Man, that's appointment TV right there.
Of course, Corso wasn't there this week.
He wasn't?
They said he had
Said
a
it's
family
issue,
situation.
yeah.
Okay.
Which means he was sick.
Craig.
All right, we'll be back.
What's that?
866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which one we
Rick,
do?
let's look at the bicyclist who decided to make
good.
a run
Faceplant?
from police.
I love this. Everybody loves a good face plant. Is this a total package, or we need to set it up?
Yeah, set up.
All right,
set
so-
up. I mean, it's pretty simple, though. A Florida man fleeing police on his bicycle had his own issues when a passerby started videoing and captured him face planting and then being tased. Now, the face plant is him, looks like he is trying to go from the sidewalk and then jump the curb, the elevated curb, onto the grass and maybe get to the main road. But it doesn't go well, and he goes over the handlebars. And the way he hits, I got to tell you, I think he's hurt. I mean, I'm talking about bad.
I'm trying to figure out what he actually was running, why they're after him, and it just says that he's getting away from the police, so we don't really know what he's done.
but he's fleeing police on a bicycle, and it goes horribly wrong.
It does,
Yeah.
and again, the footage is something that's being videoed from a car, so it's a little shaky at first, but you'll get the gist of it.
Look at this, guys.
I have not screened the audio here, Rick.
They listen to us.
The bike
You mean cut the audio?
is running from the police. Go, buddy, go!
That's a full-blown face
Y'all, he's
plant.
hurt. He's hurt, y'all. You see he's hurt.
He tries to get up and goes, I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, they got the taser out. Oh, look.
You don't.
I think he's hurt. I mean, I know he got tased too. I get that.
Yeah.
But even before, okay, we're good. It's bleeped out.
Did somebody scream "tase, bro"? In there?
Yeah, I think so.
I
Let's
thought
hear
I
that.
heard that.
me, bro.
Here we go.
I thought I heard that.
This guy on the bike
Oh boy.
is running from the police.
Right here,
Go, buddy,
fame.
go!
Yeah, I don't know if the tase was necessary after that.
I mean, he's disoriented right now.
Did you shoot him or tase him?
Get tased, bro.
You're getting tased, bro. Look at big fatty right
And
there.
here they come. Now the cops are all around him.
me, bro. Don't tase me. I didn't do anything. Ow! Ow!
They see the video.
I'm looking over and over.
That is a Rick. But what are you thinking?
put some music to this, Rick.
One, you're running from the police. Bad idea.
Right.
Two, you're trying to ride a bicycle over a curb that looks like it's 6 inches high.
Yeah, well, Bubba, I'm probably not. Yeah.
Right, I'm not a genius, or I would have been running it again.
Shoulder, but still, man.
Do you think the tase was necessary?
No, I think he was disabled
Look,
anyway.
I mean,
let me tell you something. I'm going to say it again.
He's like, keep breathing. You could tell he was on all fours trying to find himself.
Yeah, he was no threat.
Look, the song says it all. I fought the law and the law won.
Yeah. Oh,
They
yeah.
piled
You're
on
right.
him, didn't
Boy, that's a true song.
Yeah,
isn't it?
boy. Crack that and no good deed goes unpunished are two things you need to apply to your life.
I wonder why he was chasing the guy on the bicycle. What did he do?
I don't know. He had a slew of them after him, so he must have done something bad.
But here's the thing: once the police want you to stop, stop.
Yeah. You don't flee on anything, but you're not going to a cruiser. You can't get away from a police car. An automobile. I mean,
Yeah.
It goes back to all these chases. How do they think it's going to end? Do they think they're the one that's going to get away?
Rick, do you think he thought if I jump this curve and get in the grass, they can't follow me and they won't get out and run?
I'd like to know a percentage of, because I guess some do, and in westerns it happens a lot. But I mean, of course, that's a movie. But
Westerns.
But
You're entering westerns into this fact.
how many people fleeing the law get away?
I don't know. It's not high.
And then they come looking for you if they don't catch you in that moment.
Oh yeah.
Then everybody eventually finds you over at your mama's house or somewhere. You know, I mean, it's like once they're after you, the best thing to do is just stop and see if you can't work your best legal case to minimize the punishment.
Yeah.
Because the more you keep running,
it just gets worse.
Now people are going to shoot at you, tase you.
Rick,
you
how
crash your bike.
How does the song go?
I fought the law and the law won. Hey, I'm cracking rocks in the hot sun because I fought the law.
and the law won. Don't fight, Rick, don't fight the law.
No, never.
Let's back up.
Look,
back up. Don't fight the law.
Do what they say and follow instructions, and you don't have anything to be concerned about. And then you'll have your day in court, and then if it turns out you weren't involved, you'll be cleared.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Things that are going on this week out there in Rick and Bubba land. I'm excited to get a chance to actually preach at my home church this Sunday. If you're in the Birmingham area or coming to Birmingham, Valleydale Church is our church. I'll be preaching both services this Sunday as our pastor is on sabbatical, and honored to get an opportunity to fill in while he is getting a much-deserved rest. So if you are in and around the area and would like to be there this Sunday, would love to see you there. There's 2 services. You can find all that
at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So, Bubba, we did not do what we have to do. Two things we have to do when we're looking back is we haven't had our Colorado update because of Coach Prime, and we haven't talked to you about the Vikings. The big stories over the weekend. So apparently Colorado was beaten by UCLA, and I know 13, we have that cut. But we also, you said it, we have the other son had an illegal hit.
He had a hit, got threw out of the game, and I wanted you to see the hit and get your thoughts.
All right, let's start on the hit. Is that what you have ready first, Adler? All right, let's look at that first. All right, here we go.
Tight end coming across.
Excited about this hit, but in the new rules that we've been dealing with for the last 5 or 6 years.
They said the crown of his helmet hit the face mask,
It
but
looked like it was a shoulder.
But he was
hit,
trying to throw the shoulder.
he was. You're right.
So I guess
is there a wider shot of that with the announcers calling it as it happens, Adler? I saw another shot. It was a little easier to see what was going on.
Okay, so is this the one here? Yeah, that. Well,
I think he's going with the shoulder. And
I think
his
he's trying to lead with his shoulder, and his helmet gets in the way.
Yeah.
That's basically what's
kind
going
of what
on.
happened.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's happening so fast. He got
It was not an intentional crown of the helmet. It just happened to be there because of the way he threw his shoulder.
Yeah, because the problem is when you're trying to say, okay, y'all want us to throw our shoulders, but we're wearing helmets, and it's kind of hard to keep my head out of it. The process of lowering your shoulder does what? It also lowers your head.
Yeah.
It's impossible to lower your shoulder unless you want to be in a position to be separated,
and honestly,
without lowering your head.
So what does he do there to make it legal?
Nothing.
Go up and wrap it up?
The problem is the receiver caught it and turned upfield, and his helmet was now in his face.
Yeah.
If that's not the case, if it's right there, it's fine.
If he could have just been a fraction lower in that helmet, not hit the face
or
mask,
wrap him up.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, that was a decision that was a little bit controversial during the game. There was a debate.
By the rule, sadly, that is a penalty. Yep. Now him being thrown out, is that automatic too?
Yeah. He was tossed.
But is that
so? I guess
in college it is.
Yeah.
If it's targeted, you're tossed.
He's tossed.
Okay.
In the NFL, not.
Yeah.
It's just penalty.
So Deion Sanders also was interviewed after the game, cut 13.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, which we all have noticed with the team. I mean, this team has got a long way to go.
But boy, they've come a long way.
They've come a long way. But boy, when that offensive line cannot protect QB, and you start playing good teams, and UCLA is a good team this year, boy, you got problems. And so here is Coach Prime talking about trying to overcome that issue.
Really do.
Coach, you mentioned the coaching aspect of it as well.
Yes, sir.
Specifically with the offensive line, I mean, what has to improve in that aspect besides from
The line has to improve. It ain't no aspect. The line has to improve.
Coach, we talked about run pass balance a lot.
Yeah.
I think it was up until that last drive, you had maybe 7 carries with running backs compared to like 34 passes.
Yeah.
How much of that is a struggle for you guys right now?
Well, it's a struggle to run the ball. It's a struggle to run the ball. And we got to figure that out, because now you're one-dimensional, and it's easy to stop a team when they're one-dimensional, and that's who we are at this point in time.
Could follow up on that? Could being able to commit to that, you talked about one.
Commit to what?
Running the ball. Could that help?
I think we committed to it on a first down, and we was 2nd and 15. Those are the type of things you don't want to do and get behind the 8 ball. First downs are so vital. First downs are everything. I mean, first downs are, when we held them statistically on first downs, it was hard for them to move the ball as well. And when we're getting negative yards on first down, that's a tremendous loss. Because now you know you're going to throw the ball on second down, and they're calling their defenses pertaining to that loss.
I just asked that in terms of the big picture, trying to keep Shador upright, healthy, overall.
The big picture, you go get new linemen. That's the picture, and I'm going to paint it perfectly.
And the good news is, the way college football is set up, by next year he can go get a whole new offensive line.
He can.
The problem you have, you're going to have to go. It's the same problem all the startup pro leagues have in the spring. Great offensive linemen are secure where they are, and nobody wants you to have them. And they're getting treated really well, and they have a great job. And you're not looking for disgruntled offensive linemen. If they're disgruntled because they don't think they're playing enough, you're getting an inferior offensive lineman. So that's trying to get the good ones. That's not as easy in the portal, because there's
The people who
They're
have
taking care
good
of
ones really want to hang on to
Yeah,
it.
they do.
Can we stay in the pack? Did y'all see this protest? USC and Cal were playing. We referenced that game earlier. You know, normally when somebody runs on the field, they get tackled. We've seen some of those. I mean, Alabama, the last game. Did you see that security
in an
guard?
empty stadium?
Yeah. These protesters, I think, supporting Palestine, came and ran on the California logo at midfield, and nobody knew what to do.
All right. So is that them sitting there now?
Yeah. And just stop the game.
Does that? But if
Hey, good security. Let everybody get on. Like
if they're protesting,
I mean, that's like a whole bunch of people.
You can't
How
even
did all
tell.
of them get in there?
That's security.
How do I know what they're protesting?
I think they had some signs that they would.
What'd you say? Never mind. Don't go to it. Okay.
You know what it is.
Okay.
They had some signs or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. They got ripped.
See, security guards ought to be out there punching them people, making them pay for
Bubba,
it, dragging them off.
You made the point. I understand one person getting on the field. How does 30?
I mean, this is like a bus.
How did 20 get on the field?
I
don't
I think they had some help on the inside.
That's
there.
right. Yeah, double agent there.
Bubba, I hope you're happy.
Now, in what way is that?
So
Well,
Kirk Cousins season
two
ending
wins in a row.
season ending Achilles tear.
Yeah, I hate that for him. I really do. That's
sounds sincere.
You have
no, I really do.
Somebody
I don't
let the door
wish
hit
that-
him on the way out.
I don't wish that on anybody.
And then Speedy says that Nick Mullins is hurt too, so you're down to your third string quarterback now.
It could be ugly. That's for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they just had a couple of good games. So
Hope you're happy,
I hate
buddy.
that.
Yeah.
Were you thinking?
I didn't call.
You
for
wished
Kirk
it
what you
Cousins.
wish for.
You didn't like him. You said it.
No, I don't think he is the top level money that
Well,
they
you
were
made that
paying.
clear.
him.
Now you've torn his Achilles up.
Yep.
But
Well,
I
good
don't
thing, Bubba, his career's
Now
over.
I do think he's a very good guy off the field.
Sure.
And wish the best for him. And
he's got
he's
dirt
in
now.
he's in a tough place with a contract year and all that. But I don't wish a torn Achilles on anybody.
You were not as sad.
Maybe Hamas.
You were not as sad.
All Hamas folks.
Right. You were not as sad until Speedy told you that Nick Mullins is not available. You thought you were about to get to see him play. You thought you had something.
Got his cell phone number. Thought you had
Right. And
Well,
Unless he's had it changed.
I was
will.
excited for him
Right.
to get to play and to step into that role. And you know, he's had a good career as a backup, and this might be a good opportunity for him to step up. We've had some other quarterbacks. You know, the guy for
Purdy.
the 49ers, and then the guy at the Bears has come in, and he's really done well. So, you know, maybe that would motivate him, and he could have a breakthrough.
And
season.
Washington's had about 3 or 4 they've been rotating
Right.
that
I
you've
think-
never heard of.
I think Nick is back in a couple of weeks. So he's on 2 more weeks. He's on the hour.
Yeah, they're
they
kind
got
of
to hang
hurting
on
right
for
now.
2 weeks.
we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Updates from the weekend coming up when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did something, and then you'll be punished, and maybe you can minimize that and get your life back in order. But
Just avoid behavior, areas, and people that will get you into that situation.
Last guy I saw on all fours like that couldn't breathe was Kyle Maynard. Got you down, Greg, and you couldn't move.
That hurt.
Yeah.
let me tell you,
about like that.
and that policeman right there that's like overweight, those are the most dangerous policemen out there because they don't want to run.
Yeah.
So they'll do whatever they got to do to get you
down on
stopped. They will. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Airbnbs have become very popular, and we now have a unique opportunity in celebration of National Hot Dog Day.
He's coming for you. Attacking the Wiener Man.
Oh, I'd love to be an Oscar Mayer wiener.
There we go.
'Cause if I were an Oscar Mayer wiener, everyone would be in love with me.
Would you like to stay in a giant wiener? You can. It looks like Oscar Mayer is making the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile now officially listed for 3 days, August 1, 2, and 3, $136 a night. You can stay in the Wienermobile.
Where is it going to be parked at?
It says it will be parked in Chicago.
All of them are parked there?
The one you can stay in. 27 foot long, There are hot dog mobiles that travel the country. This one you can stay in. We'll be parked in Chicago because that's Oscar Mayer's hometown.
Which one is it, Rick? What's the, they all have names.
It doesn't.
It just says one of the
Discovery.
And
Is Discovery?
it's during Lollapalooza too. So
oh baby,
Be ready
so
for
I'm gonna
that.
be at Lollapalooza and I'm going to Chicago. I hope they don't park it near where everybody gets killed every weekend.
No.
So that
that.
that would
Probably different.
They did say they had one issue that Anthony Weiner keeps taking pictures of it and sending it to people, but they have they've removed him from the area. He's not there anymore.
Carlos Danger.
Right. Hey guys, Anthony can send me a picture of the Wienermobile. What's his problem?
How about that welcome package?
Yeah, so
Did I see that?
Yeah, you get you you can grill. You can grill. They've got you a refrigerator full of hot dogs, right?
Sun's out, buns out.
That's right.
Welcome package.
that's right.
Yeah, that's funny.
You got your
I'm just
refrigerator
reading the
full
story.
of I'll just say hot dogs that you can enjoy, a rollout grill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You got your little package there.
Swag.
What
Get
is
some
it?
attire.
Got you some shirts.
You get
dog shirts.
I love this term, Bubba. You know
Dog
what you get
whistle.
to wear? Hot dog related attire.
Oh boy.
You know,
There's
one
a
of
funny hat involved.
one of them's named Yummy. I know that's the name of one of them.
Yeah.
What's the names of them?
Staying yummy for
I have
one
no
night.
idea, Bubba. I do not know the names.
Fantasy.
No,
those are cruise ships. I'm sorry.
Wow, scared me.
All right, here's how it's listed. The Wienermobile's Airbnb. It's posted by the duo currently driving the Wienermobile around the country. Alexan Dog and Jack and Bacon.
There it is.
That's what they call themselves. They said, while traveling the hot dog highways, we've seen some franktastic people. Oh, you know I love this kind of
plays
stuff.
on words.
You know I love this kind of
Rick.
stuff.
Spooktacular.
Hey, Greg, come by and see our knives. They're a cut above. I hate stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway,
play on words.
And I'm not even going to read it. It's so silly, I won't even read it. But it just says that, and they say we can't wait to meet you, and they spell it MEAT. I mean, they're zany, aren't they?
I mean,
Hey, is Coco driving this thing? But
Is Nick in there?
What is the names of these things? Surely they got them listed.
Bubba, why are you so why's that got you?
Well, I want to know the names of them because they were funny.
One of them's Discovery.
Spirit of St. Louis.
One of them's Frank.
But look in there. Do y'all want to stay in there?
Comfortable.
That's just a van. I don't want to. I don't want to be in a.
Which one of them's Jack and Bacon?
I got to tell you, I do.
But
That one's out.
Look, you take some pictures, you have a little fun with it, and it's a memory you have. You know,
And you got some swag.
But do I have to sleep
got
in
the
it?
swag.
$136 a night. Am I sleeping in it?
There's nowhere to sleep.
Yeah, you're sleeping. I think they're taking those seats out and putting like beds in there and all that.
You don't.
I don't want to stay.
Well,
Make that
it's
up.
pretty obvious. Well, guys, look,
Making it up.
look, guys.
I know.
Everybody, look at the
Just one
look at the
night.
Wienermobile.
But what would I?
What do y'all think?
You can stay August 1, 2, or 3. Let me say this: how do I sell you on all the things involved in this? First of all, I got to get you interested in sleeping inside a giant Wienermobile.
Can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, all right, well, I kind of like Oscar. It might be zany. Where's it going to be parked? Chicago. What? You're going to park me in a giant Wendy in Chicago with my hot dog attire and my rollout grill and a bunch of hot dogs in Chicago? I'm sleeping in a vehicle overnight in Chicago? Here we go. 35 minutes past, another day, another week, and we are glad that you are here. So if you're driving right now and your automobile is not under warranty, you're a little anxious, Well, yeah, you are, because what you're dreading is, is that a light? Did I see a light on the dashboard? Oh, that's $1,500 right there, probably. Oh, I got to get something checked. I don't have warranty anymore, so I better get ready to write a check, swipe that card. Or straight cash homie. But anyway, carshield.com/Bubba is standing by saying no need to be anxious. No need to be anxious. Just get a protection plan. If it's a covered repair, they will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly, whether that be the dealership or maybe a place you just trust, okay? Now, they'll also offer, and you can look at the different protection plans. They start about $100 a month. There's one for every budget. And you can look and say, I think I want the towing too. I want courtesy towing. I don't have to worry about that if my car has to be towed. Ooh, 24/7 roadside assistance. Yes. Rental car options, so that's handled, yes. So then you can drive and go, I hope my automobile doesn't have an issue, but if it does, I'm no longer worried about it since the warranty's gone. And you can get yours now by going to carshield.com. Carshield.com. Use our code Bubba. If you use our code Bubba, you're going to get 20% off. So do that right now. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. And then that will get you the 20% off. Carshield.com/Bubba. That's the same link we have, too, by the way, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Active weekend, Bus. So had a great weekend and had an opportunity. I told you that I saw the movie The Blind. We can talk about that later if you want to, just that whole experience. But on Sunday, I had the pleasure of actually going somewhere on Sunday morning and then again on Sunday night. Sunday morning, thank you to the folks at Valley View in Leeds, Alabama. Excited and praying for the future of that church and glad that our church has kind of adopted you guys for a revitalization, strategy. And what wonderful people. And I just loved being there on a beautiful Sunday morning. And thanks to all of you that said kind things about the show and came from some different markets just for us to be together. That was very kind of you and had a wonderful time with you guys. And then Sherry and I went, met her. She was coming home from church from our Sunday school class and everything we do at our home church. And then we went out to beautiful State Park and did some walking together on another beautiful day. And then I'm going down to Clinton and to speak at Tommy Lee Norris Church, and they're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, okay? And we all know the signal, right? I look, and it was fine that Tommy was calling me on Sunday afternoon because, he's got to deal with me that night, and he's probably just checking in. Right. So I don't pay attention to it. I was even going to do a text, hey, man, I'm with Sherry. We're out here walking. I'll holler at you here in a little bit. All good for tonight. I knew what I was supposed to do and where I was supposed to be and all that. So all of a sudden I get another call, and I go, 2 in a row, and I say to Sherry, how you feel? How you feel about me returning this call? Because it may be something to do with whatever. And Tommy's just ecstatic, and he said, "I'll tell you what, brother." He said, "You can tell tonight's gonna be special." And I thought, wow, Tommy, I'm not sure that this warrants a 2-caller. And even though I'm glad that you're excited, he said, because you know why? We just had to shut the church down, got an active shooter down here.
What?
And I said, active shooter? And I said, so are we canceling? He goes, no, it's fine. It's all been resolved and everything. He goes, but the fact that there was an active shooter down here, I figure it's going to be a big night tonight. And I was like, okay, Tommy, thank you for that. And, thank you for reminding me to be sure that I'm armed. So anyway, and I will tell you what, though, if you are some sort of active shooter and you're selecting soft targets, a men's event in Clanton, Alabama is not
You'll be
killed so fast. How about this? You may not even disturb the food line.
Right.
So anyway, when you're dealing with men's ministry, it is a unique little thing. And I've always feel so bad, Bubba, for people. They try so hard. And what they're always wanting to know is for men to give them some idea how many of them are coming.
Right.
Well, men aren't going to do that.
So hard.
No. Men are not going to do that, okay? So they're trying to feed everybody, and they need to know how much food. There's no charge for anything. But you like to know how many are coming.
Yeah.
So the link they had for men, no charge, just to say you're coming, there was 125 people that went online. And so then Tommy said, so I planned for 200.
Okay.
Well, the only problem is over 300 came. So we were jam packed. So
a lot of RSVP.
So listen, no, this is what you'll love. So part of Team Man Church in this particular trip was Andrew Varvutis. He was going to help with some of the resources and be there, and then Jack Areco, who you've heard his great testimony about involved with the show, and he likes to go on some of these, and he has an incredible testimony that I told you guys about, and remember reading his email on there.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so here I am, which is bad. What do I say? Hey, we're gonna get to eat tonight. I said, good thing about going these men's things, baby. When they got the grills out, it's gonna be serious. And so everybody says, nobody's eating, have they? No. Well, we're gonna eat there.
Saved up.
I said, matter of fact, we're gonna get there an hour early so we get to eat. Then we'll be ready.
Yeah.
And we were all like, man, we're just all fired up. We're headed down there. As soon as we pull up, Tommy's face, he looks as wise as a sheet.
Oh no.
He goes, hey, we don't have any food. And I said, Tommy. Huh? And he said our food was gone 45 minutes ago. And I was like, Tommy, and
you called me on the other,
right? Did you
didn't tell me to grab a burger at Jack's on the way in?
How about and first of all, being the person that's going to speak, you have to move on. Yeah. But the sad sacks that are with you, they're like, "Wow, we got a bum steer for Burgess." I mean, that's it. We can go eat. I mean, it's like there's so now let me tell you what's funny. So of course, we're like Barbudas and I are like, "Wow, so we're not gonna get to eat." So we have to move on. We have to let it go because we got more important things to do. All of a sudden, I look up and Jack comes walking by and he's eating a plain hot dog. He goes by me like that. I said, "Did you find something?" He goes, "Found a hot dog." And have ketchup, have nothing on it. He's just eating the weenie. And so, by the way, I noticed something. Does this surprise you guys? Just food for thought, since we talk about food a lot here. It by all appearances, and see if this is not. I don't think this is surprising. There's some people that are a little bit different, but I've noticed if you take two giant tins, those old throwaway tins, and you have a tin full of hamburgers and a tin full of hot dogs, everybody eats the hamburgers. The hamburgers always go first. So have we decided as men that we'll always pick hamburger over hot dog?
I think so.
I do.
Yeah,
it's pretty standard.
Rick, I think hot dog is always the second round.
That's what I mean.
It's like a finish up.
Even when you say, "What are we cooking out?" you go hamburgers and hot dogs. You always say hamburgers first.
No, you know what you do.
And kids always go hot dogs first.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I want a hot dog.
One of the big questions, and last night was just, I cannot applaud Tommy and all the people there at Clanton First Methodist for the job they did. They did a great job networking, letting everybody know. They had a great crowd. It was a powerful night. The praise and worship band was fantastic. It was all just first class and really well done. And we saw some incredible testimonies last night, it just involving the whole strategy and how it's working. There were churches there that were already doing it, encouraging other churches they need to do it, men getting right with God, and it was just incredible. And so, but one of the things that a lot of people had on their mind, since it was in Clanton, would Gary show up?
Yeah.
And
did he make it?
So, of course, no surprise here. No surprise here. So I pull up. Everybody's talking about the food shortage, okay? Everybody's talking about the food shortage. Walking out with a plate with everything is Gary.
Of course.
Hey, where y'all been? We've been eating. And I said, yeah, that's what I heard. I heard y'all ate all of it. Well, I mean, you should have got here earlier. And he goes, you want a bite of my hamburger? And I said, no, Gary, I'm not going to take a bite of your hamburger. and so,
sure, Gary, get him wearing sleeves.
What do you think he said next, Bubba?
Hey,
everybody's asking me if I brought my turkey calls. And then all of a sudden,
that was a bad combo last time he tried it.
Just because I wanted to watch him struggle, I said, Gary, why don't you introduce me? You want me to get up there and introduce you? You know, it's Gwen's birthday. I don't know if I can stay. And I said,
so you just came to eat and leave?
Did you just come to eat? Well, I mean, everybody kept telling me, pressuring me that I should be here, and you kept asking me if I was going to be here. And I said, you in Clanton? I mean, I should be here. This is where I gave my life to Jesus. And I said, yeah, you know, you made that clear when you fought the pastor in Louisiana. Yeah, I mean, this is my first man church thing since that happened. I said, well, yeah, if you get in a fight with the pastor at a man church, you won't be invited back.
No, normally, no.
So here is Gary attempting to introduce me, and watch him. He gets his hand in his pocket again.
Oh, no. Does he?
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, so look.
Y'all sit down. Y'all don't get around. I'm not going to sing one tonight. I just really don't feel like it. But, you know, I went about 2 or 3 years ago, I got on the jet and flew to South Louisiana with Rick. And after that, Rick said I couldn't go back. Got in a fight with a preacher down there. But
look
anyway,
at the pocket.
I didn't realize he wanted me to introduce him tonight, but he is a true friend, and I respect him a lot. Rick Burgess.
There he is. He got on that pocket.
We had to get back to his plate of food.
Never saw Gary again after that.
There he went.
He was gone. Hey, Rick Burgess.
I don't know what he's looking for in his pocket, but I hope he finds it.
Well, I don't know.
Hope it ain't his car keys.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We'll talk with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on. Will I even stand out?
Yeah.
So,
Bubba, you found those names yet?
No, I haven't. Now, do you realize they have one that's made on a Mini? They call it the Wiener Mini.
That's yours, isn't it, Greg?
I'm not. They even have the Wiener Rover.
Yeah.
I'm just reading off their website.
All right, I got to
They have
know
the
right
Wiener
now.
cycle.
Oh, they're mini.
Would
They
y'all
have the
stay?
Wiener
would y'all-
drone. They have the
would
Wiener
y'all stay
drone
there?
too.
The Wiener drone.
no, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't
that
pay to
small
stay
one called
there.
again?
If he pulled it up out here and said, y'all got to stay here tonight, I would.
Yeah.
You're asking,
But I'm not paying to do it.
Yeah,
that's
going
what
to Chicago.
You're asking me to pay for it. Now, if somebody wants to pay me to sleep in it, then now we're negotiating.
Yes.
All right, it's at the farm. You pull up, and Gary has it and says,
Hey, look at this giant weenie.
You can drive it anywhere.
Frankly, Gary's already said that to me. But no,
I was about to say that.
we were grilling. We were grilling down at his place.
Clearly.
But no, I'm not getting in it. Why would I do
getting in
that? I would go into the house and sleep in the bed. Is what I would do.
Right.
I don't like sleeping in weird places. Call me strange. I like going to places and enjoying them. But when it's time to go to bed, I just want to be in a normal bed. I want to be in air conditioning. I want to be comfortable. I don't want to sleep on dirt. I don't want to sleep in the woods. I don't want to sleep on gym floors. I don't want to sleep in vehicles.
but this is his new hunting lodge. This is what he's going to sleep in to hunt.
Hey, I mean, I made it nice. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to be in the Wienermobile. We all got to ride in it one time. It was fun.
Yeah,
How about
it
this?
was fun.
I hate to tell you this. It's been checked off my list. I've done it.
Yeah, I really don't.
If somebody
I don't
pulled
even
up with a
wanna ride.
Wienermobile right now, you know what I'd say? I've already done that.
I've done that. I've rode that ride.
Yeah, I've been in there. No. Now all you're doing. You do realize that I'm taking Frenchie to see Gary today. You don't just hit me. He's certainly going to prank Frenchie.
Oh, yeah.
Rick,
If
tell
he can
him,
get this Wienermobile, that'd be
tell
awesome.
him you need to not be pranking.
How do you
Rick,
say
his
prank
English
in
is
French?
not good enough that you're going to be able to warn him.
How do you say prank in French?
Is he weenie?
That's what I'm saying.
You better figure
What did
that
you
out.
just say?
Is he weenie?
I don't think that's how you say it, Rick.
Say it.
Is he weenie? Bonjour weenie.
That's not it. No.
Did you say bonjour weenie?
Yeah, he did.
That's hello Wienermobile.
There it is.
That's how you say it in French. You like a hot dog, Green?
Oh,
It's not my favorite.
Yeah.
I like a good dog.
I like it all right.
It's not my favorite.
I don't want just some old plain old hot dog. Somebody pulled out of boiling water.
No.
Boo.
Boiling's better.
Rick and
They're
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Speedy, you continue to try to get your home sold, and you're it's an upside down, and realtors. Can you imagine?
Is it still coming soon?
And we're
Upside down.
Yeah.
Well, you just your life in general.
Your life's
Oh, my
upside
life
down.
upside
Yeah,
down.
your life's
Yeah.
upside down.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
That's my question. Is it still coming soon? Or
Today
is
it's official.
well,
Today.
I mean, dog, maybe you'll get some action.
Well, but Speedy, if I was choosing, how would you like to be a realtor with this job? The infamous L.A. home where Charles Manson's family slaughtered grocery chain owners Leno and Rosemary. Is it
LaBianca?
LaBianca. This is when they went on their killing spree in 1969. And can you imagine where they killed these people is for sale for $1.98 million.
Who's been living in it up to this point?
I do not know. It's only 1,655 square feet, but it sits in an upscale neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
And they say,
Rick, of all the houses in California, I mean, I'm
Right.
generalizing here.
Sure.
I'm going to try to maybe stay clear of the ones that have had a mass murder in them.
just, if I can find.
I mean, I'm not saying that's how everybody should be. I'm not saying that's the rule. I'm just saying, for me personally, I think I would skip the one where we have had hellish murders killed of multiple people.
You know what? I think that makes as much sense as your views on snakes.
Yeah, thank you.
It just seems like, well, you can't really argue that people would, if they had a preference. I don't want to live in a place where a mass murder took place.
Some weirdo will buy it just because of that.
Well, it says that, based on the neighborhood, $1.98 million is a good price. And it says it has a stunning view
of downtown Los Angeles, but do they not know in the mountains there around Los Angeles, but do they not know that Los Angeles is like turned into a third world country now?
Yeah, but from far away you can.
Yeah, you can't tell it.
If you're on a mountain, you just see the lights. You're not as worried about it.
Italian tile floors, lush back.
Phone troll, first one of the week. A phone troll, a little different than a normal phone segment because we're going to limit you to 30 seconds. And we got a buzzer ready to go, and it keeps the line moving. 10 lines available. They're not all available right now. They're starting to close. But if you want to call us right now, you can. Just, Greg's on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, and no baby predictions or anything like that. This is about questions, comments, and we're rolling. And because of our phone lines being so plentiful, it's easier to get through. And because of our friend the buzzer, you won't have to stand in line very long. Here we go. JD, who is traveling, gets us started. JD, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, and thanks for see if you can get your phone inside the window. It sounds like there's
Get off the hood, sir.
there's wind blowing or something. A lot of noise, but go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out, or just to say hey to Speedy, the pride of Pascagoula, Mississippi. We went to college together. Goula. Let's go.
Oh, hey, a little Gula.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go, Gula.
Gula.
JT, any stories on speed?
Hey, well, hey.
Why did you get a timeout?
Sorry, JD.
Diana is in Georgia. Come on, dogs. Georgia Bulldogs. Go, Diana.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Y'all are always so uplifting, and I was telling the guy that answered the phone, I've been listening to you. I started listening to you back when you were in Gadsden at Q104, and I believe y'all did underwater broadcasting.
Well, that
was kind of fun.
that was another group before us.
That wasn't us.
Yeah.
We were still in high school.
Yeah, we listened to them do the underwater broadcast. That was Rick and Dennis.
That was Rick and Dennis, not Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
But yeah, that one. If we were on the air then, we were. Boy, you talk about some teenagers that really were making it happen.
I don't think I could drive yet at that point.
Yeah. Rick and Dennis greatly influenced us, and they're heroes of the industry to us. And that underwater broadcast of them in some sort of submarine that they immersed in the Coosa River or something was fantastic. I don't know if it was theater of the mind or they really did it.
No, they really did it, but you didn't have social media to see all the pictures.
That's true.
You have
That's true.
Now.
Seems like I remember the local news though, them getting out of it and all that.
Yeah.
Am I just making that?
No, I think you're right.
Let's go to Daryl in Sweet Home, Alabama. Daryl, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, God bless y'all.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I don't know if y'all called it or not, but the NASCAR national anthem, that was something to endure. I don't know if I'm cultured enough to know who those people were or what they were trying to do, but that was something to see. And y'all may owe Flav an apology.
No way. Come on, Daryl. It couldn't have been as bad as it couldn't. I mean, it could not be as bad as Flavor Flav. No way. We'll look for it though. Thanks, man. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just calling to let y'all know that because of the great performance Beth Mowens had this weekend, the Tennessee Titans rookie quarterback was able to throw 4 touchdowns against the Falcons. Great job, Beth Mowens.
The rookie playing well today. I'm glad I was here for that one.
And they had some throwback uniforms, Rick. They were in the Oilers.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you watched?
I saw the highlights, yeah.
Okay.
I heard her.
Yeah, well, I know. She's got you in a trance now.
Yeah, I thought she did a great job.
You like Mama.
I know Calvin likes when Mama's calling a game. Somebody needs a timeout.
Painful.
Todd in Alabama. Todd, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call. Go, Todd.
Hey, Rick, man, we need an update on what the latest with Sherry, you getting mothered, and you being the king, man. That was so funny. And also the Muffin Man. I mean, you got to do more of that stuff, bro. That's it, guys. Good to see you, man.
We had a lot of king talk this week.
Yeah, it was. We ran into this. It was funny because Todd, this weekend. So Sherry and I went to church at 2 different places because I was speaking somewhere, and she went to take care of our responsibilities at our home church. And
And so we got home at exactly the same time. And she was like, well, you got time before you have to go do the man church thing tonight. What do you think about us going for a walk? And I was like, I don't know if the king wants to go for a walk.
Did you say that?
And she goes, don't start on that.
Did you say that?
I said, the king's not feeling it.
Rick, it's funny you said that because
King doesn't want to.
I did some of the same things. I was like, well, the king thinks he wants shrimp. You know,
So how's it been embraced by Betty?
Well,
About the same.
About like your side.
Where do y'all think I did before man church? Walked in the woods and for about 2 miles, and then but can I tell you this? The mommying thing did take place too. I started talking about my foot was hurting, which was King trying to end it, and she goes, well, you stretch your feet? I said, stretch my feet. Come over here, let me show you how to stretch your feet. I said, baby, what you're doing to stretch my feet is worse than how my foot feels right now. I don't want to get down in that position and then roll forward. And go, come over here on this log.
The king didn't want to do that.
I said, King didn't want to get down there. I don't want to. The king can't do that. King's knees can't do that. By the way, I've got an update on what was going on with that little knee thing that the woman, of course, our audience will make you feel like you're dying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's meniscus. But meniscus was ruled out, but what I went through was a bit traumatizing. I'll tell you before the show's over. No. We continue. Let's go to Joseph in Alabama. Joseph, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, love the show.
Thank you.
Listen every morning with my 7-year-old. Listen every morning with my 7-year-old on the way to school.
Thanks.
And he's been listening too much. We were wrestling the other day, and all of a sudden I heard him scream, Rick and Bubba! And I roll over for him to do a corkscrew right into my thigh with his knee. And as I'm reeling on the ground, they've also been studying the 10 plagues. As I'm reeling on the ground from that move, he just says, death of the firstborn.
Speaking of that, there was a little fellow Sunday morning at the church I was at in Leeds who was a huge fan of the show, and he did not want to go to children's church because he wanted to come in there because I was doing the message, and he did pretty good. Instead of amening, he would shout Rick and Bubba.
Oh, really?
And I heard the Rick and Bubba theme on the back pew, and his parents eventually had to walk young Nash out. But they said he won't stop doing the Rick and Bubba theme back here. Also, I would like to tell some of the audience, some of the guys out there, time and place on the Mac.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, we grabbed that, for Rick and Bubba show. Rick's going to, be doing our message today. Like that. And I'm like, okay. That's
in the back, Rick and Bubba.
Some of the Baptists panicked. They thought I had a Pentecostal.
Right.
So, but it was, time and place on some of this. It's all good, but, but anyway, it was fun. Top of the hour, we'll be back. But remind me to tell you all about the assessment of what was going on with the back of my knee.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait for that.
That's the doozy.
For a second, I thought it might be runner's knee, but probably not.
Probably not. Probably not.
No, it's the king's knee.
Yeah, right. King's knee, not feeling good. Top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yard with a pool, and it says that these were the supermarket chain owners that were brutally murdered by the followers of cult leader Charles Manson on August 10th in 1969.
Yep.
That's going to be hard. All right, now let's ask this question because, Speedy, I know you love these. What would you do?
Yeah.
All right. And the Speedy, since you like a deal, I'm going to go to you first.
What?
There is a house available, and it really should go for $1 million, okay? And because of a mass murder that took place there, and they've cleaned everything up, okay, they're going to let you have it for $250,000. Would you buy it?
Mm-mm.
No way.
Mm-mm. I want nothing to do with it.
To go into my world, like if it's on a really nice golf course and I'm a member there or whatever, and I can be right there, I contemplate this.
All right, that's what I'm asking. Let's say, because I don't know.
Put your interest there.
Everybody has different views on that. Let's say whatever you would desire, it meets that criteria.
Yeah.
The house has everything that you, the individual, would want. And you can get it at a fraction of the price, but there was a mass murder in it. Bubba says no, he can't get past it.
No, too many
Rick,
Hanks.
I can't.
Plus, I can't.
I know you
because
can't.
Apparently, the resale value is not very good. So if you,
I'm not planning on
you're
going
stuck
anywhere.
with it.
But you're there. I mean, this is the last house you're going to buy.
Well, let's
But it's a mass
Speedy,
murder.
let's clarify what Rick was saying. It's $1 million. they are selling it for $1 million, but they will let you have it for that. It's still on sale for $1 million.
No, I'm
Nope.
not doing that.
Nobody going in.
No.
$250,000, you could have it.
No, I'm in on that.
Are you?
For sure. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that deal's only to you. Speedy was saying if
You're saying
selling
still
it for that,
valued at that.
yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
they're just
only
making
worth
you
what
a
people
deal.
get.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep the value
in.
there.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in. I don't even
So
blink.
you basically could flip it and make $750.
Yeah.
And all of a
Unless
sudden,
you have a hard enough time selling it, like
unless you can't sell it.
what if you?
If I start seeing some of those things,
can it get in your mind though?
If it does, then I just sell it.
Right.
I give it a shot.
Yeah,
though,
but
for
then
that.
you got to find somebody that
But
it doesn't bother them.
Bubba just told you the value was still the same.
Yeah, and you're down. You only at 250,000. You could find a person like you.
Yeah.
That says I'll take it.
No, he took it because it was $250.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you may only get what you have.
If I
in
get
it.
my money back, then that's fine.
You're not gonna get the $1 million probably because of the mass murder.
Like I say, they can praise it all they want to, but it's only worth what people are going to give you for it.
No, you're right. The mass murder is always going to be an issue. We've acknowledged that.
Boy, in
But-
negotiations, don't you think
But you got a
that's
deal
always
on
a
it.
tough one?
Could you find another you though that at least get your money back?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I would just stay as far away from it as I could.
You don't walk in this area at all, do you?
No, I don't play in that area.
I'm with Greg. I don't play that. I don't play that game, homie.
Nope. All right.
I'm good. I'm good for some reason.
All
I
right.
don't know
So
why. I don't-
only one person will buy it.
Yeah,
Speedy,
I
you
guess.
hadn't bought it.
You're not. You're
No,
out.
I can't. You know.
Is there a big mirror that was
I
there?
can't even be around
No,
an
I'm
antique
out.
mirror.
Now all the mirrors are out.
Rick, is there a mirror that was there when the incident happened? Is it still in the house?
No, I'm going to make this. I'm going to make it at
'Cause
least
they don't
possible.
forget, by the way.
I'm going to try to give you a scenario we would at least consider
Rick,
it.
mirrors don't forget.
And that is everything in it has been redone.
It's been gutted and put back.
All right, so you're talking about the Manson
No pun.
murders. All right, let's change the murder. Say it's the Menendez brothers to kill their parents, and that you hear
as
their
crazy
claims.
as that sounds, it is different.
It is
It is
because they claim they were abused. So
And they
maybe
probably
it was-
made it up, but
Well, yeah, it's as good a defense as any, I guess. But
yeah.
does that change
didn't
it
work.
any if it's not? I mean, we're talking about kids that kill their parents to get their money
Still be
versus demonic killings.
I just can't get in a place where there's just been this kind of pestilence.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm out. And
I'm
I know-
afraid I'm out. Like Shark Tank, I'm out.
And that doesn't mean that I'm afraid. It just means I'm trying to be discerning.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
Look, there's no need. You don't go in there tempting stuff.
I just don't want that hanging. I don't want to sit there and turn the corner and think, what was that? I mean, I just
bad vibe in there.
Yeah.
At one time, something housed itself there.
Yeah, something came through. I don't want him more of that.
And now I read that scripture where sometimes if you can't get them taken care of, they go get more and come back.
Yeah.
But it's. I just rather not be. I don't want that.
No, I don't want to drive by it.
Rick, it's not we're superstitious. We just don't believe in taking chances.
No.
I'm happy landing right there. you
Yeah.
know?
Helmsy, if you have us over, I don't know. I'll come during the day.
Yeah.
But I can't come to anything at night.
Well, Rick, what if something jumps on you and goes home with you? See, I don't even go visit.
Yeah,
your
look,
house.
if I won't have an antique mirror, I can't go over there.
No,
I like your house.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and archived. However you're here, we're glad that you are. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here for another week. We the choir, we the champions, throw flowers. All right, so welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we like to call Rick and Bubba.
Rock the South.
Rock it.
Rock the South. Premier Productions partner Shane Quick is here. They promote shows all over the world. This is one of their biggies. It's hosted by our home state, Sweet Home, Alabama. Shane, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Great to be here.
You fired up at all?
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah.
You know, we work on this all year long. It's it takes a lot of work to get all these rednecks together.
And you know, rednecks, summertime, outdoors, it's a party.
It
is a party.
And this thing has got so big.
Oh, gargantuan. So I know it was kind of a cool promotion we did where for some people we kind of snuck a few of the names out there. Something we had planned for months to do, and some people didn't realize it. They think it was a mistake. But so as we start though, we do want to talk. Tickets go on sale this Friday, November the 3rd.
That's right.
Anybody believe? Did y'all realize November is Wednesday?
I know.
It's flown by.
Yeah. So anyway, the lineup this year bigger than ever, and I know that the promoters were supposed to always say the next thing's bigger than ever, but this lineup really is huge.
Huge. Yeah.
For those of you who haven't heard it,
right. Yeah. Some of y'all who don't have the inside track, like listening to ZZK right after the show ends. But so tell us. The big names that will be there.
So we got Eric Church, one of the main headliners.
Huge.
He's one of the biggest artists in country music. Got a guy named Hardy who's been out with Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
He's kind of grown up at Rock the South and headlining this year. We're really excited about that. He's selling out arenas all over the country. Guy named Jelly Roll. That's probably one.
Now, who's that? Never heard of him.
Yeah, he's one of the hottest guys, right now, and super excited to have him. We kind of have something for everybody this year. Parker McCullum's a guy that's on fire, blowing up. Most of you guys have heard of Oliver Anthony, probably one of the fastest growing artists in the history of country
Have you
music.
let Oliver Anthony know that y'all will need more than one song?
Yes.
I mean, it is. I mean, this,
I think he's coming to the show in a horse and buggy.
That's
as well.
right. But it is amazing how that song and his style. I mean, it just exploded. It shows you a lot of things. It shows you that kind of country music is highly desired.
Yeah.
It shows you that people like songs that they can relate to, and when they feel like that guy's speaking for me.
Right.
And then you also find out that that the power of the streaming and the social media.
It's fast.
That thing goes from I'm standing in a green field with a shooting house behind me.
Yep.
To
those critical mass.
Yeah. How can we sign this guy? How can we book this guy? What is his situation as far as the deal? Did he ever take a deal, or is he still just do his own thing?
He completely owns his own music. He's not sold that yet. He did get a booking agent. He had his plumber friend handling his booking for a while.
That is so.
And they
good.
realized that,
it was more than he could handle.
It was, and
somebody's mad because their sink's clogged and he's overbooking all
exactly.
that.
He's very authentic, and the guy literally was living with a tarp over his trailer when he put that song out. And we saw the same thing happen with Zach Bryan, just overnight monster. Go from opening for artists and then selling out football stadiums the next year. So
would we put Jelly Roll in there too?
I would.
Yeah, I mean he kind of came out
for
of
different
nowhere.
reasons.
Yeah, for different reasons. But he came out of and why do you? When I'm hearing this, and I've heard all their music, these artists. It seems to me, and look, to each his own. We all got different tastes. Just right here. I mean, if it's a highly produced bubblegum hit that everybody loves, Bubba loves it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Last time I saw Bubba, we were at a Raven Simone show at Vision Land.
Perfect example. There's a perfect example. But when I think of these three artists you just mentioned,
they've got kind of, I wouldn't say outlaw country because that's kind of a different thing.
Yeah.
But they've got more of an edge to what they're saying in the song.
Yeah.
They're not doing the pickup truck, we're at the lake, Daisy Duke shorts, we're all drinking beer.
Mad.
Yeah, they're
mad about something.
these songs have a lot of anguish in them.
Yeah.
They have a lot of pain in them.
Kind of reflects the times.
Yeah, they're real raw. And do you think that's why people are drawn to them? I know that's why it draws me to them.
Yeah, they had that whole bro country thing that happened over the last 10 years, and these guys like Stapleton and Church and so many's kind of killed that whole thing and brought it way more authentic. Kind of back to your roots. Yeah, but having songs that are actually saying something and making a statement is a big thing now. So I think people are resonating to it, and music just changes. I mean, we all watched Pearl Jam and Nirvana come in and change the '80s rock, and
you mean ruined it?
Ruined it, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I was in the middle of that.
Yeah.
But and I think it's the same thing that Waylon and those guys did back in the day as well. So you just kind of seeing history repeat itself, but. Having these guys at Rock the South has been able to grow with that. We had the bro country stuff. We had the Florida Georgia lines and all that. And then we've kind of been able to make it through the times. And this is our 13th year right there in Coleman, Alabama, and seeing people come from all over the world. Last year we had over 10 countries there, every state. So it's, right there in the middle of North Alabama. It's pretty exciting. And
and the economic impact.
It's big.
I mean, it's not Taylor Swift economic impact, but it's a huge. I'm just kidding. But it's a huge economic impact to the whole state.
Yeah, over 20 million for Coleman. So yeah, and it was the Alabama Tourism Event of the Year, and all the hotels are already sold out. We just announced the dates Friday, so it's hard to get a hotel already. So growing the property's growing by 45% this year. A lot of new things. We got the Honky Tonk Hideaway. It's a new area for GA to go get cooled off. It's always it's a warm part of the year, warm time of the year.
But
we work really hard to cool them down and bring the biggest bands, biggest party, raise money, and do all kinds of cool stuff.
So think like right now I'm listening and I'm hearing y'all announcing the lineup and I'm deciding I want to go. We run into this when we're part of events and people don't know the area. How far away would you say? Because people are like, how close will I be? You want anything close? Anything close is going to be really, really hard. But I mean, even if you were to get hotels in Huntsville, if you were Birmingham, I mean, you're still you're and those are places that would have more hotels and more stuff.
Right.
You're still right there. I mean,
1 hour. Yeah, you're less than an hour.
Less than an hour.
45 minutes
from Birmingham and Huntsville, and we have a lot of camping RVs. So we have expanding that's helped us grow the festival as well, having a place for people to stay. Huge camping and RV area. So
did Dadler say get a spot for his sweet van?
Yeah, he's got you have a sweet van area.
Yeah, an area for just sweet vans.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Let me know if you guys want a tour, of the van.
Please.
All right, just let me know.
Could be creepy.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
So we hit the biggies: Eric Church, Hardy, Jelly Roll, Parker McCullum, Oliver Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
I see Big and Rich.
Big and Rich, and with Gretchen, they're actually going to be together.
They're bringing back the Music Mafia.
Coming back together.
Okay.
For this occasion here. Warren Ziders is another guy that's exploding. He's kind of a TikTok guy that's blown up. Great songs. Nelly, we had Nelly a few years ago, and he just crushed. Did incredible. So we're excited to have him back, and even people like Flatland Cavalry and Wyatt Flores and so many others, Treaty Oak Revival, these are bands that are exploding, coming up. College kids really like them. Kind of something for everybody. Got Texas country, outlaw country, to the Oliver Anthony's, to the Eric Churches. It really is something for everybody. And
that's a lot of acts.
Because I know what these acts, a lot of them get for guaranteed. Is there any deal when it's a festival like this?
No.
Okay, that hurts.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
The festivals pay the most.
So if I'm in an arena and it's just my tour, my bunch, my gear, they don't go to you on the festival and say, well, since it's a festival and I'm just going to play a shorter set and whatever. None of that.
Doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I was thinking that when you were talking about Oliver Anthony, Rick, how, there was so much publicity about him turning down money. I bet he didn't turn it down this time.
No.
Is he getting more and more proud of him? Is he demanding a little more than in the beginning?
He's And there's a big, everybody's going after him.
Yeah.
So they're
Supply and demand. Yeah.
Supply and demand.
It's a great look. It's an American thing. Good for him.
He's turned down more money in the last 3 months than most people ever make in their whole lives.
Right.
And times 10. And so I think he's trying to do the right thing. But he is building his team. We had to watch him grow up in front of everybody.
Yeah.
He didn't have any team. It's just him and an iPhone.
Well, I think that speaks to you guys too. You guys got in there and got it done. When he was turning down.
We were talking to his guy the day after the song.
The
came.
plumber.
The plumber.
I watched I watched they did a live stream of him because people were demanding that he come out and play.
Oh yeah.
And he went to some club, I guess near where he lives, and he just found some guitar player.
Yeah.
And they sat up there, and you could see they were just doing parts of songs, pieces of songs, and of course the place was packed. Everybody was loving it.
Exactly.
So,
Imagine starting your band with that many people watching.
Wow. Yeah. So I guess he just have a full band now.
Not a full band.
Okay.
I don't think he has a drummer, but I think he's adding some violins and things like that. So by the time he gets to Rock the South, he'll be ready to rock.
He can find a drummer in Coleman.
Yeah.
There's several around there.
So hit us with the dates again.
So we're July 18, 19, and 20. I will say go to the website, rockthesouth.com, and sign up for the pre-sale.
Okay.
You can actually buy your tickets before Friday and get them Wednesday morning if you sign up, and can get them before the general public. So
yeah,
it is a party.
Go ahead and do it now, rockthesouth.com. If you haven't booked hotels, do that. And be ready for this incredible lineup when it comes to Alabama next summer.
Thanks to our guys, Pepsi, so many sponsors help us make this thing happen. So, come out to Coleman. Let's do the biggest party in the South, and it's going to be bigger than ever. We're really excited about it.
And this year, to start the festivities, Bill Bubba Bussey sings the national anthem.
Please. we just want to be big as Morgan and Morgan.
Have you been holding that line the whole time?
I have been.
That's good.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
If you'll make it personal, you will.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Now, what is this? You were telling us earlier, Speedy, about this West Palm Beach baby shark thing.
Oh yeah.
Now,
baby shark.
Do you know until that day that it came on there and somebody was doing a parody about it?
Wasn't it an Ole Miss thing?
Yeah, but the only thing about it is, it's all the era. It's all the era that your children grew up in.
Yeah. Right.
And my kids, I never had anybody young enough to be part of the, here with on the baby shark thing. I'd never heard it in my life until they started doing it on the Ole Miss thing. Now, you ever have this happen? Something you've never heard of, but then once you've heard of it, it seems like it's everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Then it just piles on.
Now I got to warn y'all, we don't want to play too much of it because I don't know what YouTube will do. But this will be in your mind, in your head, the rest of the day.
So
the rest of the day if we play it.
There's a thing that's going on with a lot of communities that are trying to find a way to discourage homeless communities.
Yeah.
For setting up, had the guy that got in trouble that was out offering money for everybody to leave. And of course, what was funny is you're sitting there constantly panhandling people, and a guy shows up, says $2,000 for you people if you leave, and y'all get mad at him. I mean, but yet I'm not supposed to get mad when you start hollering, "Hey man, you got any change?" I don't know. Isn't this what you guys have been waiting on? Is for somebody to show up and say this?
Yeah, I thought you were stranded here.
Right,
you were trying to get money. I know you wanted to live there.
But now we have people. But now they said that the West Palm Beach community, in one of their locations where homeless people keep coming and sleeping on the patio of a city-owned banquet facility, they're now playing Baby Shark and some song called Raining Tacos.
I had not heard of that. Helmsy
Raining
had.
tacos.
So you know all this.
My kids do these videos and stuff at home, and that's one of the music choices to put the video to.
The reason why it happened, before anybody says, well, this is kind of mean, the workers are saying, and I'll be delicate as I can be with this, that when they come up to get started every day, they keep finding unsanitary things, including raw human waste on the patio, people acting like a bunch of animals, and so that's not what they want. This is a private facility, and this is they have events there, and they're saying this is not where we want you to be, and they say this Baby Shark thing has been effective.
Yeah. It's I think there's been one or two that said, "Hey, it doesn't bother me. I'm still doing it." But for the majority of them, they can't stand it.
Wasn't it one time the CIA was using loud music and things to interrogate people?
We got Manuel
isn't this the
Noriega out
Isn't this the
in
same
Panama.
thing?
Yeah.
Isn't this the same thing?
What would be and this is Baby
Blasted
Shark
him
for
with
that.
AC/DC.
What would be your song that you would go, "Hi, that would get me talking"? Do y'all know?
That I wouldn't want to be around?
Yeah.
Well, there's several.
It over and over and over.
I don't want to hear anything over and over.
Y'all,
and
this
over.
may surprise you. I got to tell you, I'm no fan of Tainted Love.
Really? Right. Now, this here's Raining Tacos. I had not heard of this one.
Out of the sky, tacos, no need to ask why.
They're in their
Yeah,
nest.
yeah.
They know it. They grew up.
Let me see. I think I know.
I
remember hating Barney.
Oh, because our kids, yeah.
That plagiarizing dinosaur.
Mr. Knickerbocker, boppity bop.
Good gracious. You remember that?
You boppity bop.
You remember that? There were certain children's shows, and we've talked about this before.
I think this one gets you talking.
I don't know that there's anything that was stranger than Teletubbies.
Yeah, no, that
was weird.
I
Rick,
tried.
that is
I
really
wouldn't let my
weird.
kids watch.
I think we have a meth problem because of that show.
Yeah.
I think that we raised up a generation of meth heads because they didn't know it, but as kids they were watching this, and it turned them into a bunch of drug addicts.
Yeah, it was
I mean, because that was the
I
weirdest.
think that show started with a bunch of drug addicts.
Didn't it? It had to. That you remember that? Did not?
Yeah, it was. They would.
It was
What was
just
that pudding they ate or something weird.
And then all of a sudden you look, and a rabbit would jump across the screen, and
then it would just repeat
it. It was like a Pink Floyd video,
and it would repeat itself over and over.
Yeah.
And now I've jumped into Greg's playlist. Would this one get you talking here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's bad.
Crying game.
That's a terrible song.
Y'all like that?
That's a horrible song. Yeah. I remember too, Culture Club asking a question I thought was really not worth asking. Do you really want to hurt me?
Right.
I actually do.
All right, here we go. 23 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. So rockthesouth.com. Go there and plan your trip next summer to Sweet Home, Alabama. What a lineup. All right, so as we come back, we were talking a couple things over the weekend. So Sherry and I were thinking about, we had a pretty, other than Sunday, our weekend was not very active, and so we had a nice time with my mom on Friday night, had her over for dinner, and hung out, spent some time with her, and then we had Saturday to ourselves, and we were thinking some things we needed to do, and so one of the things that we did a lot of projects around the house. It was one of those days. King only did what he wanted to. But,
That's right. The king is in no rush.
But Sherry was like, "Don't you think you need to bring in all the cushions from outside since winter is coming and it's going to start
The
getting
king's
colder?"
not ready.
I said,
Not
"Oh,
ready.
yeah, King's not. I don't know. King might get
wanna
around
go
to that."
sit out there.
Yeah. By the way, but anyway, so one of the things we said, and we needed to make a trip down to the farm too. And she says, while we're down that way, on the way back, what do you think about us stop, getting something to eat, and go into a movie?
Ooh, a movie.
Well, our one of our sons had, of course, he's into filmmaking and all that. So sometimes if he calls something, what he is being entertained by may not entertain us at all. How it's all done and the panoramic
the things you
whatever.
wouldn't notice.
So Martin Scorsese has this new film, Killers of the Flower People or something, what is it, Flower Moon,
got,
whatever.
Well, I
with
saw the
Leonardo DiCaprio
DiCaprio
and Robert De Niro. And so, this is, let me just warn everybody, and I just made this decision and shared it too. Now, I don't know anything about the movie, so don't say Rick's endorsed the movie because I don't know anything about it. I didn't have to know anything about it because I saw the time of it, 3.5 hours.
Whoa, there's no reason for that.
And I looked at Sherry, and she agreed.
There's no reason for
I said,
that.
I do not think I can sit still for 3.5 hours of any movie.
I can't. Not now.
And she said, I have to agree with you. I said I said I just don't think I can do that.
I barely make 2 hours.
And then I was
going with a win.
Yeah, and then I was.
Oh yeah, at least.
And then I was reminded. I was reminded that I still had not seen the Phil Robertson story, The Blind.
And it come in about hour 40.
Exactly, hour 45.
Yeah.
So anyway,
which is I call perfect.
right. So anyway, I didn't know if the movie was still in theaters. Thank goodness it was, and so we went to see it. And you know how I don't even know the state of Duck Dynasty right now. I don't have any idea the current state. You know, they had their
It's still reruns. I see it.
Yeah, they had their glorious run. I don't even know.
2 or 3 of them do podcasts.
Yeah. I noticed Willie tried that for a while.
Willie got his hair cut for a while.
Willie does not seem that involved anymore. I don't know if he's moved on, because when you go into the theater, here's the good thing: if you're trying to get away from all the garbage out there, and it's almost impossible, you do not have to sit through previews of these wicked, evil, dark, twisted horror movies. You don't have to sit through any of that. When you sit down in the theater, it is the organization that put the movie together. They'll promote some of the things they're doing, which are also faith-based stuff, or family entertainment. And then you basically sit there and hear Phil talk to you. He sits down with the Bible and talks to you on the screen before it ever even starts. You know, you see their various podcasts. They promote all those, which is kind of funny. And I thought to myself, you know, just like when I saw Reese Witherspoon doing the synergy of the marketing, you're sitting in a movie about Phil and you're being shown everything that's available that they're doing if you're into what they're doing. But you're also getting, you know, which is most important to Phil, is you're hearing the gospel and you're hearing about how it changed his life. So the movie was actually really well done. It was, you know. Now look, remember Phil told us he was a bad man.
Yeah.
And I can relate to that because I was a bad man too. And but he and it was completely transformed, you know, by Christ. But the story that we've all heard, they put it together, and you know, the casting is good, the acting is good. You know, sometimes when you have a independent movie or you have one of these smaller producers, sometimes, you know, they cut corners somewhere. It really. It was a good
big
movie.
Time, huh?
Yeah. It was a good movie and an incredible story, and Sherry and I really enjoyed it. It was perfect to go on a date and that be the movie you went to, because you know there's no getting back in the vehicle going, oh gosh, you know. I mean, I don't know why that was there and what had this, and hey, look, don't even mention we even saw this movie. You know, I mean, so it was good. It was a good story, and it was beneficial. And it was well done. And I like how they market. You're also not exposed to any of the other stuff that you don't, you know, the previews don't last 40 minutes, or it seems like 30 minutes. I mean, the previews were short. They were basically about what's going on with them and a few other projects at this bunch who put the movie together, what they're working. I can't think of the name of the bunch that's doing it, that's producing it, but they have a few other projects they show too, with some other actors you'd recognize, you know, that do faith-based films and everything. So I really liked it. I thought it was really well done, and it still is in some theaters. I was surprised one of the theaters, you know, only had 2 showings of it, but the one we went to still had about 5 different times. So I was surprised by that, which was good. And, of course, I forgot when we got there and I saw the line, the Taylor Swift movie is also out.
Oh, boy.
So I was immersed in Swifties trying to see The Blind. But we worked our way through that as well. So we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Let me answer that for you. Don't make you stop. Right. Yeah. And we hit all these before, but there's just certain songs that are just. I mean, there's songs you go, that's not my thing, but what Speedy's talking about now, and then there's songs that are just repulsive.
Yeah.
I mean,
you go, I can't hear that.
I mean, I cannot go near that. Achy Breaky Heart's one with me.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
That is as bad a song as we've ever had out there.
You know, but a lot of songs that you hear over and over and over would get to you, the way they were doing it.
Mm-hmm. This is one of Greg's favorites here.
Mm-hmm.
Sexy for my love.
Yeah, I hate that one. That was a weird one. Yeah, I didn't like that either. We used it one time for the original
Rick and Bubba TV show.
And it's good for something like that.
I remember that.
But anybody who says, hey, that's my jam, I don't.
I came across, I think I have some of the tapes of that show at my house for some reason.
Yeah, that was how many episodes were there of the original Rick and Bubba TV show? I'm not talking about Turner South.
5 or 6.
We did a local deal. Yeah. And we used to have them on VHS. And you
I had the one where y'all were throwing biscuits off the Western store.
Yeah, that was good.
That was
a good one.
That was a great one.
Mm-hmm. Then I think, did y'all tailgate at The Iron Bowl.
Yeah,
Had that one too.
one of those.
Yeah.
That was when the bullhorn was taken up.
Yeah, and that guy on the
Attempted
on the
to
pogo
take
stick,
that,
the old man on the
Still
pogo
see
stick.
him.
Oh, really? He's still there.
Well, I don't know now, but when Blake played there, I still would see him.
How about that?
Yeah, and I thought to myself, how can this still be going on? This hasn't got old to you yet. You know what I mean? Sometimes even things you kind of start and go, I've had enough of that.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, plus he's gotten older. Can you still do it?
You're right. Yeah, I've noticed that I think I probably have, and we've talked about it, probably a shorter fuse on burnout than normal.
Yeah.
I burn out on things probably at a rate that's not normal. We'll be back. Final phone calls to wrap up this hour, and lines are available. You can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll take your phone call, say hello to the golden ticket seats, and see what any topics maybe still left on the table that we didn't cover. But you can bring up the ones you'd like for us to cover yourself at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yesterday, a meeting that many had been waiting on. Our new friend from France, Gabriel, better known here on the program as Frenchie, went down to Gary the Bulldozer Man's lake house and spent the day with Gary. I've captured video, I've captured audio, and I can recap what Frenchie went through yesterday. And, buddy, he got the full court Gary press.
Boy, did he.
He got. I mean,
I don't know
he
why
got,
y'all put him through that.
Guys, I'm just telling you, it was an absolute joy. I mean, it was just. I mean,
You know, when you do that, it's kind of like a batter going up to face a pitcher.
Yeah.
And it's a pitcher that we know very well. We know all of his pitches.
Oh, yeah.
And we know how he likes to set you up, move the ball around, give you the high and tight fastball, and then throw you the slider away. I mean, we know what's coming.
Yeah, it was and it's almost like, you know, Frenchie, keep in mind this time you've got really, which we should, I guess, should feel bad about, is that you've got a young man who, like, doesn't know what he's encountering, and he's trying to do his best to be kind. And
I know.
and of course, the build-up on the way over is always big, and that leads to the first encounter that we'll show and listen to today. I said, now, look, I said, I know you think that the people on the Rick and Bubba show are, do you know what I mean when I say country? Yes. And I said, now this is, do you know the word hillbilly? No. And so I said,
What about the word bumpkin?
I said, you know, you understand redneck? And we talked about that a little bit. And I said, Gary is going to be more than anything you've encountered. And then, of course, Gary was dressed in his famous long hair hat and fake teeth. And
you know, last time he did that, it went bad.
It went real bad.
Poor kid.
And so it was.
Rick, I don't know.
It was just.
That was a good idea.
It was
right?
well. What's
now
fun?
you're screaming, "Take me back to France."
Well, here we are, phone trolling on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We love hearing from you, America. Dial us up. Our topics are there. You're running the show now. You're programming the show. You can handle this. We trust you to a degree, most of you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Moving right now. Calvin Speedy Wilburn's on the phones. He's got them ready to go. A lot of topics already out there that you can comment on or bring up your own topics. While you are dialing, and if you dial now, you should get in since we have 10 lines aplenty, and then the old friend, the buzzer, borders are a blessing.
Hey, buzzer.
Will move us through that line briskly. Simply say Bubba.com. There is never a wrong time to protect your place. This fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new security system that was named Best Home Security of 2023
So by News and World Report, SimplySafeBubba.com is a comprehensive plan to protect with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. That's half the cost of the traditional security systems. And with their new 24/7 LiveGuard protection, the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, they work together. Monitoring agents can see, speak to intruders live while it's happening. So look, 60 days risk-free. Get yours now, and they can help stop crime in real time. 50% off any security system with a Fast Protect plan. When you go to simplysafebubba.com, you want that Fast Protect plan anyway. 50% off. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe like simplysafebubba.com. To the phones we go. Let's start with Deacon. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Deacon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Bubba, put your finger on that timeout button. Bubba, hello, Adler, Helmsley, Speedy, and Greg. Now for you, Rick Burgess. I got a bone to pick with you, buddy.
Oh, no. Join the club.
A big old bone. I'm the 57-year-old called last year, said I was expecting a child.
Yes.
Yeah. I heard that whole story about the bird and all that stuff you were talking about last Friday. Well, I pulled my skirt up one day, and I had a bird in the nest I wasn't expecting because I thought I had an empty nest.
Nobody gave you a timeout. Did you follow that at all?
I think
it was moving too quick for me.
Well, no, he messed up. One, he asked for a timeout when he called, so that shuts
By the way,
both of us down. That is if you ask for a timeout, that automatically makes us go the other way.
Let's say that I was a phone tro counselor,
right?
And you met with me for some advice on how do I work a phone tro. I said, now look, don't ever demand a timeout or tell them they should give you a timeout. That's going to set them against you immediately. And
I would have gave him a pass for calling me Helmsley. That had nothing to do with it. But it was the hey, I need a timeout. That's what got him. I think what he was going to say, though, because he was kind of going down this path, he said he thought he had an empty nest. And now this has come on. I don't know if he's talking about empty nest as in.
Well, he's clearly talking about that at his age, he now has a baby.
Right.
Either is here now or is on the way. And he's upset with me.
How was that your fault?
Well, if I'm involved in this, we have much bigger problems.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think, which I'm not, but I think he's saying that I maybe mojoed him or something. We don't know, something along those lines. Or he doesn't like hearing about my wonderful empty nest life. Was that it?
That's kind of where I thought he was going.
Yeah, but
and he was getting excited about it too.
I see.
See what I mean?
And then this happened.
Okay,
that makes sense.
And we may all be wrong, but that's what I was getting at.
Lines are available if you want to join us. Speedy is standing by, ready to get you in line, ready to go. Brad and Coleman. Brad, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys, had the ultimate you can't have nothing last week. Bought tickets to see Randy Travis in a once-in-a-lifetime concert in Huntsville last week. Was on the way Thursday evening. Got to looking at my tickets. Concert was on Tuesday.
Oh, no. I mean, you.
Once in a lifetime.
Oh.
How do you mess that up?
Brad.
Yeah,
Brad.
It seemed like that would have been on your calendar.
That's not really a can't.
It was. I have no idea what happened. I just lost.
Maybe you do like I do. You put things on your calendar, then never look at it.
Yeah. I've
the system's no good if you don't work the system.
No, you can have electronic, you can have paper, you can have all the calendars in the world, but if you don't look at them,
no, you're out of line.
I mean, and I try to. I can't tell you the number of times that I had something clearly written down, and I just failed to look at the calendar. And if I don't look at the calendar, then I have no idea what's happening. I need to look at the calendar in order to know where to be.
Is that really and I can't have nothing, or is that I just messed it up?
I think it is because he thought he could have a Randy Travis concert.
Okay.
Yeah, and,
even though it was on him,
and he started getting excited about it.
So even though it's on you, it can still be I can't have nothing.
Oh yeah,
you can be sometimes your biggest fault.
But I see where you're going because what you're saying is a true can't have nothing is Randy Travis cancel.
Right,
and you're all excited about it, or he gets sick, or something like that.
Not just I'm a good
right, or your car breaks down and you can't get to the whatever.
But with
flat tire, I thought he was going flat tire.
Electronic tickets now. which a lot of things are, I would say probably most things, they will put them on your calendar automatically.
Yeah,
when
they
you
will.
You know.
And you'll get plenty of reminders and
Oh,
emails.
yes.
Oh,
yes.
buddy.
They'll remind you to death,
Yeah,
as a matter of fact.
they'll remind you about the reminder.
I like that the new all those different ones that do restaurant reservations.
Yeah.
Boy, they really. Hey, you're due here in 2 hours.
Yeah.
You still coming?
Yeah.
You know that kind of stuff, and I love that kind of. I need that kind of stuff.
I do too.
But you know, on this kind of concert thing, and I don't even like talking about it because it makes me so uncomfortable every time I do. Is the time, and I can't even think of the name of the band. Something Pilots, 20-something Pilots. I don't even think they're a band anymore. And
Stone Temple Pilots? No, I know you're
21
talking
Pilots.
about 21 Pilots. Yeah, you're right.
My sons, the younger ones, were so excited about going to see them, and I got everybody tickets. Told them they could take a friend, and like an idiot, I put those tickets up for months, and I'm headed off. We're going somewhere, Sherry and I said, all right, tonight's the concert ticket. I said, you know what? I said, I guess y'all. I said, I got y'all 8. I said, so y'all can take some friends, and they all get fired up. And I didn't realize that 4 of them weren't tickets; they were to the hospitality thing. Oh yeah. So you had 4 tickets. So they invite friends.
Oh,
They're
no.
standing outside the gate. Brooks, Bigelow, Burgess, and his 3 friends go in unscathed. They look back, Brody and his 3 friends, they tell them, those ain't tickets. So really, the original plan was they could take 1 friend with them, and I thought they could take 3. And so Brody and his friends get stuck outside the Coliseum, and Brooks and his friends just look at little brother and go, sorry.
Don't know what to
That's
say.
a tough one.
And it was on me completely.
Oh, wow.
Let's go to Al in Nashville. I think about that right now. It makes me sick. Now, Al in Nashville. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. How's it going?
We're good. We're dandy.
Hey, Rick, when did you start calling NFL games for CBS?
No, I warned about that on Friday. I told y'all that the Titans and the Falcons, we sounded the alarm and everything that y'all were going to get Beth Mowens. We warned.
Rick, come on, Rick, come on.
I
oh,
know.
my gosh.
Tennessee Titans doing throwback Oilers. Dressed like the Oilers.
I'm sorry.
I heard it. I said, that's not Rick Burgess. I looked at the TV, and oh, my gosh, it's Beth Mowens.
I know. I'm sorry. We warned, though. We warned. John in Georgia. John, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, this is not going to taste good coming out of my mouth, but I have to take up for Nick Saban. I'm tired of all the little smart comments coming from everybody. I'm a huge Georgia fan, but there's not a college program today that hasn't been affected by Nick Saban and what he's done in the last 12 years.
Yeah, he turned y'all's program around. He sent y'all.
Yeah. Anybody who's ever beat him has been somebody that he trained.
So I didn't know people were running him down. I thought
who's running Saban?
Yeah. You get the little smart comments about how this is their time. You know, they're going to be done this year. They're not going to do anything. Well, they're still playing.
Oh yeah, no, he's probably coaching better right now.
We think it's his best coaching effort this year than he's had in a long time.
He's getting a lot out of this bunch.
A friend of mine went to the Alabama-Tennessee game, and he was up in the suite. And he said the first half, they're all running their mouth. Well, he's old, he's done, he's over. Then the second half, they came back, and they was talking about, well, we may win another one. He said, I sat right there and listened to him change tunes.
Oh, yeah. Fans, they bend with the wind.
Yeah.
Eric and Troy. Eric, go ahead.
Man, that Flavor Flav national anthem was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But I could listen to him over James Canuck any day.
Really? At least James Canuck is
Well, that's
entertaining.
next song.
But I understand what you're saying. But I mean,
Taking me many places.
But I mean, I find the Canuck thing to be that kind of Canuck that's entertaining in a weird way.
Yeah, it's to me, it's a whole nother level.
Flavor Flav hurt me.
Oh, Lord, no.
Well, if you just heard the song, it's one thing, but the setup and him talking about it, it makes it all different.
Now, this next song.
Next and final song.
Took me places
Pretty
I
much-
never thought I'd go.
Pretty much blew him away.
Wore him out.
Not trying to bring attention to myself or anything. That's just what happened. We'll come back. A look at the weekend of Bill Bubba Bussy. Weekend update when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So funny. Frenchie, you just wait
Vive la France.
wait till you see his face. Wait till you see Frenchie's face. Because Bubba, Gary did a move yesterday that is your favorite. Because, you know, he puts his glasses on and that long hair and the fake teeth.
Right.
and Frenchie puts his hand out to shake him, and Gary actually can't see it and misses it one time going over, and Frenchie's looking at me like it was the. Golly, it was so good.
Oh boy!
And of course, we had the standard, rat in the cupboard. We had fake snake.
Fake snakes.
We had everybody's about to get in the boat. Jerry and Gary slams down a board behind you. We had that one.
That's a neat one.
Yeah, that's one. He has to have the right setup.
He's just developing that one.
Right. And I finally felt like, and some of you are going to be, look, Gary gave him a shirt so they could be twins.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, he's sleeveless. He's sleeveless. Gary had that prepared for him. And I said, Gary, I think that's too big. He said, well, that's the smallest one I got.
And, look at that. He'll grow into it.
Yeah. And now I will tell you this, to pay Frenchie back and make Frenchie happy, Gary, and the fish were not cooperating, but he let Frenchie fish really, really hard, and he made him a steak dinner that was fantastic.
Nah, he can't
That's
do that.
good.
Yeah, it was.
Good stuff. Did you have a little salad with it?
I didn't do it because I knew you make some fun of me. That's what he said. He honestly, Bubba, did not do a salad. No, because I know you be on there talking about some mean salad. So that was it. The pretty bass there.
Yeah.
But
salad's good with steak. Keeps everything moving.
Well, I like it. Hey,
Mixing in.
Hey, I like a little salad. So we'll
that nanner pudding. I bet he made it.
Hey, no. Tomorrow, Bubba, a really big day in American history.
Rick, it is. We will mark the 50th anniversary of the first time a man walked on the moon.
That's a biggie.
The greatest technical and engineering feat in mankind's history. And, to think how far we came from the first time that the Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk 100 foot or so in 1904, 1905 in that area. I guess their first flight was 1903. In just a lifetime, we went to walking on the moon is incredible. Well, just absolutely mind-blowing to me.
And I do want to say this, based on our history and what happened to us again yesterday, we know this is an old story.
Yes, that's true. Right.
Yeah,
we realize this is
July 20th, 1969. Even though today's the 19th, we're not live tomorrow.
Right.
That this was 50 years ago. And but I remember watching as a little kid in just total amazement.
Yeah.
And it's still, even today, looking back and seeing what they did and how they did it, I am amazed.
Well, yeah. So know this. We don't think this is breaking news. We know that that we stepped on the moon, and we stepped on it a few times after.
Yes, we did.
So, but this is
showing that it was no trick. We could go back and do it again.
Since we're not going to be on the air the actual day this happened, we're going to celebrate it today.
Yep.
And we have a montage, and I love these when they give you. We all love a good narrator. Don't misunderstand me, but I like this new thing they've been doing this year, where they give you all the audio and video that you've never seen or heard, and it's just the people who are making it happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So here it is. Here's a montage celebrating the 50th anniversary of the first time a human being stepped on the moon, and here it is.
Okay. At the foot of the ladder, the lamb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. And then a long one.
Coming down the ladder here.
Mm-hmm. And this is that footage you were talking about, Bubba, that's from the actual...
Yeah, this is from the side of the lunar module. He actually...
Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there, and
that's Buzz coming down.
both hands down about the 4th rung up. There you go.
Well, see.
Okay, now I think I'll do the same.
So they're on the moon.
For those who haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this LAM. There's 2 hemispheres, one showing each of the 2 hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD."
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we work our way back, check rickandbubba.com upcoming events. Find out where members of the show may be this week. If you're looking for Man Church events or services near you, you find those at themanchurch.com under events. If you're looking for anything involving my wife Sherry and I, those 2024 dates are up now. We are doing a couple of marriage conferences together next year. Ladies, y'all want to see where Sherry will be speaking next year? She goes back out on the road next year. You can find those at burgessministries.com under events. So, Bubba, let's look into the Bill Bubba Bussey weekend.
Well, Rick, it was laid back. It wasn't a lot of excitement, just kind of cool and chilled out, and tried to get some things done. Got out, sit in the woods a little bit.
Did you? Did you bow hunt a little bit?
No, I just got out in the woods.
Okay,
and,
all right.
and trying
You
to
just
get
went out
ready
and
for
sat
all
there?
that. Well, yeah. I'm trying to get ready for hunting.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
But we went with several folks to. We've got a new pizza place that's opened up down there at Lake Martin. And
okay, so this is not in the country where you go and sit in the woods.
Yeah, because you
at hunting land. The pizza place is by the lake.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two different things.
That's
we
what
did that.
There was a transition there, and I thought it was the pizza place near
right.
because I didn't think there's anything near there.
It's somewhat close, but
have you found you a Toodlums over there? A place like that?
Yeah, there's several.
Okay,
and,
all right.
So we go. We're gonna meet some folks, and we got a new pizza place opened up, and we've been very excited about that, as you can tell.
And
Shout out to Lake Martin Pizza.
And you're cutting back, so this is something a little healthy.
Well, you try not to eat the whole pizza.
That's right. Yeah, carbs are good.
So
for you.
they've got an outdoor place. Part of it's outdoor. They've built a real nice stage, so they can have things out there. But they got TVs out there. And we were out there. They had the Auburn, Mississippi State game on. They had Georgia, Florida, and everybody's just sitting out there eating pizza, watching football. And the weather was so nice. Good friends, around, and so it was just fun. Very relaxing, fun day.
Did you go with the normal? I will try to cut down on the damage of the pizza by putting pineapple on it.
I did have the Aloha pizza. Hold the red onions, and
yeah.
But we did that, and then this was really more of a funny moment on Sunday. We had to get the pontoon out and run it a little bit. Perfect weather, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But it was time to fill it up with gas, get ready for the winter, store and all that. And but we're kind of getting that last hurrah in. It was so pleasant out there.
Mm-hmm.
So me and Betty were out there cruising around. And I wish I'd have got my phone up to take a picture of this. It happened so quick. But we're riding out through the lake, and there's not a lot of traffic out there. There's a few boats. But I see something coming toward us on a jet ski. And I start looking at it, and I thought, somebody is standing up on that jet ski. And I wonder why they're doing that. And
you don't see many of those anymore. The ones where people used to stand up on them.
No,
but you're saying they're standing on the seat.
This is just a normal. They're standing
like
up.
a wave runner. They're standing up on it.
And they appear to be wearing something and holding something in the air. And I'm looking, and as they get closer, it's Jack Sparrow on a jet ski holding up a sword, flying by me going the other way.
That's quite the costume.
And I said, Betty, did you see that?
Why did you not get that?
I said, Betty, did you? She said, was that Jack Sparrow holding up a sword going? I said, it sure was. I said, we didn't get a picture of that.
I hope it wasn't who it might have been. But the
you do Jack Sparrow, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's real good at it.
So
you have to give him props. It was a good impression.
I have to, Jack.
Yeah, right.
Enjoyed seeing you on the lake. Don't know what that was about.
If anybody else
Halloween time.
Now my favorite when something's funny is when somebody does something like that and they don't even make eye contact with you. They come by serious, just.
Oh yeah.
Did he try to be silly, or did he just
hear the music? He just was doing his sword.
Did he just go stone face and go by you?
Yeah, he was just.
That's perfect.
He had places to go.
Yeah.
And but it's one of those things you do a double take and go, did I just see Jack Sparrow?
Is that the same one that was at the beach? Because there was video that was on social media of one walking around.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just walking up and down the beach with his sword out.
But I'm going to tell you, had the makeup down. I mean, looked the part, And you go,
yeah.
So it wasn't no cheap costume.
No, they did it up right. So It was kind of like I say,
They didn't get it at Party City. Put it that way.
Now, unfortunately for Speedy, his weekend featured a secondhand embarrassment nightmare.
Oh yeah,
almost as bad as Flavor Flav. Anytime you're at a wedding, and I would put in there a funeral, where these are these moments that families have that they don't want anything to go south. When it comes to a wedding, people have been planning this for months and months and months.
Yeah.
They've spent a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
And these are moments that they're ready to capture that they will never get again unless, of course, the person you love goes through multiple divorces.
Yeah.
And keeps remarrying. But if you don't, if they don't, and if it's the way it should be, these are moments that families.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I was in a fight with myself. We were at this wedding, and I was on the DJ side of things going, man, you're having problems. I've been there. Then I was on the family side of going, oh my gosh, this special moment's being destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was the secondhand embarrassment part of me that wanted to run away and forget about it all. But I was at this wedding, absolutely gorgeous wedding, and it was time for the father-daughter dance. Very emotional moment. You know, they get out there and the song starts, and about 30 seconds into it, it stopped. The song stopped.
No, father-daughter dance?
Yes, father-daughter dance. I'm talking about, special moment.
Yeah, that's
and
one
then
of the
everybody
big
starts
ones.
looking around.
Is anybody crying yet?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
When the music stopped, you heard the sniffling. Okay, from people that were in.
Did the dad have tears run down his face as the music stopped?
Such a special moment, yes.
Oh my goodness!
And I thought everybody handled it just wonderfully because I don't know what I would have done. But the DJ, the face on the DJ, who was really good.
We call it thud face.
He was trying to figure out what in the world just happened. I thought first thing is you're not plugged in. Is it the battery?
Yeah, because that's what happened to me.
Then that wasn't it.
Thanks for that one.
Yeah.
Then go ahead and plug it in so you don't have any problem.
Then he starts leaning over the counter looking for the connections. I could see him doing it, trying to figure out like what is.
And they're hung in a stare out there.
Yeah, and now they're standing
How long we
there.
talking?
I think it was about 90 seconds, but it felt like 50 minutes.
Did you have the fight? did you have the fight or flight?
Yes, I wanted to run away.
Right.
And then I don't know why people start looking at me
like
I'm part of the DJ
fault.
group.
90 seconds is a long time.
That's a long time.
And I might
you realize how long
that
was? Father-daughter dance.
Yeah. And maybe
did he
was
ever
60?
get the song back on?
Still long time.
Did he ever get
He
the song?
did. Bless his heart.
The right song?
I think he went under the counter.
They ever recover though? Did the dance suddenly become half?
Well, no, not really. But I'll give him this. It picked up where it left off. I mean, he picked it right back up where it was. But there was a moment where the father-daughter just ended up going to the side of the dance floor and just kind of waiting.
Was that
a little bit? And then they picked it back up. But let me just say this because I want to tell everybody. Isn't she lovely? Gorgeous wedding. And I know I'm going, Speedy, you got to say that. No, it really was. It was just a very, very, very special moment. And I felt for the DJ. I've been there. And I was telling the guy, see, now everything you can just put into a playlist and hit play and go. Do you remember when we were loading CDs in?
Oh.
I had a father-daughter time where my CD started skipping.
No.
It's like Bette Midler.
Because you really taking care of that Bette Midler CD.
Oh, yeah. You know, I had a scratch on it.
It was a little sticky.
Yeah.
What do you think happened, Speedy?
Beneath
Were you
my
able Were you able to analyze the situation?
No, I just saw him go up under the counter and he popped back up and it started playing again. Something came loose, I guess.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene. That's all right, I don't mind a bit.
Michael Cotton.
He wishes he was there.
He
How
does.
is the quality of the TV? Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
They carried a camera out and set it out.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent? Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes.
So there it is. That's that was a really, I mean, it really boggles the mind if you think about it. Again, I know this whole thing about UFOs and people coming from other planets. We came from another planet, and like if you were like living on the moon, we would have been those aliens.
Right.
That stepped down on your planet, and somebody said, "I'm telling you, I saw it."
Yeah.
We kind of consider the moon ours because it's orbiting Earth.
Sure.
So
but I mean, we did go to another thing.
We went to another body in orbit in space
Right.
and visited, got some samples, and came back.
Right. Yeah.
Left a few mementos.
Yeah. Yep. So,
I do have
It's
some
really
facts
cool.
that Bubba will laugh at.
Rick, I was
threw
5
these-
years old when it happened. I remember watching that. I was so sleepy, but I remember watching it.
I was.
I remember watching
4 months.
some, but I don't know. If
my
it was
mom
that
was 4 months pregnant with me, I think, at the
yeah,
time.
Greg and I have a recollection of being at the Ryan's house, Brad Ryan, Barry Ryan, Andy Ryan, and Jerry Ryan, and Kay Ryan. We remember being there watching something historic happening with the space program. We can't really remember if it was this
I
or
remember
not,
watching
but we
them
think it was.
blast off, and I remember watching the splashdowns, and I remember footage, but I don't remember if it was the
We don't know which
original
one it
or
was.
is it when they went back.
Yeah, yeah. I remember
And
watching
everybody- I
historic
remember-
space stuff, but I can't remember which one it was.
I don't know if it was the first one. 'Cause
I had my little
was 3
model. I
years
was
old.
doing everything they were doing, in front of the TV.
I
had
just
to
turned
picture
3
it.
years old.
That'd be tough for you to
When
remember.
it happened.
That'd be tough for you to remember.
I need to find one.
I
of
was
those.
My
5.
birthday was in the middle of all that, and I was 3, so I wasn't worried about it.
I was 5 like Bubba, but I think I remember seeing something about it. But
I think I sent you all a picture of me in my astronaut suit
Oh, yeah.
holding my little G.I. Joe. It was actually like a little Mercury capsule, So
Oh, yeah, we had all the space stuff.
we were into it. It was being talked about then, kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
social media is
No
talked
doubt.
about now.
No
you
doubt.
know. It was
Like I say,
on every porch, at every meal, you were talking about something to do with the space program.
And like Greg said, you just said, Bubba, and it was 100% right. My mom has a picture. You have Greg and I at this age we're talking about. We probably were 5 and 3. It must have just happened or was about to happen. Right. And we are standing there in full blown astronaut.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about helmet.
You had to have
I
it.
mean, we had it all on from top to bottom. And then you, like you said, all your action figures had to. Even if this action figure wasn't known for space, he went to space.
Yes.
You know,
space version.
You know that
Everything.
that action figure got a spaceship and a spacesuit.
The food we were eating.
I don't care if it was Big Jim.
Tang.
Greg,
I had to have Tang as a kid. You had to have it. Because
care
astronauts were drinking it.
If it was G.I. Joe, if it was Big Jim.
Big Jim. I forgot
if
about
it was
Big
Action
Jim.
Jackson. The only one I had that didn't get a spacesuit was Johnny West.
That's right, because he was from the old West.
I don't think they could sell us on that one.
No.
But by golly, if you had another action figure, he had one.
He had a
I think
spacesuit.
even Evel Knievel went. Yeah, well, he tried to go across.
Well, they had that rocket.
Yeah, that's true.
That worked out.
So anyway, do you remember the first time you got the Evel Knievel action figure in the motorcycle, and you thought, well, does life get any better?
I got hung up on a documentary on him. He made a lot of money off them toys.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, that's where he made his fortune.
Yeah, he did.
Too, I've seen so many documentaries in the last couple of months. Even all the plans and the speeches that President Nixon had in case they didn't get off the moon. I mean, that was to see that paper typed out and read what he was going to say.
Oh, yeah.
Scary, isn't it?
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You go. Well, a lot of you know this. Gabriel Marti has he made his way to the United States of America. He's from the Burgundy area of France. Nevers is his actual town. Nevers. He's from Nevers.
Nevers.
Bonjour, Richard. I'm from Nevers. So he is here, and one of the things when he's trying to get all the culture, not just from the United States of America, but from the Deep South, and the Rick and Bubba show, well, there's no bigger ambassador for that.
Yeah.
And so a lot of you have been saying, when will he meet Gary, the Bulldozer Man, the original Spur Master himself? And that took place yesterday. And
yes, it was great.
Mm-hmm.
I went tubing
and fishing. Yes.
Yeah. And eating.
Yeah, we did all those. Now, if you want to tell the guys in the audience, when I took you to see Gary, I told you that he was
country,
and more country than even
yes.
Team Rick and Bubba here, which is quite a statement.
Rick, it all depends what crowd we're in.
You're right.
We can be the country bumpkins, or we can be the city slickers. I mean, it all depends.
Right. You're right. And when we go to when they come down to Lake Mitchell, it's different. So I'm just going to show them what I got on the phone. So Gary, those of you that know, now this is the same outfit that he wore but he added glasses this time. When we had the prank that went bad, what was that now? 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
At least.
Yeah. So probably 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
Gary did the same thing to some other friends of mine.
Okay.
But this time he actually had a shot.
Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Let's go. Hey. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here this hour. Somebody say. Oh! Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Couple of items. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out from this past weekend. If you haven't caught it yet, we interview Richard Lyons about a number of books that he has written, but we talk a lot about the current state of the world, and it is in the history of our world, and very, very informative and deep dive conversation with Richard Lyons. He's very, very knowledgeable about world history and the wars and what's going on in the Middle East and the history of all that. So catch that if you've missed it wherever you get podcast. Also, I want to ask an office question, and then I'll tell you about my knee getting checked. So Flip Flops is doing his business in the bathroom.
I know it.
And he'll stay in there for an amazing amount of time through multiple segments. We go back, still there. Legs have to be getting numb. But I want to know this. Does flip-flops stay with the flip-flops when the temperatures drop today? You know, where we live, you know, and you know that Southerners, we completely lose our minds if it gets 65. You know, we just go crazy.
Bundle up, guys.
Well, we're used to the deep bake we've been in.
We don't get to wear our jackets much, and we'll look for any reason to wear them.
We don't get to wear them.
But it's going to get, for us, and I know it's just laughable around the rest of the country. We all have actual winter. But we're going to get tomorrow, like our highs will be in the mid-50s. And so it's all going down. So, like, if a high of 57 tomorrow, does he stay with flip-flops?
Oh,
probably. 57, I don't think is enough of a change.
Okay. What type of shoe do you think he'll go to in the winter, though?
If he shifts off the flip flops, and he may never. No, I've seen people that do it.
I think he's the guy.
He
that
may
wears
stick with those
flip-flops
flops, Greg.
He's not an outside
He's going to have
person.
some weird shoe looks kind of like the.
He'll go with
FTD
those sock feet in the flip flops. You know those.
Yeah,
I think he's just going to wear what he's wearing.
Some
now.
sort of no sock slip on.
So, like last year when it got down to 5 degrees, y'all remember that around Christmas?
I do remember.
So he's going to wear those.
Hey, he's not outside.
We don't know, Greg.
The guy's not outside.
Go get in his
Greg,
vehicle.
we don't know. We don't know.
It's 3 steps.
I would say sockless slip on of some kind. All right, that's what I would go with.
Okay. Yeah, maybe Crocs.
Yeah,
I don't see him dealing with a boot.
Yeah. All right, so
get him.
Here is so the audience, never take an ailment to the audience. If you bring up a physical ailment to the audience, you will be dying by the time the show's over. Okay, and you just don't bring it up. I mean, everybody hits you with, "I'll tell you what it was for me." And so I had some kind of, I told you, and there's no glory in it, that something has happened down near my knee behind it that involved me stretching like a kitty cat.
Yeah.
And it was a stretch. That's all it was. And so anyway, immediately, I think there was a caller on Friday. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's meniscus.
Yep.
It's going to get to where it's on fire and you won't even be able to sleep, and you'll probably have to cut your leg off. And I'm like, okay. And so anyway, I know this wherever he is, and talk about him a lot on the show. He is a physical therapist, and he's helped our kids. He's helped me. He's the best physical therapist I've ever
He is
dealt
the
with.
Tom Brady of physical therapy.
He is. And unfortunately for him, and a list of others, he that have regretted it, he's given me his cell.
Uh-oh.
So I'm constantly checking in with ailments, and as I'm aging, I'm almost becoming the JT of therapeutic. Okay. And I need to tone it down, but I couldn't. That call went, well, man, what if it is my meniscus?
You had you thinking about it.
It got in my head, and so I said, hey man, my meniscus, and I need to
Did you come by and rule out meniscus?
Had
And
a
he's
caller.
like, and he's like, look, just come by, and if I can work you in, I'll look at it. So I come by, and of course by this time I've gone from it doesn't bother me to all that I can barely walk, and not that it hurts. It's just in my head. Oh, I've clearly got a blown out leg. I'm talking about. So
are you walking in feeling like a bip, or do you
100%?
Okay.
And I know that when he sees me, he would love to just punch me right in the face. that he looks across the room and goes, "Oh, here comes."
Is he at a more convenient place than he used to be? Okay.
much more convenient. And he wishes it wasn't. But so he says, "Here, man, just sit down over there. I'll get you when I can." Okay. And I had time on my hands. I wouldn't rush, which was good. So I, took a little nap and just kind of chilled. And then he goes, "All right, let's take a look at it." So he gets me up and he does some movements and he says, "Does that bother you at all?" And I said, "No." Does that bother you? Oh, that's not your meniscus. Okay.
Oh, you mean the people didn't diagnose it right over the phone?
He goes, if your meniscus was torn or aggravated, you would have gone crazy on what I just did.
Okay.
And
Rick, does he do that thing on the back where they pull it up? Yeah.
So and he twisted me certain ways and all that. And so then he says, so tell me again what's going on. So I said, it feels like it's just not even a very big spot right here, as you go down the inner thigh, right to get to the back of the knee, right before you get to the knee. If I make certain movements the wrong way, I get electric shock right there.
The king's leg hurts.
And then it happened. He goes, I said,
there it is.
I said, what's
there it is.
What's He said, it's probably going to be a pretty easy fix, but
require surgery.
He says, and of course that's why I said surgery. He goes, no, not surgery. He said, I'm going to have to adjust surgery. I'm going to have to adjust something here because you've got something out of whack.
Kneecap?
Oh no!
I would go as far as to say worse.
What?
He goes, I think your pelvic bone is out of line.
Not your
pelvic. I said pelvic.
Well, they all connect, don't they?
And he said, yeah. And I said,
not the pelvis, Elvis.
And I said, pelvis. I said pelvis. That's the lower tract. And he said, well, yeah. And I said, what are you going to do?
What do you mean?
And he says, I'm going to have to get my hands on it. And I said, on my pelvis?
Oh, yeah.
And he says, yeah. And I said, there's people in here. And he said, I'm not going to, I'm talking about the bone. I said, but I know where the bone is.
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Yeah, and I
got to
said,
do with my knee.
I said, what? And he's some kind of
I know.
nerves.
They all
and
connect.
that.
They all connect.
And so, and then he says, which I guess the whole world has to say to us, now look, you're gonna have to work with me, and we're gonna have to stop we got to stop being silly right now.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know that I can do that. That's how
I've never stopped being silly.
That's what protects me. That's how I make a living. Yeah. I can't be protected. This is my protective mechanism is to make light of this.
Oh.
So he says, this is a quote. You're going to have to work with me. And he goes, and we're going to have to understand that we're about to go down a road of discomfort. And I said,
no.
And I said, okay.
I don't even like the sound of this.
So he says, standing there looking at my pelvis, he said, I'm going to need you to clear the path.
Huh?
And I said, what?
What does that mean?
He goes, I'm not going to move out of my way what I need moved out of my way. I would prefer you do that.
Okay.
Oh.
And I said, oh.
Got it.
Did he close the curtain?
Oh, my.
Oh. He said, no, we're keeping everything on, your pants on and all that. Okay. I just need you to, I need you to clear where I need to place my, these personal trainers, their hands are like vice grips.
Yeah.
Their hands are made of steel. Yeah. And I said, what are you going to do with my pelvis? He said, I'm about to come on both sides of it, and I'm going to start working with it to get it back where it's supposed to be. What? And I'm like, and all I could think about was that woman that called the show.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is all her fault. I wouldn't even be here.
Right. But if your pelvis is out of line,
yeah, but I mean, I think I could have lived with that.
You wanted the pelvis. And I got to know, did he get on the table when you were on it?
He brought over a step up.
This one.
Oh,
he brought
goes.
over a step up where he could bear down.
Okay.
Have you ever had anybody put one hand on one side of your pelvis, one hand on the other side of your pelvis, and start squeezing as hard as they can?
Oh,
no.
It is horrifying.
It's been a while.
It is hard. And
did you make a noise? Did you?
We
uncontrollable?
We went on a ride, and I think our relationship has been something's happened. Boy, that's
funny.
Rick,
my pelvis is
very
hurting.
awkward. Yeah, like he walked away and
You
said,
might
"Hey
get a
man,"
Christmas
he
card.
walked away and said, "All right, man, you ought to be all right now. That ought to be better." And he started just moving away from me to other clients who had appointments, and I was like looking like you can't just. Jeff, you can't just walk off. We got to talk about the games this weekend or something. You can't just do that and then walk away. I mean, he looked back and he goes, "You can go now." And I'm like, I don't think I should. I don't think I'm ready for the world. I don't think I can just wander back into the parking lot now. I have to stay here a minute and gather myself. Just talk about something. Tell me, what'd you do last weekend? I mean, I can't just,
hey, man.
Can we talk about news?
Important
question. How about that Middle
How
East?
did you feel when it was over?
Much better.
Your knee?
Much better. He said I may need ongoing adjustment for it to completely go away. No, I would have taken that all day long.
No, nothing.
No. I need an adjustment right now. I'm all stoked up after hearing that.
Oh.
Think about it. Your pelvis out, Greg?
So you want to be involved in all that?
I think the meniscus would have been an easier fix. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But this time, so Gary wanted to come to the door in his hat with the fake hair, the fake teeth.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
But Frenchie doesn't know this.
Right.
You thought it was real.
Yes, and you said me that he was country, so I saw it was normal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So we pick it up with you guys walking to the front door.
All right, here we go. So here,
Gary!
Oh, boy.
Now, it's good view, isn't it? Now watch Gary the whole way here. And watch.
Is this the lake house?
Yeah. Do not take your eyes off Frenchie.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
How you doing?
Fine, and you?
All right.
Gary's been excited about meeting you.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have some fun.
Do you, how the fish been biting?
No.
No.
Ain't nothing but.
Well, what about maybe late in the afternoon?
Yeah, we might do some good.
So Gabriel,
Doing all right?
What?
Do what?
I don't understand. I speak little English.
You been doing okay?
Yes.
Okay.
He's been excited about getting down here, Gary.
Yeah, we got to fix you a few things.
In France, I fly fish.
Oh, yeah. We don't do that here.
Yeah.
Fidgeting with his change.
Gary, how you feeling?
I feel pretty good.
Okay. So are you ready to want to take him out on the boat?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to take him Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. You got
Going out on the boat?
Yes.
So then, all right. So then, and what about when Gary took his hair off and his teeth?
I didn't understand.
What happened? Yeah, were you surprised?
Yes, and I didn't. He speak South English.
South English,
right? South English. That's what we speak.
Right. Yeah. He taught you some stuff. We'll see in a minute. He taught you some new things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly. So once we and I will tell you all this, and this is on me. I completely failed the show and you. I accidentally hit it and stopped it. If you'd have seen the reaction when Gary took off the stuff, and I should have got that on video, and I just blew that. But it was. But it was good. But because he looked. Gabriel Frenchie looked at me like, oh my gosh, like it's almost like his mind couldn't process what just happened.
He's probably thinking, why would anybody do this?
Yeah.
Why would someone have fake hair and teeth?
And I kept telling you on the way, I said, now look, he's a different level of country, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it didn't surprise you. That's what was it when you first saw him?
I think yes.
Did you think though, wow, this is
the real American.
This is a real one.
Said he should have brushed his teeth a little bit.
We don't do that around here.
We don't do it. No, we ain't.
All right, so then, and we can still get this one in. So then, of course, what does Gary have to do next? We have to do the famous pantry.
Oh, yeah.
Where you
out.
open up and the thing jumps out. And this one's pretty quick. So Gary, he's got stuff set up everywhere for him to encounter.
No, it never ends.
Gary's house of fun.
Yeah. All right, so here we go.
Yeah. Not the other one. Yeah.
Gary loves it.
Sure.
Gary is a practical joker.
That's an understatement. Good night.
Did that scare you?
Yes.
He's got all of us with it.
Rick, we could get what he has in the hall too.
All right.
if
So
you
now,
want.
then next, rubber snake.
Yeah,
It's like,
rubber
like Bubba
snake.
says, it's like one of them circus fun house.
See the snake right there?
What is Gary just following him around? Right. Every time you would go somewhere, Gary would do a trick, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Actually, and I don't say this much, actually said out loud, that poor kid.
Well, a lot of people on Instagram, because I put a few of them out just to get ready for today, and we got more than I put out. And you know what someone said? Poor kid. Poor Frenchie. Rick, Gary didn't sleep a wink the night before.
No,
He was
but
so
you
had fun. You enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember when you made the loud noise?
Ah, yes, when close to the boat.
Yeah. Look, he's shaking his head like, what is wrong with this guy? When does it end?
Yeah.
You know?
Rick, you're going to send him back to his parents, and they're not going to know what happened.
All right, up next, we go tubing.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, we go tubing. So now you said you had done something similar.
Yes, but not the same shape of the
tube.
Yes, yes.
You'd never been on one of the circle ones where you just lay on top of it, and it's it's fast, isn't it?
Yes, it's a wave.
Yeah. All right, so here he is. So that's him back there, and Gary.
Well, he's letting her eat too.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we continue. All right, so as we work our way back, we now head into the world of various political updates today. We'll start with cut 5. Mike Pence. I think this is will probably end up being some Saturday Night Live jokes too. The Babylon Bee already having fun with it. Mike Pence announces he is suspending his campaign. There we go. And I don't think any of us are surprised by that.
It's become clear to me. This is not my time. So after much prayer and deliberation, I have decided to suspend my campaign for president effective today.
So here's Babylon Bee. And most popular move of the presidential campaign, Mike Pence ends presidential campaign. So they're having.
Was the clapping real, or did they add someone add?
I think that was added.
I don't think that many people were listening.
That's a great point.
Look, I don't have any problem.
If they were and that excited he was speaking, he'd still be in the campaign.
That's true.
Well,
no, I think this is the smartest move he's made in a long time.
Yeah,
is getting out of it.
Look, he seems like a pretty good human being.
Oh, I think he's a real good guy.
Yeah, and all that. But as far as him trying to run for president, I still don't understand why that was ever even attempted.
Yeah, not now.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, for Mike Pence, I would say you have done, you know, like I would say to any of them, and so many of them stay too long.
Mm-hmm.
You've been a governor. You've been a vice president. You know, go home and be a husband and granddad for a while.
Now to Canada. Is it possible that Gavin Newsom may have just accidentally started World War III?
You mean China?
China. What did I say?
Canada?
I meant Canada, meaning that he reminds me of that he one day would like for us to be Canada. In China, Gavin Newsom is there from California, and Bubba, he may have accidentally started World War III by knocking down a Chinese kid while they're trying to play basketball.
Yeah, a little pickup fun game.
Okay, here we go. Not a very good.
Oh, so he thinks he's good.
Yeah.
Now he does this weird patting thing.
Pat him on the butt.
Look, the kid's crying.
Yeah, he wants him to let him out.
Okay, good. He's smiling.
That's just the way his face
He made the
looks.
best of an awkward
Are you
moment.
okay,
Sure.
Speedy?
He did. That's tough.
That's
I can tell you right now, from somebody that hates awkward moments,
that's really
nobody hated it more than him when he was on that floor. And so he
didn't know what to do.
He's patting him, going,
If I run against him, that clip is my whole campaign. That's all I do is run that over and over.
Absolutely.
Have y'all ever had?
So look, Gavin Newsom thinks he must be better at basketball than he is. He's trying to twirl the ball on his finger and he can't get it to stay up there. So he tried it once, tried to get. Oh, not quite. Okay,
Oh,
go
behind
the back. Oh, I'm gonna do a little turn around here. Oh, and just maul a kid.
Well, you know what?
I mean, just what did he think was gonna happen?
Well, he's trying to play basketball in dress shoes.
Yeah,
He
that's what
loses
got
his
him.
footing.
He does.
That's what got him.
He does.
His
It-
toe
the-
caught.
them old Sunday shoes dug in, didn't they?
Have you ever,
Please go.
have you ever had the parent when you're trying to coach and he wants to help and he don't realize the kids are like 8 and he like fires the ball at them full speed and stuff? Had a little of that. Too.
Hey.
He was trying to make a move.
He must have missed the Hey Coach episode.
I sound like y'all talking about me now. All right,
I
so
think he broke that kid's ankle. I'm not kidding. He
No,
landed,
come
he landed
on,
on
Adler.
something. He
Adler's
landed
got
on
him
something.
look, there's the alt-right Adler.
I'm gonna slow it down here, and y'all can see
QAnon.
what happened. He's gonna land. And there's a bounce
He's
to
already
him.
falling.
He's falling. Look at the kid's ankle gets trapped right.
That's worse than I thought. That's worse than I thought. That's a compound fracture.
That
Is
child
the
will
kid
never
crying?
walk again.
Is he crying or laughing?
He started out crying, then he started laughing.
Oh, that ankle is loose.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Y'all look at his face.
That
Look
child
at
will
his face.
never
Look at his
walk
Wait a
again.
minute, I didn't see that. Adler.
Loose ankle.
There was a
Fine.
bounce.
Kids are resilient.
They are
Rick, your
resilient.
therapist.
It's
needs to see
trapped.
him.
Oh, good night. That does look like
it
it
looks
hurt.
worse.
Good
Yes.
gracious.
Y'all, are they hiding if the kid's really hurt bad? You know the Chocons. They'll just put him up.
Oh, you'll never know.
They'll tape him up, put him back in there. Y'all,
All right, Donald Trump.
like Joe Theismann.
Guys, you got to let this one breathe, okay? It's a little long, but
Okay.
he has a good time.
Donald Trump will now do an impression of Joe Biden, and this is his latest impression.
Oh,
of
no,
Joe.
y'all. Oh, no.
Don't miss the my
Look
pillow.
beside him.
He can't put two sentences together, and he's in charge of nuclear warfare. Oh, my. No, but 3 days ago, he got off the thing, and, you know, I see a stairway there, I see a stairway there. If I had to, I'd jump right off this front of the thing. We could make it. It's about 4 feet. I think I could make it. I mean, it's better than looking around driving in circles. I'd rather do that than do that. You just jump off and you pretend it was like just normal. Because did you ever see him though? Finishes.
Oh no.
And by that time, all the stuff is worn off, so he's totally incoherent. And he goes, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Where am I?
All right? Where am I?
Oh, man.
President of the United States. Face.
He loves every minute of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have you seen the latest approval polls on Biden?
I bet they are ugly.
He is down to 37%. That's down from 41% the last time they had it.
What did you say the new number is? 37?
His disapproval is 59%. 59.
Hello.
All right, so we
Right,
come
that's
we,
funny.
we come back. We got a flashback to 2020. Biden talking about Trump, and then Kamala Harris, the comment she just made about any doubts that Joe Biden is not on top of everything. So we'll do those two when we come back. Bottom of the hour.
Okay, Gavin Newsom's on top of it.
Boy, is he. Tell you one thing, he's got the shotguns covered, doesn't he?
They ain't going anywhere.
It was
poor
the pointy
kid
toe in
screaming.
the dress shoes. You're right.
Down he went.
Yep.
We'll
Don't
be
forget
back.
he was trying to be sharp.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And of course, all Gary would say in a minute is, "Hey, you ready for me to knock him off?" and whenever look, now see, but he's really digging. That's Fritchie back there, man. Look at him hanging on. Fritchie!
He is dug in.
What? Gary said, "You can't." He's like a little monkey. You can't throw him off of it. Look at him. Look, he hung on. You did really well.
Does Gary go into the circle of death?
Oh yeah, he does. In a minute, he says, "Hey, you want me to get rid of him?"
I want you to look. Good look.
What are you thinking right there?
I was scared.
You were. Frenchie! All right, so and then when he comes back, this is when then you give him the other direction, and there's just yeah. So are you wanting to get off right now, or are you loving it?
No, I love it. I love you.
no, I love you.
You're scared. You're scared, but love it.
Did you hear Gary ask me? You want me to throw him off? So here we go.
Gary's got that thing ramped up like he's gonna take off.
That's so good.
How about that, Frenchie?
He rolled him right out of there.
He did.
That was fun.
Yes.
Look at that thing in the air.
Yeah, when you look at it going up. Whoa. So that was was it faster than you thought it would be?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the worst was the waves.
Yeah,
were the waves.
Yeah, the waves. Yeah. One time, God love his little self, we hit some waves that another boat had made, and Gary said, I looked back there one time, I think his little legs went back over his head. And your back legs shot up.
Yeah.
But, he's a limber little fellow. Yeah.
He was hanging on.
Yeah. So we'll come back and so he went tubing, fishing, eating, and we'll talk more about it when we come back. And Gary tries to teach him a few new phrases as well. I think you and Gary are friends now.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask him a question because Gary asked something before we left. I'd be interested to see what his answer is. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Happened yesterday. Gary invited Frenchie and me down to his lake house. He pranked. Frenchie came to the door in the wig and the teeth. Made him go to the pantry for the rat coming out of the pantry. Rubber snake in the floor. Slamming a piece of wood behind us as we were stepping in the boat. And then took you tubing. And you said when we first started on the tubing, you thought,
yes, I was. I was good. Yes.
This is nothing.
Yes.
And then, but are you glad that you got to experience the high speed?
Yes.
You enjoyed. Did it hurt when you fell off? Yeah.
But when he started to turn with the boat, I was scared.
Yeah,
it is scary.
He got you out there wide, didn't he?
Yep. You were going against the laws of physics at that point. And it's a lot, but it's fun.
Yes.
And in the water, you had a good life jacket on. And I want everybody to know this too. Frenchie is a very, very skilled swimmer.
Yes.
So if you're doing this kind of stuff, you need to be sure people, there were safety precautions always taken, and these are things that we've done. You don't want to just take somebody out that, is not maybe familiar with the water to the level. I mean, he swims triathlon, so he can swim no problem, and never that part of it we weren't concerned about. You wouldn't do something like that to somebody that was not as aquatic as Frenchie. So anyways, and plus he can handle it. I mean, it was hard to throw you off. You did really well to have never been on that style before.
I tried to stay on the tube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it was difficult.
It was a scared fun, huh? You were scared, but it was fun.
Yes.
It was thrilling.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So one time I do want to apologize because sometimes you forget. Gary and I got in a conversation at one point, and he wasn't doing anything to throw him or anything like that. We just forgot that that riding back there and riding in the boat is not the same thing.
Right.
And at one point, Gary and I are boat riding and discussing and pointing at various houses and land and stuff like this, and we forgot that we were dragging somebody behind us.
Yeah.
And I look back, and I think what it's like, even though he was just in the middle back there, and we weren't throwing him or anything like that, but that's not like sitting in one of the seats on the boat enjoying the beautiful lake. No. He's back there, and they forgot about me. And I was like, "Hey, Gary, are we just going to drag him all over the lake? Hey, we took him all the way up to the dam." Yeah, forgot about it. So we pointed with him back there. Look, that's the dam. And then I realized, my gosh, we've been out here we're 18 miles from Gary's house. So I'm sorry you had to ride so long back there. Was that okay?
No, I liked it.
Okay, all right, good. All right. Okay. So the next thing
Such a good heart.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So here we go, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, mypillow.com/Bubba. Ba-ba-dum. So mypillow.com/Bubba. You can go there right now, and boy, savings are aplenty. This American company, all about saving us money. Great products. Some that caught our attention right now. All My towels. These are all new. My Towels 6-piece set. You can get it right now in all types of colors at 50% off. That's right, for only $29.98. That's a whole set. King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s. This is the latest MyPillow that has the temperature wicking fabric where it keeps the pillow cool all night. 50% off. That's for King and Queen. Christmas products, I realize you start thinking, Rick, come on. Well, I mean, if you want to go ahead and get some things you might need, like tree skirts and throw blankets, knitted hats, stockings, those are 25 to 35% off on buy early specials right now. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. These and other savings are there. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we do have some more clips that we haven't gotten to yet. Let's first of all, after we just heard or watched Trump's latest impression of Joe Biden, let's go back to what Biden actually said about Trump, and then I want you to lay that across what's actually happening. This goes back to 2020. Now, does everybody know the state of our world right now under the Biden administration? Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Now listen to this from 2020.
The world has changed because of what Trump has done. And the American people, including independents and some Republicans, know how bad he is, know how much he's misrepresented, know how he's getting close to getting us in a war. I said, as the walls close in on this man, I'm worried he's going to get us to war in Iran. Unfortunately, I may have been right. The fact of the matter is there's a lot at stake in this election.
Well, there sure is.
Well, there is. But think about how coherent he was just 3 years ago. Just 3 years ago.
Goes fast.
Listen to how much he has declined.
Quickly.
I mean, quickly. And he's worried that Trump's going to get us in a war with Iran.
Yeah.
But you know, their new thing is, well, if Trump was in charge, it'd even be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, this is their new thing.
This is nothing.
So we know how much he's declined over the last 3 years. We can all see it with our own eyes and hear it with our own ears. But here's Vice President Kamala Harris reassuring us that Joe Biden is very much alive and running for re-election.
Very much.
We were talking to some Democratic donors, and they have told us that should something befall President Biden and he is not able to run, that there would be a free-for-all for who would run as president. You are in the spot that would be unnatural for you to step up, but we're hearing from donors that they would not naturally fall into line. Why is that?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to engage in that hypothetical because Joe Biden is very much alive and running for re-election. So
but you do know. I mean, that is a concern and a legitimate concern, I would say.
I hear from a lot of different people a lot of different things, but let me just tell you, I'm focused on the job. I truly am. Our democracy is on the line, Bill. And I frankly, in my head, do not have time for parlor games when we have a president who is running for re-election.
So
that's it.
Well, you have
That's supposed to be the big point.
Yeah.
And you're not being honest. It's
No.
impossible. It's impossible for him to run.
That's
I mean, he may run, but he has not got his mind. And hey, we're what, 2 years away?
He's not very much alive.
Yeah, exactly.
She said.
I mean, this ain't got to do with politics. There's no way he can physically run and be president for another term. No way.
Yep.
I mean,
So,
and to say anything different, you're just lying.
Yeah, let me tell you who's playing parlor games.
Yeah, let's talk about the parlor game.
You're the one playing the game because you're not. It's like we can't see and hear the truth, as y'all just both pointed out. So anyway,
but don't forget, his question was, why do people not want her to be president?
Right.
That the polls are showing that not many people are going that way.
Right.
So she didn't even address that by going, well, he's running, so I don't have to answer that.
And what he said is true. It will be a free-for-all. You're going to have the Gavin Newsoms. You've already got the guy from Minnesota running. You got 2 or 3 more that, are. I mean, Gavin Newsom is running a presidential campaign now. That's why he's in China. He wants to be seen on the world stage.
That's
he
right.
can go toe-to-toe with
Exactly.
Joe
No, I'm not running.
and all that, while at the same time saying, no, I'm not running.
And you know what he's doing, Bubba, like you're pointing out. He knows he's going to get the shot.
Yeah.
Because he knows that what we're saying about Biden, or we're not saying, what people are saying about Biden and what Biden is saying about Biden is not in the real world. He knows there is no way that this man can run for a second term and can and be in that office and serve. And he knows if he'll just stand by, he can be pro-Biden. It's all going to take care of itself, and he's preparing for it.
So the day comes Biden cannot continue for whatever reason. Gavin Newsom will go to the podium and say, look, I supported President Biden. He did a great job. He's one of the greatest leaders of our time. But everybody wants me to step in now and fill the void and finish his job.
Of course.
And who else here has sit down toe-to-toe, face-to-face with Xi? I can handle China. They're our biggest threat. I know him. We visit. He's running the campaign. And I said all along, Rick, he's going to be the nominee.
Of course.
I'm still with that.
Yeah, I think it's the only thing that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I know we got on the 8s here, 8A, B, C, D. We have this axis of evil right now, which is Russia, Iran, and China. So if you're in Russia, you have to now be against Israelis because of they're now moving against Gaza and the Palestinians and Hamas. So I guess now because of that, if you are a Jewish person, no matter where you are, if you're in any of these countries, apparently they are out to get you. And as Bubba said off the air today, and I agree, who would have ever thought the world would start coming against Israel again?
Yeah.
But anyway, right out of Scripture. But this is really concerning stuff. These are Muslims. They're like lynch mobs, and they're going to look for Jewish people, and they're very open about it. The first one is they were looking for Jewish people on a plane from Tel Aviv as it arrived in Russia. So,
and they think they found one, and he's trying to say he's not from there, and they're trying to get his passport out of his pocket.
My goodness, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, they take his passport, take his phone, questioning him whether he's Jewish or not. He says, "I'm Uzbek. I don't know the Uzbek language, but I was born in Smolensk, and this region of Russia, Dagestan, is heavily Muslim, and so religion plays a lot into this."
Yeah, of course, but
hugely.
But who is there no security there to be sure you can't just be grabbed getting off a plane?
They stormed the airport.
They did.
Okay.
They broke into, like, they're just running around on the runway.
Yeah, and here's another one. This is B. Is this some of the same stuff?
Yes, sir.
Same thing. Okay, so we've already seen that one. Yeah, that's the guy you just showed us.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so and here is Associated Press, the headline describing the lynch mob, and they describe it as crowd storms Russian airport to protest flight from Israel. Well, it's a little bigger than that.
Yeah.
I mean, that headline right there does not really tell us the story.
No.
They're trying to grab people that they even suspect are Jewish to take them away like a lynch mob. So anyway, and then you've got a Jewish man who did check into the Flamingo Hotel, and then as soon as they know he's in there, a crowd gathers in front of the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so look at, and they're shouting that they will come in there and get him. That's what they're shouting.
Please look at that.
That they'll come in the hotel and grab him. Now I want y'all to think about that. I mean, that is. Yeah.
Just because there's a Jewish person in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what would they do if they go get them?
Yeah.
So
not gonna give them a tour.
Yeah, probably not. So now it's not just if you're is part of the Israeli military or government. If you are just a Jewish person anywhere in the world, and Muslims are around you that are militant like this, you're in danger.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't really come to any other conclusion. So we'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up this hour. A lot of topics out there. You can talk about any of them or bring up your own. All 10 lines are available. Helmsy goes to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. When we come back, we'll chat with you and look at any headlines or stories that we might have missed as we roll to wrap up this hour on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's so much better person than we all are.
Yes.
So now
we want to play Gary talking. Now we're fishing. We've had the delicious meal, and you love the meal.
Yes.
The steak and all. Was it
teriyaki?
Yeah, he soaked the meat in some teriyaki.
You like that.
Boy, Gary.
You like that? Did you like the flavor?
Yes.
It was good. You chose not to put slap your mama Cajun spice on yours.
No.
No. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The Cajun spice. He pointed to the peppers on it. He goes, no.
No, I made that.
No, on the peppers. No, not too spicy. No. But you like the
Ricky got him Asian.
Yes.
I know. I can't get this style in. All right. So here is here you're on the fishing boat now, and Gary has a very nice fishing boat.
Yes.
Enjoyable. And Bubba, he's got that one where you
Rick, think how Pepe Le Pew would say it. No.
No.
Yeah. Very smooth.
Does he slap your mama?
Yeah.
But anyway, so Gary, because Gary's got a show enough good one on the fishing boat.
Oh,
Let me tell you, when he had me, and he would have had you too, by the push of a button, his trolling motor goes and goes in the front, and then you just put it back, and lays back down. I love that.
Can't hide
Well,
it.
look, he has the finest stuff. You can't hide money.
No, you can't. Let me tell you, Gary totes a wad of cash.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyways,
Choke a donkey.
So here is Gary, and he's telling you that country folks take many words
Yes.
and put them into just one phrase. All right, and listen to this conversation between Gary and Frenchie in the fishing boat.
Now say.
No.
No. It's nothing. It's
not anything bad.
Did you get you?
Did you get you?
Did you get you?
Any?
Did you get you?
Did you get you any?
Did you get you any?
Nanner?
Nada?
Did you get you any nanner? Come on.
Did you get you any? Nada.
Pudding.
Pudding.
Did you get you any nanner pudding?
Did you get you ana pudding?
It's not bad. And then you would say this, Gabriel, like when you came in from fishing, you know what you say? Did you get you any?
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 Are you serious?
Did you get you any?
Y'all wore him. How tired were you last night?
Very tired.
Let me tell you, it was funny because when he went through this long day, I said, do you want to go? Because, Sherry and Brooks and Brody are gone now.
Yeah.
And so I said, do you want to go to work with me or not? Yes. And I said, why don't you wait till that alarm goes off and the way you're going to feel at the end of this day, and then you decide if you really want to go. But you were fine.
Yes.
But I bet you slept.
To be young.
Yes,
Yeah. You slept really good. I bet you.
Gabriel, has your parents seen any of this? Have they seen you on the radio show, or have they seen any of your stuff?
They know that I am on the radio show.
Are you talking to any of your friends back at home to tell them what you're doing?
No, I wait to back.
When you get back,
to go to back to.
But you know what Bubba said. Your mother and father could watch you on YouTube.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
podcasts
and the podcast. Yeah, they can do both.
Podcasts.
TuneIn app, they could hear it live. Yeah, but not the time difference wouldn't work on that. So
the TuneIn app.
The TuneIn app, the time would not work.
Oui.
Guys. So let me hear. Can you say?
Rick, a minute ago, I was coming out of the bathroom, and Frenchie was waiting to go in, and I just kind of opened the door and like showed him the way, and I said, "Oui." Yes, and he said, "Oui."
That's good. And you're learning. And his mother teaches French to people who want to learn, like Sherry. She's learning from her, but she also teaches French people English. I just don't know some of the things we're teaching him. Yeah. Some of the way we're talking, Southern.
Yeah.
But,
Southern English.
Yeah, Southern English. But great job. And you saw the pictures. We had the fish did not cooperate. It was hard fishing.
Yes.
But it was fun.
Too hot.
Too hot. But we had a good time. We'll come back.
Maybe he could teach Gary how to fly fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
You teach Gary. That's a great idea. How to fly fish. You could do that. We'll come back. We may hear from Gary. I haven't heard from him yet, but I'm going to tell you what Gary asked Frenchie, and it sounded like Frenchie was up for it, but I just don't. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
right, America. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. It's your turn to speak. Helmsy's on the phones. It glitch. And you can call right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make comments, ask questions, bringing information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But everything else is available. Talk about anything you've heard on the program today during your time with us. Bring up new topics, ask questions, whatever the case may be. Roll in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And if you get in line from our 10 lines, the buzzer will keep those moving. Couple things to be aware of as you're calling us right now. If you would like to go to see Rock the South next summer in Sweet Home, Alabama, the lineup was announced today on the program. I'll mention a few: Eric Church, Jelly Roll, Hardy, Parker McCullum, Oliver Anthony, Big and Rich, Nelly. If you'd like to go to this outdoor festival, you can win a 6-pack of 3-day VIP passes by simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the contest button. So rickandbubba.com, under the contest button, you can enter and you can win from anywhere in the Rick and Bubba listening audience. Also, Rick and Bubba University coming up this week. We're going to a reoccurring series that we've had that has been really popular, and Bubba and I enjoy it too, Letters from the Audience. So if you would like on this week's podcast for Bubba and I to consider your email, and maybe you'll hear your question make the podcast this weekend, start sending those now to speedy@rickandbubba.com. Speedy@rickandbubba.com. And this is a great way for us to maybe answer some questions that you've wanted, and we'll do the entire podcast on letters from the audience. So speedy@rickandbubba.com, and let him hear from you, and you may hear your letter on this week's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Some things going on with the audience and the show this week. Speedy will be at Protective Stadium coming up this Saturday as UAB hosts Florida Atlantic, and you can be there for that game in Protective Stadium and be a guest of seeing Speedy and all he does and the electricity he brings to a stadium.
The fire,
so
baby.
that's coming up this Saturday, and then this Sunday I'll be preaching in Birmingham, Alabama, at my home church, Valleydale Church. If you want to join us for either service coming up this Sunday, all that's at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All right, to the phones we go. We start with Dave in Tuscaloosa. Dave, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Ed, Dave.
Nightmare scenario, Birmingham Bowl. Beth Moen is doing the play-by-play, and she's doing a radio station tour. She calls in. Can you not do your impression? And how far under the desk is Speedy hiding with secondhand embarrassment?
Oh, boy, that is a doozy right there. So we're with
a lot happening.
Somebody's wrote a check for us to promote the Birmingham Bowl, so we're in a position where they say, and then what we need y'all to do is interview Beth Mowens. She's going to call in, and can we do that without me doing the impression?
Oh, Rick, you'd have to do the impression.
The answer is no. I would have to do it. And
you wouldn't be able to find me. I'd be so far under the desk.
I know, but I don't think the audience. I really honestly believe
the audience would not allow you to do that without doing the impersonation.
Oh, you'd have to.
If Beth Mowens was on this show and I did not do that, I really believe people would demand that I be removed from the show.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? By the way, I've been asked
they would
to be
join those that have been demanding it for years.
part of the bowl again this year. It's going to be December 23rd. But let me ask you a question. How would you transition into that? Would you say, hey, Beth, by the way, I can do your voice? I mean, how do you transition?
Hey, listen to this, Beth.
Yeah, Beth, check this out. How do you do that?
Look, I'm just spitballing here, but my first thought would be I would just do it like I do Gary.
Yeah, she talks.
She would see if she picks up on it?
Yeah, she would be like, oh, we're looking forward to being some time in Birmingham. And I'll be like, well, I'm looking forward to being here. And
You would do that?
Okay, yeah,
And,
I vote for that.
That, or I'll just call it and say, Beth, I do an impression of you. See what you think. Probably do the latter.
That's probably kind of want
calling
the
in
first one.
sick that day.
Yeah, don't you think that's a better plan to just call it as opposed to just starting?
Just say, hey, Beth.
What about
which
hey,
way?
Beth, hey, Beth.
Like, stop playing with your shirt. It's okay. It's
I'm
not really
nervous.
happening.
I'm really nervous.
It hasn't happened.
Yeah, these two, Bubba, I think might think about leaving because I know he would get uncomfortable.
I think
Greg would lean in because he's a Burgess.
there.
I think it might be some. Hey, I've noticed you get pretty excited on some of the big plays.
Oh, yeah, you're overdoing it.
And one time you got really excited, and I
now
did
he's
an
got this
impression
one
of you,
time thing.
and it just stuck. And so now the audience wants me
Somebody
to.
said.
Hey, Beth,
check
now
this out.
Beth,
Somebody said.
Beth, now that you're on the show, I'm a bit of an impressionist.
Yeah.
And I've been working on.
You've heard of Caliendo, but what
And you
about
know-
me?
Yeah, and it's an honor if somebody does an impression of you.
It is. There's no greater form of
See?
flattery.
See, okay, we're working it out.
Brad in Mississippi. Brad, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How you guys doing today?
Fired up. Loving it.
Well, I just saw something on Twitter, and New York court judge ruled that Trump's businesses should get the death penalty. I don't really know anything about it. It went on to say that they priced Mar-a-Lago for only $18 million, and I just was wondering if you guys could explain that, what that means.
Well, I really do not know. And, of course, I have to slightly correct you. It's not Twitter anymore. It's called X. But I'm not making that transition either, buddy. I just keep calling it Twitter. I haven't heard this, so I don't know what to say because I haven't heard, but Bubba's looking right now, so I apologize. Let's go to Marcy, Florence, Alabama, WLAY. How about Helms? He said that they were hanging out with the UNA team and said he found out a lot of folks up there listening to the show on LAY up at UNA. Marcy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
Hi, I just want to make a comment. I'm born and bred here in the city of Florence, and we have a Renaissance fair here every year. It's a big deal. And I just want to say you can't have nothing anymore. We had a lot of people. I took my grandkids. But I'm so disappointed. You can't have nothing. They had 2 queens this year instead of a king and queen. And it's very disappointing, I just have to say. I think a lot of people are disappointed in the city of Florence for allowing that.
When you say
anybody else had called in.
Are you saying that when they say 2 queens, they won't allow a male to be king, or they're letting a male be a queen?
Well, no, there were 2 women queens there.
Oh, you're saying they didn't do the king at all?
What's that
That's not. I don't know. That's a big deal. I mean, to me,
Still,
yeah.
just, why are you trying to be sharp? Just
Right,
do what you normally
Well, yeah,
do.
well, that's not as bad as I
missing the
thought
point.
it was. I do understand what she's saying is why can't a man, be the king of the festival and a woman be the queen of the festival?
Nobody
anymore?
really wants to be the king.
Yeah. And we don't know any information
I'm kind of digging
about
king.
Yeah.
I'd like to
Yeah.
be the king of the Renaissance Festival. I think I'd be a good one.
I don't see what
Coming
the
in
caller
2024.
was talking about, Rick. The only thing I do see, it says efforts are underway to use the U.S. Constitution's insurrection clause to bar former President Donald Trump from running for the White House again. It entered a new phase today as hearings begin in the first of 2 states' lawsuits that could end up reaching the Supreme Court, which it will. The week-long hearing on one lawsuit is to bar Trump from the ballot in Colorado. The other one is to bar him from the ballot in Minnesota.
Okay. But yeah, you don't see anything about death penalty of his businesses, do you?
No. Now that's what they're trying. That's what the New York case, what the DA there is trying to get, so that they can penalize him for all that. Still, and I've talked to some people in these businesses. This evaluation thing is so, it's just not an exact science, and I don't know how in the world they're going to. And here's the thing, though: in New York, that judge, that jury, well, there's not a jury, that judge, they're the cards are stacked against him in New York anyway.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, she ran her whole platform going to office was to get him, which to me will be sufficient on an appeal to get it thrown out. You just can't have a prosecutor who's already decided you're guilty before they were ever elected to investigate you.
You would see that if you were running for one of these positions, if you were doing that, you'd almost be disqualified.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's derangement syndrome on crack.
Top of the hour. If you're having, our time's come to an end, we'll miss you. Talk to you, Lord willing, tomorrow.
Ooh.
Enjoy all the Rick and Bubba content at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another working on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very